The Cedar Closet by Lafcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Rowdy Delaney, Idaho, USA, September 2007. The Cedar Closet by Lafcadio Hearn. It happened 10 years ago, and it stands out, and ever will stand out, in my memory like some dark, awful barrier dividing the happy, gleeful years of girlhood, with their foolish, petulant sorrows and eager, innocent joys, and the bright, lovely life which has been mine since. In looking back, that time seems to me shadowed by a dark and terrible brooding cloud, bearing in its lurid gloom what, but for love and patience the tenderest and most untiring, might have been the bolt of death, or, worse 1,000 times, of madness. And it was, for months after life crept on a broken wing, if not through cells of madness, yet verily through haunts of horror and fear. Oh, the weary, weary days and months when I longed piteously for rest, when sunshine was torture and every shadow filled with horror unspeakable, when my soul's craving was for death, to be allowed to creep away from the terror which lurked in the softest murmur of the summer breeze, the flicker of the shadow of the tiniest leaf on the sunny grass, in every corner and curtain fold in my dear home. But love conquered all, and I can tell my story now, with awe and wonder, it is true, but quietly and calmly. 10 years ago I was living with my only brother in one of the quaint, ivory-grown, red-gabled rectories which are so picturesquely scattered over the fair breadth of England. We were orphans, Archibald and I had been the busy, happy mistress of his pretty home for only 1 year after leaving school, when Robert Dray asked me to be his wife. Robert and Archie were old friends, and my new home, Dray's Court, was only separated from the parsonage by an old gray wall, a low iron-studded door in which admitted us from the sunny parsonage down to the old park which had belonged to the Drays for centuries. Robert was lord of the manor, and it was he who had given Archie the living of Dray in the Wold. It was the night before my wedding, and our pretty home was crowded with the wedding guests. We were all gathered in the large old-fashioned drawing room after dinner. When Robert left us late in the evening, I walked with him, as usual, to the little gate for what he called our last parting. We lingered a while under the great walnut tree, through the heavy, sombre branches of which the September moon poured its soft, pure light. With his last good-night kiss on my lips, and my heart full of him and the love which warmed and glorified the whole world for me, I did not care to go back to share in the fun and frolic in the drawing room, but went softly upstairs to my own room. I say my own room, but I was to occupy it as a bedroom tonight for the first time. It was a pleasant south room, wainscoted in richly carved cedar, which gave the atmosphere a spicy fragrance. I had chosen it as my morning room on my arrival in our home. Here I had read and sang and painted and spent long, sunny hours while Archibald was busy in his study after breakfast. I had had a bed arranged there, as I preferred being alone to sharing my own larger bedroom with 2 of my bridesmaids. It looked bright and cozy as I came in. My favorite low chair was drawn before the fire, whose rosy light glanced and flickered on the glossy dark walls which gave the room its name, the Cedar Closet. My maid was very busy preparing my toilette table. I sent her away and sat down to wait for my brother, who I knew would come to bid me good night. He came, and we had our last fireside talk in my girlhood's home, and when he left me there was an incursion of all my bridesmaids for a dressing-gown reception. When at last I was alone, I drew back the curtain and curled myself up in the low, wide window seat. The moon was at its brightest. The little church and quiet churchyard beyond the lawn looked fair and calm beneath its rays. The gleam of the white headstones here and there between the trees might have reminded me that life is not all peace and joy, that tears and pain, fear and parting have their share in its story, but it did not. The tranquil happiness with which my heart was full overflowed in some soft tears which had no tinge of bitterness, and when at last I did lie down, peace, deep and perfect, seemed to flow in on me with the moonbeams which filled the room, shimmering on the folds of my bridal dress, which was laid ready for the morning. I am thus minute in describing my last waking moments, that it may be understood that what followed was not creation of a morbid fancy. I do not know how long I had been asleep when I was suddenly, as it were, wrenched back to consciousness. The moon had set, the room was quite dark. I could just distinguish the glimmer of a clouded starless sky through the open window. I could not see or hear anything unusual, but not the less I was conscious of an unwonted, a baleful presence near. An indescribable horror cramped the very beatings of my heart. With every instant the certainty grew that my room was shared with some evil being. I could not cry for help, though Archie's room was so close, and I knew that one call through the death-like stillness would bring him to me. All I could do was gaze into the darkness. Suddenly, and with a throb through every nerve, I heard distinctly from behind the wainscot against which the head of my bed was placed a low, hollow moan, followed on the instant by a cackling, malignant laugh from the other side of the room. If I had been one of the monumental figures in the little churchyard on which I had seen the quiet moonbeam shine a few hours before, I could not have been more utterly unable to move or speak. Every other faculty seemed to be lost in the one intent strain of eye and ear. There came at last the sound of a halting step, the tapping of a crutch upon the floor, then stillness, and slowly, gradually the room filled with light, a pale, cold, steady light. Everything around was exactly as I had last seen it in the mingled shine of the moon and fire, and though I heard at intervals the harsh laugh, the curtain at the foot of the bed hid from me whatever uttered it. Again, low but distinct, the piteous moan broke forth, followed by some words in a foreign tongue, and with the sound a figure started from behind the curtain, a dwarfed, deformed woman, dressed in a loose robe of black, sprinkled with golden stars which gave forth a dull, fiery gleam in the mysterious light. One lean, yellow hand clutched the curtain of my bed. It glittered with jeweled rings. Long black hair fell in heavy masses from a golden circlet over the stunted form. I saw it all clearly as I now see the pen which writes these words and the hand which guides it. The face was turned from me, bent aside, as if greedily drinking in those astonished moans. I noted even the streaks of gray in the long tresses as I lay helpless in dumb, bewildered horror. "Again!" she said hoarsely, as the sounds died away into indistinct murmurs, and advancing a step, she tapped sharply with a crutch on the cedar wainscot. Then again, louder and more purposeful, rose the wild, beseeching voice. This time the words were English. "Mercy! Have mercy! Not on me, but on my child, my little one. She never harmed you. She is dying. She is dying here in darkness. Let me but see her face once more. Death is very near. Nothing can save her now. But grant one ray of light, and I will pray that you may be forgiven, if forgiveness there be for such as you." "What! You kneel at last? Kneel to Gerda, and kneel in vain? A ray of light? Not if you could pay for it in diamonds. You are mine. Shriek and call as you will, no other ears can hear. Die together! You are mine to torture as I will. Mine, mine, mine!" And again an awful laugh rang through the room. At the instant she turned. Oh, the face of malign horror that met my gaze! The green eyes flamed, and with something like a snarl of the savage beast she sprang toward me. That hideous face almost touched mine. The grasp of the skinny jeweled hand was all but on me. Then I suppose I fainted. For weeks I lay in brain fever, in mental horror and weariness so intent that even now I do not like to let my mind dwell on it. Even when the crisis was past, I was slow to rally. My mind was utterly unstrung. I lived in a world of shadows. And so winter wore by, and brought us to the fair spring morning, when at last I stood by Robert's side in the old church, a cold, passive, almost unwilling bride. I cared neither to refuse nor consent to anything that was suggested, so Robert and Archie decided for me, and I allowed them to do with me as they would, while I brooded silently and ceaselessly on the memory of that terrible night. To my husband I told all one morning in a sunny Bavarian valley, and my weak, frightened mind drew strength and peace from his. By degrees the haunting horror wore away, and when we came home for a happy reason nearly 2 years afterward, I was as strong and blithe as in my girlhood. I learned to believe that it had all been, not the cause, but the commencement of my fever. I was to be undeceived. Our little daughter had come to us in the time of roses, and now Christmas was with us, our first Christmas at home, and the house was full of guests. It was a delicious, old fashioned Yule, plenty of skating and outdoor fun, and no lack of brightness indoors. Toward the new year a heavy fall of snow set in, which kept us all prisoners, but even then the days flew merrily, and somebody suggested tableaux for the evenings. Robert was elected manager. There was a debate and selection of subjects, and then came the puzzle of where, at such short notice, we could procure the dresses required. My husband advised a raid on some mysterious oaken chests which he knew had been for years stowed away in the turret room. He remembered having, when a boy, seen the housekeeper inspecting them, and their contents had left a hazy impression of old stand alone brocades, gold tissues, sacks, hoops, and hoods, the very mention of which put us in a state of wild excitement. Mrs. Moultrie was summoned, looked duly horrified at the desecration of what to her were relics most sacred, but seeing it was inevitable, she marshalled the way, a protest in every rustle and fold of her stiff silk dress. "What a charming old place!" was the exclamation, with variations, as we entered the long oak joisted room, at the further end of which stood a goodly array of chests whose contents we coveted. Bristling with unspoken disapproval, poor Mrs. Moultrie unlocked one after another, and then asked permission to retire, leaving us unchecked to cry havoc. In a moment the floor was covered with piles of silks and velvets. "Meg," cried little Janet Crawford, dancing up to me, "isn't it good to live in an age of tulle and summer silks? Fancy being imprisoned for life in a fortress like this!" holding up a thick crimson and gold brocade, whaleboned and buck-rammed at all points. It was thrown aside, and she half lost herself in another chest, and was silent. Then, "Look, Major Fraudel, this is the very thing for you. A true astrologer's robe, all black velvet and golden stars. If it were but long enough, it just fits me." I turned and saw the pretty slight figure, the innocent girlish face dressed in the robe of black and gold, identical in shape, pattern, and material with what I too well remembered. With a wild cry I hid my face and cowered away. "Take it off! Oh, Janet! Robert, take it from her!" Everyone turned, wondering. In an instant my husband saw, and catching up the cause of my terror, flung it hastily into the chest again, and lowered the lid. Janet looked half offended, but the cloud passed in an instant when I kissed her, apologizing as well as I could. Rob laughed at both of us, and voted an adjournment to a warmer room, where we could have the chests brought to us to ransack at leisure. Before going down, Janet and I went into a small anteroom to examine some old pictures which leaned against the wall. "This is just the thing, Jenny, to frame the tableau," I said, pointing to an immense frame at least 12 feet square. "There is a picture in it," I added, pulling back the dusty folds of a heavy curtain which fell before it. "That can easily be removed," said my husband, who had followed us. With his assistance we drew the curtain quite away, and now in the waning light could just discern the figure of a girl in white against a dark background. Robert rang for a lamp, and when it came we turned with much curiosity to examine the painting, as to the subject of which we had been making odd merry guesses while we waited. The girl was young, almost childish, very lovely, but oh, how sad! Great tears stood in the innocent eyes and on the round young cheeks, and her hands were clasped tenderly around the arms of a man who was bending toward her. And did I dream? No, there in the hateful distinctness was the hideous woman of the cedar closet, the same in every distorted line, even the starred dress and golden circlet. The swarthy hues of the dress and the face at first caused us to overlook her. The same wicked eyes seemed to glare into mine. After one wild bound my heart seemed to stop its beating, and I knew no more. When I recovered from a long, deep swoon, great lassitude, immense nervous excitement followed. My illness broke up the party, and for months I was an invalid. When again Robert's love and patience had won me back to my old health and happiness, he told me all the truth, so far as it had been preserved in old records of the family. It was in the 16th century that the reigning lady of Dray Court was a weird, deformed woman whose stunted body, hideous face, and a temper which taught her to hate and vilify everything good and beautiful for the contrast offered to herself, made her universally feared and disliked. One talent only she possessed; it was for music, but so wild and strange were the strains she drew from the many instruments of which she was mistress, that the gift only intensified the dread with which she was regarded. Her father had died before her birth; her mother did not survive it. Near relatives she had none. She had lived her lonely, loveless life from youth to middle age. When a young girl came to court, no one knew more than that she was a poor relation. The dark woman seemed to look more kindly on this young cousin than on any one that had hitherto crossed her sombre path. And indeed, so great was the charm which Marian's goodness, beauty, and innocent gaiety exercised on everyone, that the servants ceased to marvel at her having gained the favor of their gloomy mistress. The girl seemed to feel a kind of wondering, pitying affection for the unhappy woman. She looked on her through an atmosphere created by her own sunny nature, and for a time all went well. When Marian had been at the court for a year, a foreign musician appeared on the scene. He was a Spaniard, and had been engaged by Lady Dray to build for her an organ said to be of fabulous power and sweetness. Through the long bright summer days he and his employer were shut up together in the music room, he busy in the construction of the wonderful instrument, she aiding and watching his work. These days were spent by Marian in various ways: pleasant idleness and pleasant work, long canters on her chestnut pony, dreamy mornings by the brook with a rod and a line, or in the village near, where she found a welcome everywhere. She played with the children, nursed the babies, helped the mothers in 1,000 pretty ways, gossiped with old people, brightening the day for everybody with whom she came in contact. Then in the evening she sat with Lady Dray and the Spaniard in the saloon, talking in that soft foreign tongue which they generally used. But this was but the music between the acts; the terrible drama was coming. The motive was of course the same as that of every life drama which has been played out from the old days when the curtain rose upon the garden scene of Paradise. Philip and Marian loved each other, and having told their happy secret to each other, they, as in duty bound, took it to their patroness. They found her in the music room. Whether the glimpses she had caught of a beautiful world from which she was shut out maddened her, or whether she, too, loved the foreigner, was never certainly known. But through the closed door passionate words were heard, and very soon Philip came out alone, and left the house without a farewell to any in it. When the servants did at last venture to enter, they found Marian lifeless on the floor, Lady Dray standing over her with crutch uplifted, and blood flowing from a wound in the girl's forehead. They carried her away and nursed her tenderly. Their mistress locked the door as they left, and all night remained alone in the darkness. The music which came out without pause on the still night air was weird and wicked beyond any strains which had ever before flowed even from beneath her fingers. It ceased with the morning light, and as the day wore on it was found that Marianne had fled during the night, and that Philip's organ had sounded its last strain. Lady Dray had shattered and silenced it forever. She never seemed to notice Marianne's absence, and no one dared to mention her name. Nothing was ever known certainly of her fate. It was supposed that she had joined her lover. Years passed, and with each Lady Dray's temper grew fiercer and more malevolent. She never quitted her room unless on the anniversary of that day and night, when the tapping of her crutch and high heeled shoes was heard for hours as she walked up and down the music room, which was never entered save for this yearly vigil. The 10th anniversary came round, and this time the vigil was not unshared. The servants distinctly heard the sound of a man's voice, mingling in earnest conversation with her shrill tones. They listened long, and at last one of the boldest ventured to look in, himself unseen. He saw a worn, travel stained man, dusty, footsore, poorly dressed. He still at once recognized the handsome, gay Philip of 10 years ago. He held in his arms a little sleeping girl. Her long curls, so like poor Marianne's, strayed over her shoulder. He seemed to be pleading in that strange musical tongue for the little one. For as he spoke he lifted, oh so tenderly, the cloak which partly concealed her, and showed the little face which he doubtless thought might plead for itself. The woman, with a furious gesture, raised her crutch to strike the child. He stepped quickly backward, stooped to kiss the little girl, then, without a word, turned to go. Lady Dray called on him to return with an imperious gesture, spoke a few words, to which he seemed to listen gratefully, and together they left the house by the window which opened on the terrace. The servants followed them, and found she led the way to the parsonage, which was at the time unoccupied. It was said that he was in some political danger as well as in deep poverty, and that she had hidden him here until she could help him to a better asylum. It was certain that for many nights she went to the parsonage and returned before dawn, thinking herself unseen. But one morning she did not come home. Her people consulted together. Her relenting toward Philip had made them feel more kindly toward her than ever before. They sought her at the parsonage, and found her lying across its threshold, dead, a vial clasped in her rigid fingers. There was no sign of the late presence of Philip and his child. It was believed that she had sped them on their way before she killed herself. They laid her in a suicide's grave. For more than 50 years after, the parsonage was shut up. Though it had been again inhabited, no one had ever been terrified by the spectre I had seen. Probably the cedar closet had never before been used as a bedroom. Robert decided on having the wing containing the haunted room pulled down and rebuilt, and in doing so the truth of my story gained a horrible confirmation. When the wainscot of the cedar room was removed, a recess was found in the massive old wall, and in this lay mouldering fragments of the skeletons of a man and child. There could be but one conclusion drawn. The wicked woman had imprisoned them under pretense of hiding and helping them, and once they were completely at her mercy, had come night after night with unimaginable cruelty to gloat over their agony, and, when that long anguish was ended her own odious life by a suicide's death. We could learn nothing of the mysterious painting. Philip was an artist, and it may have been his work. We had it destroyed, so that no record of the terrible story might remain. I have no more to add, save that, but for those dark days left by Lady Dray as a legacy of fear and horror, I should never have known so well the treasure I hold in the tender, unwearying, faithful love of my husband. Known the blessing that every sorrow carries in its heart, that every cloud that spreads above and veileth love itself is love. End of The Cedar Closet by Lafcadio Hearn.
The end of the party. by Graham Greene. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The End of the Party by Graham Greene. Peter Morton woke with a start to face the first light. Rain tapped against the glass. It was January the 5th. He looked across the table in which a nightlight had guttered into a pool of water at the other bed. Francis Morton was still asleep, and Peter lay down again with his eyes on his brother. It amused him to imagine it was himself whom he watched. The same hair, the same eyes, the same lips and line of cheek. But the thought passed, and the mind went back to the fact which lent the day importance. It was the 5th of January. He could hardly believe a year had passed since Miss Hen Falcon had given her last children's party. Francis turned suddenly upon his back and threw an arm across his face, blocking his mouth. Peter's heart began to beat fast, not with pleasure now, but with uneasiness. He sat up and called across the table, "Wake up!" Francis's shoulders shook, and he waved a clenched fist in the air, but his eyes remained closed. To Peter Morton the whole room seemed to darken, and he had the impression of a great bird swooping. He cried again, "Wake up!" And once more there was silver light and the touch of rain on windows. Francis rubbed his eyes. "Did you call out?" he asked. "You're having a bad dream," Peter said. Already experience had taught him how far their minds reflected each other. But he was the elder by a matter of minutes, and that brief extra interval of light, while his brother still struggled in pain and darkness, had given him self-reliance and an instinct of protection towards the other who was afraid of so many things. "I dreamed that I was dead," Francis said. "What was it like?" Peter asked. "I can't remember," Francis said. "You dreamed of a big bird?" "Did I?" The two lay silent in bed facing each other, the same green eyes, the same nose tilting at the tip, the same firm lips, and the same premature modelling of the chin. The 5th of January, Peter thought again, his mind drifting idly from the image of cakes to the prize which might be won, egg and spoon races, spearing apples in basins of water, blind man's buff. "I don't want to go," Francis said suddenly. "I suppose Joyce will be there. Mabel Warren, hateful to him, the thought of a party shared with those two. They were older than he. Joyce was 11 and Mabel Warren 13. The long pigtails swung superciliously to a masculine stride. Their sex humiliated him as they watched him fumble with his egg from under lowered, scornful lids. And last year he turned his face away from Peter, his cheeks scarlet. "What's the matter?" Peter asked. "Oh, nothing. I don't think I'm well. I've got a cold. I ought to not go to that party." Peter was puzzled. "But Francis, is it a bad cold?" "It will be a bad cold if I go to the party. Perhaps I shall die." "Then you must not go," Peter said, prepared to solve all difficulties with one plain sentence. And Francis let his nerves relax, ready to leave everything to Peter. But though he was grateful, he did not turn his face towards his brother. His cheek still bore the badge of a shameful memory of the game of hide-and-seek last year in the darkened house, and of how he had screamed when Mabel Warren put her hand suddenly upon his arm. He had not heard her coming. Girls were like that. Their shoes never squeaked. No boards whined under the thread. They slunk like cats on padded claws. When the nurse came in with hot water, Francis lay tranquil, leaving everything to Peter. Peter said, "Nurse, Francis has got a cold." The tall, starched woman laid the towels across the cans and said, without turning, "The washing won't be back till tomorrow. You must lend them some of your handkerchiefs." "But nurse," Peter asked, "hadn't he better stay in bed?" "We'll take him for a good walk this morning," the nurse said. "Wind will blow away the germs. Get up now, both of you," and she closed the door behind her. "I'm sorry," Peter said. "Why don't you just stay in bed? I'll tell Mother you felt too ill to get up." But rebellion against destiny was not in Francis's power. If he stayed in bed they would have come up and tapped his chest and put a thermometer in his mouth and look at his tongue, and they would discover he was malingering. It was true he felt ill, a sick, empty sensation in his stomach and a rapidly beating heart. But he knew the cause was only fear. Fear of the party. Fear of being made to hide by himself in the dark, uncompanioned by Peter, and with no night light to make a blessed breach. "No, I'll get up," he said. And then, with sudden desperation, "But I won't go to Mrs. Hen Falcon's party. I swear on the Bible I won't." Now surely all would be well, he thought. God would not allow him to break so solemn an oath. He would show him a way. There was all the morning before him and all the afternoon until 4 o'clock. No need to worry when the grass was still crisp with the early frost. Anything might happen. He might cut himself, or break his leg, or really catch a bad cold. God would manage somehow. He had such confidence in God that when at breakfast his mother said, "I hear you have a cold, Francis," he made light of it. "We should have heard more about it," his mother said with irony, "if there was not a party this evening," and Francis smiled, amazed and daunted by her ignorance of him. His happiness would have lasted longer if, out for a walk that morning, he had not met Joyce. He was alone with his nurse, for Peter had to leave to finish a rabbit hutch in the woodshed. If Peter had been there he would have cared less. The nurse was Peter's nurse also, but now it was as though she were employed only for his sake, because he could not be trusted to go for a walk alone. Joyce was only 2 years older, and she was by herself. She came striding towards them, pigtails flapping. She glanced scornfully at Francis and spoke with ostentation to the nurse. "Hello, nurse. Are you bringing Francis to the party this evening?" "Mabel and I are coming." And she was off again down the street in the direction of Mabel Warren's home, consciously alone and self-sufficient in the long empty road. "Such a nice girl," the nurse said, but Francis was silent, feeling again the jump of his heart, realizing how soon the hour of the party would arrive. God had done nothing for him, and the minutes flew. They flew too quickly to plan any evasion, or even to prepare his heart for the coming ordeal. Panic nearly overcame him when, all unready, he found himself standing on the doorstep with coat collar turned up against the cold wind, and nurse's electric torch making a short trail through the darkness. Behind him were the lights of the hall and the sound of a servant laying the table for dinner, which his mother and father would eat alone. He was nearly overcome by the desire to run back into the house and call out to his mother that he would not go to the party, that he dared not go. They could not make him go. He could almost hear himself saying those final words, breaking down forever the barrier of ignorance which saved his mind from his parents' knowledge. "I'm afraid of going. I won't go. I dare not go. They'll make me hide in the dark, and I'm afraid of the dark. I'll scream and scream and scream." He could see the expression of amazement in his mother's face, and then the cold confidence of a grown-up's retort. "Don't be silly. You must go. We've accepted Mrs. Hen Falcon's invitation." But they could not make him go, hesitating on the doorstep while the nurse's feet crunched across the frost-covered glass to the gate. He knew that. He would answer, "You can say I'm ill. I won't go. I'm afraid of the dark." And his mother, "Don't be silly. You know there's nothing to be afraid of in the dark." But he knew the falsity of that reasoning. He knew how they taught also that there was nothing to fear in death, and how fearfully they avoided the idea of it. But they could not make him go to the party. "I'll scream. I'll scream." "Francis, come along." He heard the nurse's voice across the dimly phosphorescent lawn, and saw the yellow circle of her torch wheel from tree to shrub. "I'm coming." He called with despair. He couldn't bring himself to lay bare his last secrets and reserve between his mother and himself, for there still was in the last resort a further appeal possible to Mrs. Hen Falcon. He comforted himself with that as he advanced steadily across the hall, very small, towards her enormous bulk. His heart beat unevenly, but he had control now over his voice as he said with meticulous accent, "Good evening, Mrs. Hen Falcon. It was very good of you to ask me to your party." With his strained face lifted towards the curve of her breasts and his polite speech set, He was like an old withered man. As a twin he was in many ways an only child. To address Peter was to speak to his own image in a mirror, an image a little altered by a flaw in the glass, so as to throw back less a likeness of what he was than of what he wished to be, what he would be without his unreasoning fear of darkness, footsteps of strangers, the flight of bats in dusk-filled gardens. "Sweet child," said Mrs Henne Falcon absent-mindedly, before, with a wave of her arms, as though the children were a flock of chickens, she whirled them into her programme of entertainments: egg and spoon races, three-legged races, the spearing of apples, games which held for Francis nothing worse than humiliation, and in frequent intervals, when nothing was required of him, and he could not stand alone in corners as far removed as possible from Mabel Warren's scornful gaze, he was able to plan how he might avoid the approaching terror of dark. He knew there was nothing to fear until after tea, and not until he was sitting down on a pool of yellow radiance cast by the 10 candles of Colin Henne Falcon's birthday cake did he become fully conscious of the imminence of what he feared. He heard Joyce's high voice down the table. "After tea we're going to play hide and seek in the dark." "Oh no," Peter said, watching Francis's troubled face. "Don't let's. We play that every year." "But it's in the programme," cried Mabel Warren. "I saw it myself. I looked over Mrs Henne Falcon's shoulder. 5 o'clock tea. 5:45 to 6:30. Hide and seek in the dark. It's all written down in the programme." Peter did not argue, for if hide and seek had been inserted in Mrs Henne Falcon's programme, nothing which she could say would avert it. He asked for another piece of birthday cake and sipped his tea slowly. Perhaps it might be possible to delay the game for a quarter of an hour, allow Francis at least a few extra minutes to form a plan. But even in that Peter failed, for children were already leaving the table in twos and threes. It was the third failure, and again he saw a great bird darken his brother's face with its wings, but he upbraided himself silently for his folly, and finished his cake, encouraged by the memory of that adult refrain, "There is nothing to fear in the dark." The last to leave the table, the brothers came together to the hall to meet the mustering and impatient eyes of Mrs Henne Falcon. "And now," she said, "we will play hide and seek in the dark." Peter watched his brother and saw the lips tighten. Francis, he knew, had feared this moment from the beginning of the party, had tried to meet it with courage, and had abandoned the attempt. He must have prayed for cunning to evade the game, which was now welcomed with cries of excitement by all the other children. "Oh, do let's. We must pick sides. Is any of the house out of the bounds? Where shall home be?" "I think," said Francis Morton, approaching Mrs Henne Falcon, his eyes focused unwaveringly on her exuberant breast, "it will be no use my playing. My nurse will be calling for me very soon." "Oh, but your nurse can wait," said Mrs Henne Falcon, while she clapped her hands together to summon to her side a few children who were already straying up the wide staircase to upper floors. "Your mother will never mind." That had been the limit of Francis's cunning. He had refused to believe that so well prepared an excuse could fail. All that he could say now, still in the precise tone which the other children hated, thinking it a symbol of conceit, was, "I think I had better not play." He stood motionless, retaining, though unafraid, unmoved features. But the knowledge of his terror, or the reflection of the terror itself, reached his brother's brain. For the moment Peter Morton could have cried aloud with the fear of bright lights going out, leaving him alone in an island of dark surrounded by the gentle lappings of strange footsteps. Then he remembered that the fear was not his own, but his brother's. He said impulsively to Mrs Henne Falcon, "Please, I don't think Francis should play. The dark makes him jump so." They were the wrong words. 6 children began to sing "Cowardly, Cowardly Custard," turning torturing faces with the vacancy of wide sunflowers towards Francis Morton. Without looking at his brother, Francis said, "Of course I'll play. I'm not afraid. I only thought—" But he was already forgotten by his human tormentors. The children scrambled round Mrs Henne Falcon, their shrill voices pecking at her with questions and suggestions. "Yes, anywhere in the house. We will turn out all the lights. Yes, you can hide in the cupboards. You must stay hidden as long as you can. There will be no home." Peter stood apart, ashamed of the clumsy manner in which he had tried to help his brother. Now he could feel creeping at the corners of his brain all Francis' resentment of his championing. Several children ran upstairs, and the lights on the top floor went out. Darkness came down like the wings of a bat and settled on the landing. Others began to put out the lights at the edge of the hall, till the children were all gathered in the central radiance of the chandelier, while the bats squatted round on hooded wings and waited for that to be extinguished. "You and Francis are on the hiding side," a tall girl said, and when the light was gone and the carpet wavered under his feet with the sibilance of footfalls, like small cold draughts creeping away into corners. "Where's Francis?" he wondered. "If I join him he'll be less frightened of all these sounds." These sounds were the casing of silence, the squeak of a loose board, the cautious closing of a cupboard door, the whine of a finger drawn along polished wood. Peter stood in the center of the dark deserted floor, not listening, but waiting for the idea of his brother's whereabouts to enter his brain. But Francis, crouched with fingers on his ears, eyes uselessly closed, mind numbed against impressions, and only a sense of strain could cross the gap of dark. Then a voice called, "Coming!" and as though his brother's self-possession had been shattered by the sudden cry, Peter Morton jumped with his fear. But it was not his own fear. What in his brother was a burning panic was in him an altruistic emotion that left the reason unimpaired. Where, if I were Francis, should I hide? And because he was, if not Francis himself, at least a mirror to him, the answer was immediate. Between the oak bookcase on the left of the study door and the leather settee. Between the twins there could be no jargon or telepathy. They had been together in the womb, and they could not be parted. Peter Morton tiptoed towards Francis's hiding place. Occasionally a board rattled, and because he feared to be caught by one of the soft questers through the dark, he bent and untied his laces. A tag struck the floor, and the metallic sound set a host of cautious feet moving in his direction. But by that time he was in his stockings, and would have laughed inwardly at the pursuit, had not the noise of someone stumbling on his abandoned shoes made his heart tip. No more boards revealed Peter Morton's progress. On stockinged feet he moved silently and unerringly towards his object. Instinct told him he was near the wall, and extending a hand he laid the fingers across his brother's face. Francis did not cry out, but the leap of his own heart revealed to Peter a proportion of Francis's terror. "It's all right," he whispered, feeling down the squatting figure until he captured a clenched hand. "It's only me. I'll stay with you." And grasping the other tightly, he listened to the cascade of whispers his utterance had caused to fall. A hand touched the bookcase close to Peter's head, and he was aware of how Francis's fear continued in spite of his presence. It was less intense, more bearable, he hoped, but it remained. He knew that it was his brother's fear and not his own that he experienced. The dark to him was only an absence of light, the groping hand that of a familiar child. Patiently he waited to be found. He did not speak again, for between Francis and himself was the most intimate communion. By way of joined hands, thought could flow more swiftly than lips could shape themselves round words. He could experience the whole progress of his brother's emotion, from the leap of panic at the unexpected contact to the steady pulse of fear, which now went on and on with the regularity of a heartbeat. Peter Morton thought with intensity. "I'm here. You need not be afraid. The lights will go on again soon. That rustle, that movement is nothing to fear. Only Joyce, only Mabel Warren." He bombarded the drooping form with thoughts of safety, but he was conscious that the fear continued. "They're beginning to whisper together. They're tired of looking for us. The lights will go on. We shall have won. Don't be afraid. That was someone on the stairs. I believe it's Mrs. Hen Falcon. Listen. They're feeling for the lights." Feet moving on a carpet, hands brushing a wall, a curtain pulled apart, a clicking handle, the opening of a cupboard door, In the case above their heads a loose book shifted under a touch. Only Joyce, only Mabel Warren, only Mrs Henne Falcon, a crescendo of reassuring thought before the chandelier burst, like a fruit tree, into bloom. The voice of the children rose shrilly into the radiance. "Where's Peter? Have you looked upstairs? Where's Frances?" But they were silenced again by Mrs Henne Falcon's scream. But she was not the first to notice Francis Morton's stillness, where he had collapsed against the wall at the touch of his brother's hand. Peter continued to hold the clenched fingers in an arid and puzzled grief. It was not merely that his brother was dead. His brain, too young to realize the full paradox, wondered with an obscure self-pity why it was that the pulse of his brother's fear went on and on when Francis was now where he had always been told there was no more terror and no more darkness. The end of the party.
A Glass of Beer by James Stephens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was now his custom to sit there. The world has its habits. Why should a man not have his? The earth rolls out of light and into darkness as punctually as a businessman goes to and from his office. The seasons come with the regularity of automata and go as if they were pushed by an ejector. So night after night he strolled from the Place de l'Observatoire to the Font Saint-Michel, and on the return journey sat down at the same café, at the same table if he could manage it, and ordered the same drink. So regular had his attendance become that the waiter would suggest the order before it was spoken. He did not drink beer because he liked it, but only because it was not a difficult thing to ask for. Always he had been easily discouraged, and he distrusted his French almost as much as other people had reason to. The only time he had varied the order was to request un vin blanc gourmet, but on that occasion he had been served with a postage stamp for 25 centimes, and he still wondered when he remembered it. He liked to think of his first French conversation. He wanted something to read in English, but was timid of asking for it. He walked past all the newspaper kiosks on the boulevard, anxiously scanning the vendors inside. They were usually very stalwart, very competent females, who looked as though they had outgrown their sins, but remembered them with pleasure. They had the dully polished, slightly battered look of a modern antique. The words of Monsieur, Madame rang from them as from bells. They were very alert, sitting as it were on tiptoe, and their eyes hit one as one approached. They were like spiders squatting in their little houses, waiting for their daily flies. He found one who looked jolly and harmless, sympathetic indeed, and to her with a flourished hat he approached. Said he, "Donnez-moi, madame, s'il vous plaît, le Daily Mail." At the second repetition the good lady smiled at him, a smile compounded of benevolence and comprehension, and instantly with a "V'la, monsieur," she handed him the New York Herald. They had saluted each other, and he marched down the road in delight, with his first purchase under his arm and his first foreign conversation accomplished. At that time everything had delighted him. The wide, well-lighted boulevard, the concierges knitting in their immense doorways, each looking like a replica of the other, each seeming sister to a kiosk-keeper or a cat. The exactly courteous speech of the people and their not quite so rigorously courteous manners pleased him. He listened to the voluble men who went by, speaking in a haste so breathless that he marvelled how the prepositions and conjunctions stuck to their duty in so swirling an ocean of chatter. There was a big black dog with a mottled head who lay nightly on the pavement opposite the Square de l'Observatoire. At intervals He raised his lean skull from the ground and composed a low lament to an absent friend. His grief was respected. The folk who passed stepped sidewards for him, and he took no heed of their passage, a lonely, introspective dog to whom a caress or a bone were equally childish things. "Let me alone," he seemed to say. "I have my grief, and it is company enough." There was the very superior cat, who sat on every window ledge, winking at life. For in France all cats are masculine by order of philology. He did not care a rap for man or dog, but he liked women and permitted them to observe him. There was the man who insinuated himself between the tables at the café, holding out postcard representations of the Pantheon, the Louvre, Notre Dame, and other places. From beneath these cards his dexterous little finger would suddenly flip others. One saw a hurried leg, an arm that shone and vanished, a bosom that fled shyly again, an audacious swan, a Leda who was thoroughly enjoying herself and had never heard of virtue. His looks suggested that he thought better of one than to suppose that one was not interested in the nude. "Monsieur," he seemed to say with his fixed brown eyes regard, "this is indeed a leg, an authentic leg, not disguised by even the littlest of stockings. It is arranged precisely as Monsieur would desire it." His sorrow as he went away was dignified with regret for an inartistic gentleman. One was en garçon, and yet one would not look at one's postcards. One had better then cease to be an artist and take to peddling onions and asparagus as the vulgar do. It was all a long time ago, and now somehow the savour had departed from these things. Perhaps he had seen them too often. Perhaps a kind of public surreptitiousness, a quite open furtiveness, had troubled him. Maybe he was not well. He sat at his café 3/4 down the boulevard, and before him a multitude of grotesque beings were pacing as he sipped his bock. Good manners decreed that he should not stare too steadfastly, and he was one who obeyed these delicate dictations. Alas, he was one who obeyed all dictations. For him authority wore a halo, and many sins which his heyday ought to have committed had been left undone only because they were not sanctioned by immediate social usage. He was often saddened when he thought of the things he had not done. It was the only sadness to which he had access, because the evil things which he had committed were of so tepid and hygienic a character that they could not be mourned for without hypocrisy, and now that he was released from all privileged restraints and overlookings and could do whatever he wished, he had no wish to do anything. His wife had been dead for over a year. He had hungered, he had prayed for her death. He had hated that woman, and for how many years, with a kind of masked ferocity. How often he had been tempted to kill her or to kill himself. How often he had dreamed that she had run away from him, or that he had run away from her. He had invented Russian princes and music-hall stars and American billionaires with whom she could adequately elope, and he had both loved and loathed the prospect. What unending slow quarrels they had together! How her voice had droned pitilessly on his ears! She in one room, he in another, and through the open door there rolled that unending recitation of woes and reproaches, an interminable catalogue of nothings, while he sat dumb as a fish, with a mind that smouldered or blazed. He had stood unseen with a hammer, a poker, a razor in his hand, on tiptoe to do it. A movement, a rush, one silent rush, and it was done. He had revelled in her murder. He had caressed it, rehearsed it, relished it, had jerked her head back and hacked and listened to her entreaties bubbling through blood. And then she died. When he stood by her bed he had wished to taunt her, But he could not do it. He read in her eyes, "I am dying, and in a little time I shall have vanished like dust in the wind, and you will still be here, and you will never see me again." He wished to ratify that, to assure her that it was actually so, to say that he would come home on the morrow night and she would not be there, and that he would return home every night and she would never be there. But he could not say it. Somehow the words, although he desired them, would not come. His arm went to her neck and settled there. His hand caressed her hair, her cheek. He kissed her eyes, her lips, her languid hands, and the words that came were only an infantile babble of regrets and apologies, assurances that he did love her, that he had never loved anyone before and never would love anyone again. Everyone who passed looked into the café where he sat. Everyone who passed looked at him. There were men with sallow faces and wide black hats. Some had hair that flapped about them in the wind, and from their locks one gathered with some distaste the spices of Araby. Some had cravats that fluttered and fell and rose again like banners in a storm. There were men with severe, spade-shaped, most responsible-looking beards, and quizzical little eyes which gave the lie to their hairy sedateness, eyes which had spent long years in looking sidewards as a woman passed. There were men of every stage of foppishness, men who had spent so much time on their moustaches that they had only a little left for their finger-nails, but their moustaches exonerated them. Others who were coated to happiness, trousered to grotesqueness, and booted to misery. He thought, in this city the men wear their own coats, but they all wear someone else's trousers, and their boots are syndicated. He saw no person who was half intent. They were all deeply conscious, not of themselves, but of each other. They were all looking at each other. They were all looking at him, and he returned the severe or humorous or appraising gaze of each with a look nicely proportioned to the passer, giving back exactly what was given to him and no more. He did not stare, for nobody stared. He just looked and looked away, and was as mannerly as was required. A negro went by arm in arm with a girl who was so sallow that she was only white by courtesy. He was a bulky man, and as he bent greedily over his companion it was evident that to him she was whiter than the snow of a single night. Women went past in multitudes, and he knew the appearance of them all. How many times he had watched them or their duplicates striding and mincing and bounding by, each moving like an animated note of interrogation. They were long and medium and short. There were women of a thinness beyond comparison, sheathed in skirts as featly as a rapier in a scabbard. There were women of a monumental, a mighty fatness, who billowed and rolled in multitudinous stormy garments. There were slow eyes that drooped on one heavily as a hand, and quick ones that stabbed and withdrew, and glanced again appealingly, and slid away cursing. There were some who lounged with a false sedateness, and some who fluttered in an equally false timidity. Some wore velvet shoes without heels. Some had shoes the heels whereof were of such inordinate length that the wearers looked as though they were perched on stilts and would topple to perdition if their skill failed them for an instant. They passed, and they looked at him, and from each, after the due regard, he looked away to the next in interminable procession. There were faces also to be looked at, round chubby faces, wherefrom the eyes of oxen stared in slow involved rumination. Long faces that were keener than hatchets and as cruel. Faces that pretended to be scornful and were only piteous. Faces contrived to ape a temperament other than their own. Raddled faces with heavy eyes and rouged lips. Ragged lips that had been chewed by every mad dog in the world. What lips there were everywhere! bright scarlet splashes in dead white faces, thin red gashes that suggested rat traps instead of kisses, bulbous flabby lips that would wobble and shiver if attention failed them, lips of a horrid fascination that one looked at and hated and ran to. Looking at him slyly or boldly, they passed along, and after a while, and repassed him, and turned again in promenade. He had a sickness of them all. There had been a time when these were among the things he had mourned for not having done, but that time was long past. He guessed at their pleasures, and knew them to be without salt. Life, said he, is as unpleasant as a plate of cold porridge. Somehow the world was growing empty for him. He wondered, was he outgrowing his illusions or his appetites, or both? The things in which other men took such interest were drifting beyond him, and, for it seemed that the law of compensation can fail, nothing was drifting towards him in recompense. He foresaw himself as a box with nothing beside it, and he thought, it is not through love or fear or distress that men commit suicide. It is because they have become empty. Both the gods and the devils have deserted them, and they can no longer support that solemn stagnation. He marvelled to see with what activity men and women played the most savourless of games. With what zest of pursuit they tracked what petty interests. He saw them as ants scurrying with scrapes of straw, or apes that pick up and drop and pick again, and he marvelled from what fount they renewed themselves, or with what charms they exorcised the demons of satiety. On this night life did not seem worth while. The taste had gone from his mouth. His bock was water vilely coloured, his cigarette was a hot stench. And yet a full moon was peeping in the trees along the path, and not far away where the countryside bowed in silver quietude, the rivers ran through undistinguishable fields, chanting their lonely songs. The seas leaped and withdrew, and called again to the stars, and gathered in ecstasy, and roared skywards, and the trees did not rob each other more than was absolutely necessary. The men and women were all hidden away, sleeping in their cells where the moon could not see them, nor the clean wind, nor the stars. They were sundered for a little while from their eternal arithmetic. The grasping hands were lying as quietly as the paws of a sleeping dog. Those eyes held no further speculation than the eyes of an ox who lies down. The tongues that had lied all day and been treacherous and obscene and respectful by easy turn said nothing more, and he thought it was very good that they were all hidden, and that for a little time the world might swing darkly with the moon in its own wide circle and its silence. He paid for his bock, gave the waiter a tip, touched his hat to a lady by sex and a gentleman by clothing, and strolled back to his room that was little, his candle that was 3/4 consumed, and his picture, which might be admired when he was dead, but which he would never be praised for painting, and, after sticking his foot through the canvas, he tugged himself to bed, agreeing to commence the following morning just as he had the previous one, and the one before that, and the one before that again. End of A Glass of Beer by James Stephens.
The Hoard of the Gibelins by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Hoard of the Gibelins by Lord Dunsany. The Gibelins eat, as is well known, nothing less good than man. Their evil tower is joined to terra cognita, to the lands we know, by a bridge. Their hoard is beyond reason. Avarice has no use for it. They have a separate cellar for emeralds and a separate cellar for sapphires. They have filled a hole with gold and dig it up when they need it. And the only use that is known for their ridiculous wealth is to attract to their larder a continual supply of food. In times of famine they have even been known to scatter rubies abroad, a little trail of them to some city of man, and sure enough their larders would soon be full again. Their tower stands on the other side of that river known to Homer, Ho Rus Okeanos, as he called it, which surrounds the world. And where the river is narrow and fordable, the tower was built by the Gibbelins' glutinous sires, for they liked to see burglars rowing easily to their steps. Some nourishment that common soil has not, the huge trees drain there with their colossal roots from both banks of the river. There the Gibbelins lived, and discreditably fed. Alderic, Knight of the Order of the City and the Assault, hereditary guardian of the king's peace of mind, a man not unremembered among makers of myth, pondered so long upon the Gibbelins' hoard that by now he deemed it his. Alas, that I should say of so perilous a venture, undertaken at dead of night by a valorous man, that its motive was sheer avarice. Yet upon avarice only the Gibbelins relied to keep their larders full, and once in every 100 years sent spies into the cities of men to see how avarice did, and always the spies returned again to the tower, saying that all was well. It may be thought that, as the years went on, and men came by fearful ends on that tower's wall, fewer and fewer would come to the Gibbelins' table, but the Gibbelins found otherwise. Not in the folly and frivolity of his youth did Alderic come to the tower, but he studied carefully for several years the manner in which burglars met their doom when they went in search of the treasure that he considered his. In every case they had entered by the door. He consulted those who gave advice on this quest. He noted every detail and cheerfully paid their fees, and determined to do nothing that they advised. For what were their clients now? No more than examples of the savory art, and mere half-forgotten memories of a meal, and many, perhaps, no longer even that. These were the requisites for the quest that these men used to advise: a horse, a boat, mail armor, and at least 3 men-at-arms. Some said, "Blow the horn at the tower door." Others said, "Do not touch it." Alderic thus decided. He would take no horse down to the river's edge, he would not row along it in a boat, and he would go alone, and by way of the forest unpassable. How pass, you may say, the unpassable? This was his plan. There was a dragon he knew of who, if peasants' prayers are heeded, deserved to die, not alone because of the number of maidens he cruelly slew, but because he was bad for the crops. He ravaged the very land and was the bane of a dukedom. Now Alderic determined to go up against him. So he took horse and spear and pricked till he met the dragon, and the dragon came out against him breathing bitter smoke. And to him Alderic shouted, "Hath foul dragon ever slain true knight?" And well the dragon knew that this had never been, and he hung his head and was silent, for he was glutted with blood. "Then," said the knight, "if thou wouldst ever taste maiden's blood again, thou shalt be my trusty steed, and if not, by this spear there shall befall thee all that the troubadours tell of the dooms of thy breed." And the dragon did not open his ravening mouth, nor rush upon the knight, breathing out fire. For well he knew the fate of those that did these things, but he consented to the terms imposed, and swore to the knight to become his trusty steed. It was on a saddle upon this dragon's back that Alderic afterwards sailed above the impassable forest, even above the tops of those measureless trees, children of wonder. But first he pondered that subtle plan of his which was more profound than merely to avoid all that had been done before, and he commanded a blacksmith, and the blacksmith made him a pickaxe. Now there was great rejoicing at the rumor of Alaric's quest, for all folk knew that he was a cautious man, and they deemed that he would succeed and enrich the world, and they rubbed their hands in the cities at the thought of largesse. And there was joy among all men in Alderic's country, except perchance among the lenders of money, who feared they would soon be paid. And there was rejoicing also, because men hoped that when the Gibbelins were robbed of their hoard, they would shatter their high-built bridge, and break the golden chains that bound them to the world, and drift back, they and their tower, to the moon, from which they had come and to which they rightly belonged. There was little love for the Gibbelins, although all men envied their hoard. So they all cheered, that day when he mounted his dragon, as though he was already a conqueror, and what pleased them more than the good that they hoped he would do to the world was that he scattered gold as he rode away. For he would not need it, he said, if he found the Gibbelins' hoard, and he would not need it more if he smoked on the Gibbelins' table. When they heard that he had rejected the advice of those that gave it, some said the knight was mad, and others said he was greater than those that gave the advice, but none appreciated the worth of his plan. He reasoned thus: for centuries men had been well advised and had gone by the cleverest way, while the Gibbelins came to expect them to come by boat, and to look for them at the door whenever their larder was empty, even as a man looketh for a snipe in a marsh. But how, said Alderic, if a snipe should sit in the top of a tree, and would men find him there? Assuredly never. So Alderic decided to swim the river and not to go by the door, but to pick his way into the tower through the stone. Moreover, it was in his mind to work below the level of the ocean, the river, as Homer knew, that girdles the world, so that as soon as he made a hole in the wall the water should pour in, confounding the Gibbelins and flooding the cellars, rumored to be 20 feet in depth, and therein he would dive for emeralds as a diver dives for pearls. And on the day that I tell of, he galloped away from his home, scattering largesse of gold, as I have said, and passed through many kingdoms, the dragon snapping at maidens as he went, but being unable to eat them because of the bit in his mouth, and earning no gentler reward than a spur thrust where he was softest. And so they came to the swart arboreal precipice of the unpassable forest. The dragon rose at it with a rattle of wings. Many a farmer near the edge of the worlds saw him up there where yet the twilight lingered, a faint, black, wavering line, and, mistaking him for a row of geese going inland from the ocean, went into their houses cheerfully rubbing their hands and saying that winter was coming, and that we should soon have snow. Soon even there the twilight faded away, and when they descended at the edge of the world it was night, and the moon was shining. Ocean, the ancient river, narrow and shallow there, flowed by and made no murmur. Whether the Gibbelins banqueted or whether they watched by the door, they also made no murmur. And Alderic dismounted and took his armor off, and saying one prayer to his lady, swam with his pickaxe. He did not part from his sword, for fear that he meet with a Gibbelin. Landed the other side, he began to work at once, and all went well with him. Nothing put out its head from any window, and all were lighted so that nothing within could see him in the dark. The blows of his pickaxe were dulled in the deep walls. All night he worked, no sound came to molest him, and at dawn the last rock swerved and tumbled inwards, and the river poured in after. Then Alderic took a stone, and went to the bottom step, and hurled the stone at the door. He heard the echoes roll into the tower. Then he ran back and dived through the hole in the wall. He was in the emerald cellar. There was no light in the lofty vault above him, but, diving through 20 feet of water, he felt the floor all rough with emeralds, and open coffers full of them. By a faint ray of the moon he saw that the water was green with them, and easily filling a satchel, he rose again to the surface, and there were the Gibbelins waist-deep in the water, with torches in their hands, and, without saying a word, or even smiling, they neatly hanged him on the outer wall, and the tale is one of those that have not a happy ending. End of the tale.
A Hunger Artist by Franz Kafka. Translated by Ian Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. In the last decades, interest in hunger artists has declined considerably. Whereas in earlier days there was good money to be earned putting on major productions of this sort under one's own management, nowadays that is totally impossible. Those were different times. Back then the hunger artist captured the attention of the entire city. From day to day, while the fasting lasted, participation increased. Everyone wanted to see the hunger artist at least daily. During the final days, there were people with subscription tickets who sat all day in front of the small barred cage. And there were even viewing hours at night, their impact heightened by torchlight. On fine days, the cage was dragged out into the open air, and then the hunger artist was put on display particularly for the children. While for grown-ups, the hunger artist was often merely a joke, something they participated in because it was fashionable. The children looked on amazed, their mouths open, holding each other's hands for safety, as he sat there on scattered straw, spurning a chair, in black tights, looking pale, with his ribs sticking out prominently, sometimes nodding politely, answering questions with a forced smile, even sticking his arm out through the bars to let people feel how emaciated he was. But then, completely sinking back into himself, so that he paid no attention to anything, not even to what was so important to him, the striking of the clock, which was the single furnishing in the cage. Merely looking out in front of him with his eyes almost shut, and now and then sipping from a tiny glass of water to moisten his lips. Apart from the changing groups of spectators, there were also constant observers chosen by the public. Strangely enough, they were usually butchers, who, always 3 at a time, were given the task of observing the hunger artist day and night, so that he didn't get something to eat in some secret manner. It was, however, merely a formality, introduced to reassure the masses, for those who understood knew well enough that during the period of fasting the hunger artist would never, under any circumstances, have eaten the slightest thing, not even if compelled by force. The honour of his art forbade it. Naturally, none of the watchers understood that. Sometimes there were nightly groups of watchers who carried out their vigil very laxly, deliberately sitting together in a distant corner and putting all their attention into playing cards there, clearly intending to allow the hunger artist a small refreshment, which, according to their way of thinking, he could get from some secret supplies. Nothing was more excruciating to the hunger artist than such watchers. They depressed him. They made his fasting terribly difficult. Sometimes he overcame his weakness and sang during the time they were observing, for as long as he could keep it up, to show people how unjust their suspicions about him were. But that was little help, for then they just wondered among themselves about his skill at being able to eat even while singing. He much preferred the observers who sat down right against the bars, and, not satisfied with the dim backlighting of the room, illuminated him with electric flashlights. The glaring light didn't bother him in the slightest. Generally he couldn't sleep at all, and he could always doze under any lighting and at any hour, even in an overcrowded, noisy auditorium. With such observers, he was very happily prepared to spend the entire night without sleeping. He was very pleased to joke with them, to recount stories from his nomadic life, and then, in turn, to listen to their stories, doing everything just to keep them awake, so that he could keep showing them once again that he had nothing to eat in his cage, and that he was fasting as none of them could. He was happiest, however, when morning came, and a lavish breakfast was brought for them at his own expense, on which they hurled themselves with the appetite of healthy men after a hard night's work without sleep. True, there were still people who wanted to see in this breakfast an unfair means of influencing the observers, but that was going too far, and if they were asked whether they wanted to undertake the observers' night shift for its own sake, without the breakfast, they excused themselves. But none the less they stood by their suspicions. However, it was, in general, part of fasting that these doubts were inextricably associated with it. For, in fact, no one was in a position to spend time watching the hunger artist every day and night, so no one could know, on the basis of his own observation, whether this was a case of truly uninterrupted, flawless fasting. The hunger artist himself was the only one who could know that, and, at the same time, the only spectator capable of being completely satisfied with his own fasting. But the reason he was never satisfied was something different. Perhaps it was not fasting at all which made him so very emaciated that many people, to their own regret, had to stay away from his performance because they couldn't bear to look at him. For he was also so skeletal, out of dissatisfaction with himself, because he alone knew something that even initiates didn't know, how easy it was to fast. It was the easiest thing in the world. About this he did not remain silent, but people did not believe him. At best they thought he was being modest. Most of them, however, believed he was a publicity seeker or a total swindler, for whom, at all events, fasting was easy because he understood how to make it easy, and then had the nerve to half admit it. He had to accept all that. Over the years he had become accustomed to it. But this dissatisfaction kept gnawing at his insides all the time, and never yet, and this one had to say to his credit, had he left the cage of his own free will after any period of fasting. The impresario had set the maximum length of time for the fast at 40 days. He would never allow the fasting to go on beyond that point, not even in the cosmopolitan cities. And in fact he had a good reason. Experience had shown that for about 40 days one could increasingly whip up a city's interest by gradually increasing advertising, but that then the people turned away. One could demonstrate a significant decline in popularity. In this respect there were, of course, small differences among towns and among different countries, but as a rule it was true that 40 days was the maximum length of time. So then, on the 40th day, the door of the cage, which was covered with flowers, was opened. An enthusiastic audience filled the amphitheatre. A military band played. 2 doctors entered the cage in order to take the necessary measurements of the hunger artist. The results were announced to the auditorium through a megaphone, and finally 2 young ladies arrived, happy about the fact that they were the ones who had just been selected by lot, seeking to lead the hunger artist down a couple of steps out of the cage, where on a small table a carefully chosen hospital meal was laid out. And at this moment the hunger artist always fought back. Of course, he still freely laid his bony arms in the helpful outstretched hands of the ladies bending over him, but he did not want to stand up. Why stop right now after 40 days? He could have kept going for even longer, for an unlimited length of time. Why stop right now, when he was in his best form, indeed, not yet even in his best fasting form? Why did people want to rob him of the fame of fasting longer, not just so that he could become the greatest hunger artist of all time, which he probably was already, but also so that he could surpass himself in some unimaginable way, for he felt there were no limits to his capacity for fasting? Why did this crowd, which pretended to admire him so much, have so little patience with him? If he kept going, and kept fasting longer, why would they not tolerate it? Then, too, he was tired, and felt good sitting in the straw. Now he was supposed to stand up straight and tall, and go to eat, something which, when he just imagined it, made him feel nauseous right away. With great difficulty he repressed mentioning this, only out of consideration for the women. And he looked up into the eyes of these women, apparently so friendly, but in reality so cruel, and shook his excessively heavy head on his feeble neck. But then happened what always happened. The impresario came, and in silence, the music made talking impossible, raised his arms over the hunger artist, as if inviting heaven to look upon its work here on the straw, this unfortunate martyr, something the hunger artist certainly was, only in a completely different sense, then grabbed the hunger artist around his thin waist, in the process wanting with his exaggerated caution to make people believe that here he had to deal with something fragile, and handed him over, not without secretly shaking him a little, so that the hunger artist's legs and upper body swung back and forth uncontrollably, to the women, who had, in the meantime, turned as pale as death. At this point the hunger artist endured everything. His head lay on his chest. It was as if it had inexplicably rolled around and just stopped there. His body was arched back. His legs, in an impulse of self-preservation, pressed themselves together at the knees, but scraped the ground, as if they were not really on the floor, but were looking for the real ground. And the entire weight of his body, admittedly very small, lay against one of the women, who appealed for help with flustered breath, for she had not imagined her post of honour would be like this, and then stretched her neck as far as possible to keep her face from the least contact with the hunger artist. But then, when she couldn't manage this, and her more fortunate companion didn't come to her assistance, but trembled and remained content to hold in front of her the hunger artist's hand, that small bundle of knuckles, she broke into tears, to the delighted laughter of the auditorium, and had to be relieved by an attendant who had been standing ready for some time. Then came the meal. The impresario put a little food into the mouth of the hunger artist, now half unconscious, as if fainting, and kept up a cheerful patter, designed to divert attention away from the hunger artist's condition. Then a toast was proposed to the public, which was supposedly whispered to the impresario by the hunger artist. The orchestra confirmed everything with a great fanfare. People dispersed, and no one had the right to be dissatisfied with the event. No one except the hunger artist. He was always the only one. He lived this way, taking small, regular breaks, for many years, apparently in the spotlight, honoured by the world. But for all that his mood was usually gloomy, and it kept growing gloomier all the time, because no one understood how to take him seriously. But how was he to find consolation? What was there left for him to wish for? And if a good-natured man, who felt sorry for him, ever wanted to explain to him that his sadness probably came from his fasting, then it could happen that the hunger artist responded with an outburst of rage, and began to shake the bars like an animal, frightening everyone. But the impresario had a way of punishing moments like this, something he was happy to use. He would make an apology for the hunger artist to the assembled public, conceding that the irritability had been provoked only by his fasting, something quite intelligible to well-fed people, and capable of excusing the behaviour of the hunger artist without further explanation. From there he would move on to speak about the equally hard-to-understand claim of the hunger artist that he could go on fasting for much longer than he was doing. He would praise the lofty striving, the good will, and the great self-denial no doubt contained in this claim, but then would try to contradict it simply by producing photographs, which were also on sale. For in the pictures one could see the hunger artist on the 40th day of his fast, in bed, almost dead from exhaustion. Although the hunger artist was very familiar with this perversion of the truth, it always strained his nerves again and was too much for him. What was a result of the premature ending of the fast, people were now proposing as its cause. It was impossible to fight against this lack of understanding, against this world of misunderstanding. In good faith, he always listened eagerly to the impresario at the bars of his cage, but each time, once the photographs came out, he would let go of the bars, and, with a sigh, sink back into the straw, and a reassured public could come up again and view him. When those who had witnessed such scenes thought back on them a few years later, often they were unable to understand themselves, for in the meantime that change mentioned above had set in. It happened almost immediately. There may have been more profound reasons for it, but who bothered to discover what they were? At any rate, one day the pampered hunger artist saw himself abandoned by the crowd of pleasure-seekers who preferred the stream to other attractions. The impresario chased around half of Europe one more time with him, to see whether he could still rediscover the old interest here and there. It was all futile. It was as if a secret agreement against the fasting performances had developed everywhere. Naturally, it couldn't really have happened all at once, and people later remembered some things which in the days of intoxicating success they hadn't paid sufficient attention to, some inadequately suppressed indications, but now it was too late to do anything to counter them. Of course, it was certain that the popularity of fasting would return once more some day, but for those now alive that was no consolation. What was the hunger artist to do now? A man whom thousands of people had cheered on could not display himself in show booths at small fun fairs. The hunger artist was not only too old to take up a different profession, but was fanatically devoted to fasting more than anything else. So he said farewell to the impresario, an incomparable companion on his life's road, and let himself be hired by a large circus. In order to spare his own feelings, he didn't even look at the terms of his contract at all. A large circus, with its huge number of men, animals, and gimmicks, which are constantly being let go and replenished, can use anyone at any time, even a hunger artist, provided, of course, his demands are modest. Moreover, in this particular case, it was not only the hunger artist himself who was engaged, but also his old and famous name. In fact, given the characteristic nature of his art, which was not diminished by his advancing age, one could never claim that a worn-out artist, who no longer stood at the pinnacle of his ability, wanted to escape to a quiet position in the circus. On the contrary, the hunger artist declared that he could fast just as well as in earlier times, something that was entirely credible. Indeed, he even affirmed that if people would let him do what he wanted, and he was promised this without further ado, he would really now legitimately amaze the world for the first time, an assertion which, however, given the mood of the time, which the hunger artist in his enthusiasm easily overlooked, only brought smiles from the experts. However, basically, the hunger artist had not forgotten his sense of the way things really were, and he took it as self-evident that people would not set him and his cage up as the star attraction somewhere in the middle of the arena, but would move him outside in some other readily accessible spot near the animal stalls. Huge, brightly painted signs surrounded the cage and announced what there was to look at there. During the intervals in the main performance, when the general public pushed out towards the menagerie in order to see the animals, they could hardly avoid moving past the hunger artist and stopping there a moment. They would perhaps have remained with him longer, if those pushing up behind them in the narrow passage-way, who did not understand this pause on the way to the animal stalls they wanted to see, had not made a longer, peaceful observation impossible. This was also the reason why the hunger artist began to tremble at these visiting hours, which he naturally used to long for as the main purpose of his life. In the early days he could hardly wait for the pauses in the performances. He had looked forward with delight to the crowd pouring around him, until he became convinced only too quickly, and even the most stubborn, almost deliberate self-deception could not hold out against the experience, that, judging by their intentions, most of these people were, again and again without exception, only visiting the menagerie. And this view from a distance still remained his most beautiful moment. For when they had come right up to him, he immediately got an earful from the shouting of the two steadily increasing groups, the ones who wanted to take their time looking at the hunger artist, not with any understanding, but on a whim, or from mere defiance. For him these ones were soon the more painful. And a second group of people, whose only demand was to go straight to the animal stalls. Once the large crowds had passed, the late-comers would arrive, and although there was nothing preventing these people any more from sticking around for as long as they wanted, they rushed past with long strides, almost without a sideways glance, to get to the animals in time. And it was an all too rare stroke of luck when the father of a family came by with his children, pointed his finger at the hunger artist, gave a detailed explanation about what was going on here, and talked of earlier years, when he had been present at similar, but incomparably more magnificent performances, and then the children, because they had been inadequately prepared at school and in life, always stood around, still uncomprehendingly. What was fasting to them? But none the less, the brightness of the look in their searching eyes revealed something of new and more gracious times coming. Perhaps, the hunger artist said to himself sometimes, everything would be a little better if his location were not quite so near the animal stalls. That way it would be easy for people to make their choice, to say nothing of the fact that he was very upset and constantly depressed by the stink from the stalls, the animals' commotion at night, the pieces of raw meat dragged past him for the carnivorous beasts, and the roars at feeding time. But he did not dare to approach the administration about it. In any case, he had the animals to thank for the crowds of visitors among whom, here and there could be one destined for him. And who knew where they would hide him, if he wished to remind them of his existence, and along with that, of the fact that, strictly speaking, he was only an obstacle on the way to the menagerie. A small obstacle, at any rate, a constantly diminishing obstacle. People got used to the strange notion that in these times they would want to pay attention to a hunger artist, and with this habitual awareness, the judgment on him was pronounced. He might fast as well as he could, and he did, but nothing could save him any more. People went straight past him. Try to explain the art of fasting to anyone. If someone doesn't feel it, then he cannot be made to understand it. The beautiful signs became dirty and illegible. People tore them down, and no one thought of replacing them. The small table, with the number of days the fasting had lasted, which early on had been carefully renewed every day, remained unchanged for a long time, for after the first weeks the staff grew tired of even this small task. And so the hunger artist kept fasting on and on, as he once had dreamed about in earlier times, and he had no difficulty succeeding in achieving what he had predicted back then. But no one was counting the days. No one, not even the hunger artist himself, knew how great his achievement was by this point, and his heart grew heavy. and when, once in a while, a person strolling past stood there, making fun of the old number, and talking of a swindle, that was, in a sense, the stupidest lie which indifference and innate maliciousness could invent, for the hunger artist was not being deceptive, he was working honestly, but the world was cheating him of his reward. Many days went by once more, and this too came to an end. Finally, the cage caught the attention of a supervisor, and he asked the attendant why they had left this perfectly useful cage standing here unused, with rotting straw inside. Nobody knew, until one man, with the help of the table with the number on it, remembered the hunger artist. They pushed the straw around with a pole, and found the hunger artist in there. "Are you still fasting?" the supervisor asked. "When are you finally going to stop?" "Forgive me everything," whispered the hunger artist. Only the supervisor, who was pressing his ear up against the cage, understood him. "Certainly," said the supervisor, tapping his forehead with his finger in order to indicate to the spectators the state the hunger artist was in. "We forgive you." "I always wanted you to admire my fasting," said the hunger artist. "But we do admire it," said the supervisor obligingly. "But you shouldn't admire it," said the hunger artist. "Well then, we don't admire it," said the supervisor. "But why shouldn't we admire it?" "Because I had to fast. I can't do anything else," said the hunger artist. "Just look at you," said the supervisor. "Why can't you do anything else?" "Because," said the hunger artist, lifting his head a little, and, with his lips pursed, as if for a kiss, speaking right into the supervisor's ear, so that he wouldn't miss anything. "Because I couldn't find a food which I enjoyed. If I had found that, believe me, I would not have made a spectacle of myself, and would have eaten to my heart's content, like you and every one else." Those were his last words, but in his failing eyes there was the firm, if no longer proud, conviction that he was continuing to fast. "All right, tidy this up now," said the supervisor. And they buried the hunger artist along with the straw. But in his cage they put a young panther. Even for a person with the dullest mind, it was clearly refreshing to see this wild animal throwing itself around in this cage, which had been dreary for such a long time. It lacked nothing. Without thinking about it for any length of time, the guards brought the animal food. It enjoyed the taste, and never seemed to miss its freedom. This noble body, equipped with everything necessary, almost to the point of bursting, also appeared to carry freedom around with it. That seemed to be located somewhere or other in its teeth, and its joy in living came with such strong passion from its throat that it was not easy for spectators to keep watching. But they controlled themselves, kept pressing around the cage, and had no desire to move on. End of A Hunger Artist, by Franz Kafka, translated by Ian Johnston.
The Ivory God by J.S. Fletcher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Rowdy Delaney, Idaho, USA, September 2007. The Ivory God by J.S. Fletcher. At 6 o'clock, Thurston put down his pen, pushed back his chair from the table at which he had been writing, and rose to his feet with a series of gestures indicative of mental and physical fatigue. He glanced at the few sheets of manuscript which represented the result of a long day's labor, and he frowned, as if in anger or distaste. He had written, or tried to write, from 10 o'clock until 1, and again from 2 until 6, and his entire product after 7 hours' work was comparatively infinitesimal. He felt no enthusiasm. He had been unable to concentrate his thoughts. The whole thing had been distasteful to him. As he glanced around, he asked himself for the thousandth time whether the game was worth the candle. More from force of habit than from genuine desire to do it, Thurston proceeded to make some sort of toilette for the evening. He shaved and washed carefully, put on a clean linen shirt and a dark lounge suit. He was unduly practical about the fold of his tie. In several small ways he showed that he had a gentlemanlike love of cleanliness and orderly habits. He did everything slowly. It would have been evident to anyone who might have had an opportunity of watching him that he had no engagement to keep. In point of fact, he had few friends with whom he could keep any engagement. He was, as he now never cared to remind himself, one of the very loneliest men living. For a while he had reminded himself of this pertinent truth somewhat often. Then he wearied of the thought and put it from him. The fact of the loneliness, however, remained. Thurston lived in 2 rooms at the top of a house which stood in a quiet street near the British Museum, a street of an aspect so grey and pathetic that you wondered at first sight of it whether laughter or children's voices were ever heard there. The 2 rooms opened one into another by means of a folding door. Thurston had furnished them himself when he first came to town. One room contained a camp bedstead, a chest of drawers, a dressing table, a washstand, a bath, and a hard-bottomed chair. The floor was stained and polished, and destitute of carpet, but there was a thick bearskin rug at the bedside. It was absolutely destitute of luxuries or of pictures, but it possessed a first-rate reading lamp attached to the wall at the head of the bed. The other room knew the luxury of books. Its walls were covered with them to half their height. The books related chiefly to philosophy, theology, history, metaphysics. There was little that was light, but a table was strewn with the reviews of several countries, all purchased second hand and a month old. A desk, littered with papers, stood near the window. An armchair was placed near the hearth. 2 other chairs, of an easyish sort, occurred sometimes here, sometimes there. A small table, big enough for one person to eat at, was in the middle of the room, which, unlike the sleeping chamber, was softly carpeted and luxuriant in thick rugs. It also possessed some luxuries in the way of pictures, but these, to the English eye of ordinary knowledge, were of a strange taste, being Japanese. One skilled in such matters might have told you that they were all by the most celebrated Japanese artists. Even then, you would have felt some uneasiness at the prospect of being continually shut up in a room whose decorations were so purely Eastern. In these 2 rooms Thurston had spent 5 years, every day corresponding to another day. He prepared his breakfast when he wished for it. He read or wrote when he desired to do so. He lunched and dined out. He spent his evenings reading or thinking or dreaming. It was a strange life altogether, but it was his. But then, the few people who knew Thurston said he was a strange man, a man who spoke little, laughed never, smiled seldom, and who was quite young in spite of everything. In point of fact, he was 27 years old. At 22 he had left Oxford with some reputation as a scholar and a mystic, and had come to town with the set purpose of following a literary career. Whether he had any ambitions at that time is a debatable question. It is quite certain that at 27 none of them had been carried out. He had a little money of his own, sufficient to pay his rent, his housekeeping expenses, his tailor's bills, and so on, and there was, therefore, no need to keep his nose to the grindstone. But he had made no name. He sometimes exhibited a rather heavy, rather pedantic, rather wearisome sort of article to one or the other of the leading reviews, the sort of article which is spoken of with great respect by the critics and read by only a few experts, but to the general public he was as unknown as an unborn babe. The people who had any dealings with him said he was unsociable. He had no conversation. If by any chance he was induced to lunch or dine with you, his sole notion seemed to be to get away as quickly as possible. It was evident that he was one of those men who like to be alone. There were times, however, when Thurston felt his loneliness, and one of them was hanging heavily about him on this particular evening. He had found it difficult to write during the day, and more than once he had caught himself wishing that a friend would come by to break the solitude. But he would have been hard put to it to say where such a friend was to be found. He never encouraged anyone to visit him at his rooms. One or two men, old college acquaintances, had tracked him down and called upon him, but quickly discovered that they were not wanted. It was not that Thurston wished to be rude. It was simply that a certain shyness and loneliness ran in his blood and his temperament, and made him incapable of entertaining his fellow creatures. He was essentially an anchorite, and yet there were times when his flesh called for something which it would have found it hard to define in words. As Thurston drew on his overcoat, a light tap came at his door. He went across and opened it, not without some feeling of surprise that anyone should be there. In the faint light at the top of the landing he saw a man whom he did not recognize, a tall, sloping shouldered man, whose back was somewhat bowed, whose knees bent in, a man who made a succession of angles in his clothes. Thurston could see that he was shabbily attired, that his hair was long, greasy, and unclean. He had a vague notion that an unwashed atmosphere hung heavily all around and about his visitor. He held the door half open, staring at the man. The man blinked at him. "Mr. Thurston?" he said inquiringly. "Well?" replied Thurston. The man sighed heavily. "I was sent to you, sir, by Mr. Evanson. I have something to show you which he thought you might like to see. He thought you might not be indisposed to buy it from me. May I come in and show it to you, Mr. Thurston?" said the man, indicating a small package which he carried in the crook of one arm. "I am not disposed to buy anything," answered Thurston, keeping his place. "But this, sir, is something very uncommon. It is seldom that any collector has such a chance of securing such a valuable curiosity," urged the visitor. "At any rate, it will do you no harm to look at it, Mr. Thurston." "Well," said Thurston, impassively and hesitatingly, "you may bring it in, then, but I really don't want to see it, and I shan't buy it, whatever it may be." He turned away and made preparations for lighting a lamp. The man with the parcel lingered at the threshold until the lamp had been placed on the center table, and the apartment was bathed in clear, powerful light. "Now then," said Thurston, still impassive as ever, "come forward. Let me see what it is. Mr. Evans has no business to send you to me. I'm merely an acquaintance of his, and I'm certainly not a collector. What is it you have to show me?" The untidy, unwashed person took small notice of this impatient outburst. He advanced to the table, placed the parcel near the lamp, and proceeded to divest it of its wrappings. He kept himself between Thurston and the parcel while this was going on, and he did not speak until suddenly he turned round and said with a note of pride and triumph in his voice: "There, Mr. Thurston, look at that!" Thurston, during the unfolding of the parcel, had fallen into a sort of daydream. He came out of it with a start, and looked at the object which his visitor had placed on the table in the full light of the lamp. A sudden gleam came into his rather dull eyes. A sudden exclamation burst from his lips. "Ah!" he said. The man smiled and rubbed his hands. He chuckled. "I thought that would move you, Mr. Thurston," he said. "It's a beauty, isn't it?" Thurston made no answer to this. He advanced to the table and stood at its edge, contemplating the thing which his visitor had been so anxious to exhibit. He found himself staring at an ivory statue of the god Ganesha, and wondering at the exquisite beauty of the workmanship, the subtle tints of the ivory, the atmosphere of the mystic East which its mere dumb presence suggested and conveyed. It was not a thing of any great size. Its height was some 10 inches, its breadth 6. A cigar box would have held it. And to Thurston, steeped to the lips in the odor and color of the Orient, it represented a world of art and of dreams. He stared at the god. The god stared at him out of a pair of amethyst eyes, cunningly set in the creamy white of the ivory. A strange intoxication stole into Thurston's soul. He heard himself presently talking in a set fashion, calmly, methodically, as though he were in a shop, buying something. He heard his visitor's replies. "You want to sell this?" "Yes, sir, I want to sell it. And I'll tell you how I came by it, too, Mr. Thurston. All's above board, and Mr. Evans knows me well. He knew me before I fell on hard times. It's this way, sir. My father was in the army at the time of the mutiny, and he saw a good deal of fighting out in India, Delhi, and Lucknow, and elsewhere. And he brought home a good many curiosities, and that image amongst them. It's the image of some Hindu god, so I'm told, and of course anybody can see the workmanship is excellent. My father gave it to me on his deathbed, and charged me never to part with it, because there's some legend about its bringing luck with it. But it's brought me no luck," continued Thurston's visitor, with a dismal laugh. "I've been down on my luck for some time. However, it will bring luck if you're agreeable to buy it, sir, and perhaps that's where the luck comes in." "Well, sir, I of course don't know anything about these matters. I was recommended to take the carving to Mr. Evanson," said the man, "and he advised me to see you. I should be quite satisfied to take what he said he thought it was worth." "What was that?" said Thurston. "£20, sir." The man uttered these words with some anxiety, and his eyes fastened themselves on Thurston's face, as if to watch the effect. Thurston, however, was still fascinated by the ivory god, and neither eyes nor lips betrayed anything. He remained silent for some moments. At last he started, as from a reverie. "I am quite prepared to accept Mr. Evanson's estimate of the carving's value," he said. "I will give you £20 for it." The man bowed his untidy head, and sighed deeply. It was evident that the prospect of immediate possession of £20 was very grateful to him. "Thank you, sir," he said. Thurston went over to his desk, unlocked a cash drawer, and produced a cash box, which, on examination, proved to contain £22 notes and gold. He counted out 20 to his visitor, put £2 in his own pocket, restored the depleted cash box to its drawer and locked it up again, and then, asking the vendor his name and address, wrote out a formal receipt. 5 minutes later the unkempt person was descending the stairs, happy in the possession of a small fortune, and Thurston was left alone with the ivory god. The clanging of the street door, far below, plunged the house into a weird silence. In its midst Thurston sighed deeply. There was a strange feeling within him that he had suddenly come into possession of something which he had been wanting all his life. It was akin to the feeling of the lover to whom the much desired object of affection is at last given. When the stranger first unwrapped the ivory god and revealed its strange charms to his eyes, Thurston became aware of a sense of satisfaction. This sense was now increasing to a point of something like delight. He drew in his nether lip, and began to utter a soft, sibilant sound, not unlike the purring of a cat. Not for many years had he experienced such a keen feeling of pleasure as that which now filled him. He began looking about him for a suitable place wherein to enshrine his new acquisition. He glanced at the chimney piece, already ornamented profusely with carvings from China, Japan, and India, with stones and vases from Peru, and he turned away dissatisfied. The ivory god, he said to himself, must have a better setting than the chimney piece offered. He wanted to have it near him while he wrote. There was something in the lines, in the dull white of the ivory, in the subtle purple tints of the amethyst eyes, which bade fair to soothe and to fascinate. He wanted to have the ivory god upon his desk. Looking about the room, he caught sight of the little triptych which he had bought years ago in Venice, admiring it more for the fineness of its wood and the carving than for the elementary art of the figure of Christ which was placed in the center niche. Its dark wood, he thought, would make an admirable setting for the pallid tint of the ivory, and without hesitation he took it down from the wall, wrenched away the crucifix from the middle compartment, and installed the figure of the Hindu god in its place. Then he placed the triptych on the ledge above his desk, and stood back from it, admiring the bizarre effect. The amethyst eyes of the ivory god seemed to smile into his own. Thurston tore himself away from his treasure at last, and went out to dine. He walked through the gloom of the badly lighted London streets until he came to the quiet restaurant wherein a certain corner table had come to be almost sacred to him. He ate and drank mechanically and sparingly. A small quantity of plainly cooked food satisfied him at all times. He drank no wine, or spirits, or ale. After dinner he smoked a cigarette, to the accompaniment of a cup of coffee, and glanced over his evening newspaper, handed to him by a waiter who knew him for an old and regular customer. Altogether he spent an hour at the restaurant, and on this particular evening there was an itching desire within him all the time to get back to his rooms. He wanted to examine the ivory god again, to look at it, to wonder about it. It was with a feeling of relief and of anticipation of coming pleasure that he finally paid his bill and went quickly away. Thurston shut himself into his room with a great sense of satisfaction. He was alone in the midst of 5 millions of people, alone with the only things for which he cared, his books and his curiosities. Other men might dine and wine, go to theatres, balls, social functions. He cared for none of these things. He knew joys which were far deeper, far better worth having, and he could command their presence whenever he pleased to do so. So he fastened his outer door, drew a warm curtain over the inner one, turned up his lamp, stirred his fire, and looked round about him with a sense of comfort. He saw the ivory god shining in the triptych above his desk. He caught the gleam of its amethyst eyes, and he was once more aware of the feeling that it in some strange way rounded off his life. He was glad to have it, and to see it there, sitting above his altar like a presiding deity. Thurston's next proceedings were significant and explanatory. He divested himself of his overcoat, and of the smartish morning coat beneath it. He slipped into an old velvet jacket of undoubted antiquity, and, that done, he exchanged his boots for a comfortable and well worn pair of slippers. And then, having made sure of his preliminaries, he unlocked a cupboard and produced a small decanter of curious shape, half filled with a golden brown liquid, which seemed to sparkle and coruscate in the lamplight. He set it on the table in the centre of the room, placed a glass of singular beauty, a deep crystal bowl set in twisted columns, at its side, and proceeded to heat water in the kettle. When the water was heated, he made a careful mixture of it and the golden brown liquid in the glass, and after that he curled himself up in an easy chair facing the ivory god, with the glass and the decanter at his side. Thurston had become a slave to the opium habit. Beginning the use of that attractive and insidious drug as a cure for some slight complaint, he had increased his doses until at 27 he made no excuses to himself for consuming it in large quantities. During the day he took it in the form of pills, each containing a few grains. At night, following the example of De Quincey, he indulged in laudanum negus, sometimes sitting up until the grey of the morning broke in upon his dreams and fantasies. He had long since relinquished all thought of giving up the habit. It had destroyed his moral courage once and for all, and had taken complete possession of him, mentally and physically. Under the influence of opium he was indifferent to everything in the world, and it was rarely that its influence was not upon him. As the subtle charm of the drug stole through his brain, Thurston yielded himself up to the dreams which it induced. His eyes were fixed on the ivory god. He began to speculate on its history, on the strange things which those amethyst eyes must have seen, on the deeds of blood, the mystic panorama of Eastern life, with its gorgeous coloring, its strange suggestion, which they must have watched unmoved. The phantasmagoria of 100 worlds began to float, and finally to crystallize before him. In his estimation the carving was hundreds upon hundreds of years old. It must certainly have had its original abiding place in temple or palace, and of itself formed some part of the gorgeous picture which was now rapidly shaping itself in Thurston's imagination. Thurston's evenings were usually spent in a dream of bliss which was itself a source of deep mental content. He was surprised on this occasion to find that contemplation of the ivory god was leading him into a state of unusual unrest. A strange desire to sit down at his desk, literally at the feet of the god, and write, filled him with strenuous force. It was years since he had ever written at night, and the mere thought of doing so now made him almost afraid. But the fear vanished quickly, and he was presently conscious of nothing but that he was shortly going to sit down at his desk. It was as if the ivory god had laid some command upon him. He turned up the flame of his spirit lamp, heated more water, and mixed himself more of the drug. A little later he found himself laying out paper on his blotting pad and examining the nib of a pen. And after a time, as if it had been the most natural thing in the world, he settled himself into his elbow chair, and after one long, searching look at the ivory god, he dipped his pen into the ink and began to write. This is the story of the loves and hates of men and women that have long been dust, the story of a day when the red earth was young, and the gods sat steadfast in their places, the story of a time and times, and behold, it has never been told to human ear till now. After that came a long night of work such as Thurston had never before done in his life. It was 10 o'clock when he wrote the first words on the top sheet of the pile of manuscript paper which he had laid ready to hand. As each successive hour struck the silver voiced clock on the chimney piece, it did but interrupt the gentle scribbling of a rapidly moving pen. On Thurston's left hand stood the spirit lamp, the kettle, the decanter, and the glass. Now and then he turned to these things and mixed the drug. On his right hand there gradually accumulated a pile of closely written manuscript. Above him the amethyst eyes grew purple in the lamplight. The ivory god stared into the gloom beyond the writer's head. The gray light stole through the cracks and crannies of the shutters, and found Thurston still writing. Much later the old woman who acted as bedmaker and charwoman knocked loudly at the outer door. Thurston shouted her to go away and leave him alone, and his pen travelled on and on as if it would never stop. It was about 3 days after this that a famous publisher with whom Thurston was acquainted in slight fashion was somewhat astonished to find the latter waiting for him in his private room. He stared at Thurston curiously, noting with the keen eye of a practical man of the world that his visitor wore a strange expression and seemed to be wrapped in an atmosphere of mystery. He was shaved and washed and wore his best garments, but there was a strange pallor on his face, a strange light in his eyes, and his voice was as unnaturally steady as the cold, almost lifeless hand which he placed in the publisher's palm. The publisher, who had never been able to understand Thurston's strangeness of manner, reverted to an earlier suspicion and wondered if his visitor had been drinking, but he failed to perceive either twitch or tremor in face or hand, and his visitor's voice was even and firm to the verge of monotony. "Some time ago," said Thurston, "you were good enough to suggest to me that I should write a romance of Eastern life. It seemed to you that I possessed the necessary knowledge of the East to attempt such a book." "Quite so," said the other. "I don't know any man better fitted. You've been working in that direction all your life, haven't you? In fact, it's been a wonder to me that you never thought of the thing yourself." Thurston produced a parcel of manuscript. "I have here," he said, "a considerable portion of such a work. There is much I might say to you about it, but at present I prefer not to say anything. Yes, it is not an ordinary work, and I should like some assurance from you that it shall be read for you by some one competent to judge of its merits." "I'll give it to Flintford to read," said the publisher. "How does his name strike you? He's about the best man I can think of." "I am quite prepared to accept Mr. Flintford's judgment," replied Thurston. "Indeed, I intended suggesting his name to you. Then I will leave this portion of the manuscript with you?" "Do," answered the publisher, "and I'll send it on to Flintford by special messenger at once, and ask him to read it. About the rest of the book, now." "The remaining portion," said Thurston, "will be delivered to you when it is written." And with that, and a frigid shaking of the publisher's outstretched hand, he went away, walking through the outer office, as one of the clerks said, like a ghost. The next morning Flintford walked into the publisher's office, looking very excited. "I say," he explained, "where did you get that manuscript which you sent me yesterday? And have you got the rest?" "Well, what of it?" asked the publisher, ignoring the second part of the question. "Is it good stuff? Will it do? Would it sell?" "Good! My dear sir, it is the most wonderful piece of imaginative work I've ever read in my life. It's amazing, stupendous, quite confusing in its brilliance. I began it last night. I went on reading until breakfast time this morning," answered Flintford. "I never read anything like it. Indeed, I wouldn't have believed that we had a brain amongst us that could imagine such a work. Look here. You know I am by no means an enthusiastic person. Well, this book, if it keeps up that level all through, is the biggest find of the last half century. For sheer imagination the man beats Poe hollow." "You think it will make a hit?" inquired the publisher. "It is the greatest thing I have ever had put before me," answered the critic. "I cannot understand the power in it. Who is this man? How does he come to be able to recreate Hindu life as it must have been thousands of years ago? Where did he get such an overwhelming imagination? There's something that's almost unholy, unearthly about the whole thing. It's a great book, a rare book. I should like to see the author." "I will try to get him here at 3 this afternoon," said the publisher. "Come in after lunch. I may tell you that he is a strange person. Never done anything but an occasional article in the heavy reviews, but, I fancy, cram full of the East." "That," said the critic, "is evident. I'll come at 3." At 3 o'clock Thurston was shown into the publisher's private room, and introduced to the great critic. Thurston, if possible, was more ghost-like than ever, more emotionless, more insensible to any outward influence. He sat with fixed, passionless eyes, listening, while the critic praised his work and asked questions. It was not until all this had been said that he spoke. "I think I may take you both into my confidence," he said. "I conclude, Mr. Maine, that you will publish this book, and therefore I see no reason why you and Mr. Flintford should be kept in ignorance as to its real history. I may tell you that the story is not mine at all. It is being dictated to me. The circumstances are peculiar, but I feel sure that Mr. Flintford, with his knowledge of the East, will quite understand. I recently came into possession of an image of the god Ganesha, wonderfully wrought in ivory and adorned with amethyst eyes. The story, of which you have read some portion, is being dictated to me by this image, or, more probably, by this god represented by it. I think you will understand," he said, turning to Flintford with an air which had something appealing in it. "Yes," Flintford said quietly, "I quite understand." "I felt the influence of the god," continued Thurston, "as soon as I saw the image. It is a strange, a very fascinating influence. It impelled me to write against my will, and then I found that I was but a mouthpiece. Everything has been put into my lips, I should say pen. Clearly, what I have written is the story of the image." "And when," asked Flintford kindly, "when do you suppose the end of this story will be reached, Mr. Thurston?" Thurston produced another packet of manuscript. He laid it on the publisher's desk. "I believe," he said, "I believe the end will come tonight. If," here he glanced from one face to the other, "if you would like to see the ivory statue, and could call tomorrow morning about noon, I will show it to you. It is certain that it possesses a strange influence." When Thurston had gone away, the two men looked at each other. "Mad as a hatter," said the publisher. The critic shook his head. "It seems strange," he said, "but really, I don't think so. Does he drink?" "I used to think he did," replied the publisher. "He has done work for me now and then, and he sometimes came here with all the symptoms of intoxication upon him, and yet he was always clear headed and capable, if incoherent of speech. What I don't understand just now is the frightful deliberation with which he speaks, the sort of unearthly coldness and composure of his manner. But, I say, to tell us that the book is being dictated to him by an ivory statue, surely that is evidence of insanity." "Oh, but then genius and insanity are closely allied," said Flintford. "Well, let us call upon him tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll take the manuscript he left with you. I expect it will cost me another sleepless night. You can't get away from it when once you've begun. It's a live thing, Maine." "Come round about noon tomorrow," said Maine. It was 12:30 the next day when they climbed the stairs to Thurston's rooms. They knocked for some time at the outer door and evoked no answer. Then Flintford climbed another flight of stairs and discovered the bedmaker woman, who resided nearer the sky, and appeared from a feast wherein onions played a principal part. "Mr. Thurston, sir? And indeed I 'aven't set eyes on him this morning, sir, which 'is conduct have of late been extraor'nary, me not being able to make no beds nor nothink," she said. "A literary gent, sir, which for long experience is very trying to anybody to deal with. You might knock again, sir, and if he doesn't answer, why, I must open the door with my key and see if the poor gentleman isn't well, for never a word did he give me at 10 o'clock." When the door was opened at last, they found Thurston quite dead. His arms were crossed over the final page of his manuscript. His head was bowed upon them, as if, tired out with his long spell of labor, he had laid down there and gone to sleep. Above him the ivory god looked out of its amethyst eyes into the shadowy corner of the silent room. End of The Ivory God by J.S. Fletcher.
The Lion's Share, taken from The Grim Smile of the Five Towns, by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Minter in Tring, Hertfordshire, September 2007. www.timberdine.co.uk. 1. In the Five Towns, the following history is related by those who know it as something side-splittingly funny, as one of the best jokes that ever occurred in a district devoted to jokes, and I too have hitherto regarded it as such. But upon my soul, now that I come to write it down, it strikes me as being, after all, a pretty grim tragedy. However, you shall judge, and laugh or cry as you please. It began in the little house of Mrs. Carpole, up at Bleakridge, on the hill between Bursley and Hanbridge. Mrs. Carpole was the second Mrs. Carpole, and her husband was dead. She had a stepson, Horace, and a son of her own, Sidney. Horace is the hero or the villain of the history. On the day when the unfortunate affair began, he was 19 years old, and a model youth. Not only was he getting on in business, not only did he give half his evenings to the study of the chemistry of pottery, and the other half to various secretaryships in connection with the Wesleyan Methodist Chapel and Sunday School, not only did he save money, not only was he a comfort to his stepmother and a sort of uncle to Sidney, not only was he an early riser, a total abstainer, a non-smoker, and a good listener, but in addition to the practice of these manifold and rare virtues, he found time, even at that tender age, to pay his tailor's bill promptly, and to fold his trousers in the same crease every night, so that he always looked neat and dignified. Strange to say, he made no friends. Perhaps he was just a thought too perfect for a district like the Five Towns. A sin or so might have endeared him to the entire neighbourhood. Perhaps his loneliness was due to his imperfect sense of humour, or perhaps to the dull, unsmiling heaviness of his somewhat flat features. Sidney was quite a different story. Sidney, to use his mother's phrase, was a little jockey. His years were then 8. Fair-haired and blue-eyed, as most little jockeys are, he had a smile and a scowl that were equally effective in tyrannising over both his mother and Horace. And he was beloved by everybody. Women turned to look at him in the street. Unhappily, his health was not good. He was afflicted by a slight deafness, which, however, the doctor said he would grow out of. The doctor predicted for him a lusty manhood. In the meantime he caught every disease that happened to be about, and nearly died of each one. His latest acquisition had been scarlet fever. Now, one afternoon, after he had peeled, and his room had been disinfected, and he was beginning to walk again, Horace came home, and decided that Sidney should be brought downstairs for tea, as a treat to celebrate his convalescence. and that he, Horace, would carry him downstairs. Mrs. Carpole was delighted with the idea, and Sidney also, except that Sidney did not want to be carried downstairs. He wanted to walk down. "I think it will be better for him to walk, Horace dear," said Mrs. Carpole in her thin, plaintive voice. "He can quite well, and you know how clumsy you are. Suppose you were to fall." Horace, nevertheless, in pursuance of his programme of being uncle to Sidney, was determined to carry Sidney. And carry Sidney he did, despite warnings and kickings. At least, he carried him as far as the turn in the steep stairs, at which point he fell, just as his stepmother had feared, and Sidney with him. The half-brothers arrived on the ground floor in company, but Horace, with his 11 stone 2, was on top, and the poor suffering little convalescent lay moveless and insensible. It took the doctor 40 minutes to bring him to, and all the time the odour of grilled herrings, which formed part of the uneaten tea, made itself felt through the house, like a satanic comment on the spectacle of human life. The scene was dreadful at first. The agony then passed. There were no bruises on the boy, not a mark, and in a couple of hours he seemed to be perfectly himself. Horace breathed again, and thanked heaven it was no worse. His gratitude to heaven was, however, slightly premature, for in the black middle of the night poor Sidney was seized with excruciating pains in the head, and the doctor lost 4 hours' sleep. These pains returned at intervals of a few days, and naturally the child's convalescence was retarded. Then Horace said that Mrs. Carpole should take Sidney to Buxton for a fortnight, and he paid all the expenses of the trip out of his savings. He was desolated, utterly stricken. He said that he should never forgive himself. Sidney improved, slowly. 2. After several months, during which Horace had given up all his limited spare time to the superintendence of the child's first steps in knowledge, Sidney was judged to be sufficiently strong to go to school, and it was arranged that he should attend the endowed school at the Wedgwood institution. Horace accompanied him thither on the opening day of the term. It was an inclement morning in January, and left the young delicate sprig, apparently joyous and content, to the care of his masters and the mercy of his companions. But Sidney came home for dinner weeping in spite of his new mortarboard cap, his new satchel, his new box of compasses, and his new books. His mother kept him at home in the afternoon, and by the evening another of those terrible attacks had supervened. The doctor and Horace and Mrs. Carpole once more lost much precious sleep. The mysterious malady continued. School was out of the question. And when Sidney took the air, in charge of his mother, everybody stopped to sympathise with him, and to stroke his curls and call him a poor dear, and also to commiserate Mrs. Carpole. As for Horace, Bursley tried to feel sorry for Horace, but it only succeeded in showing Horace that it was hiding a sentiment of indignation against him. Every friendly face, as it passed Horace in the street, said, without words, "There goes the youth who probably ruined his young step-brother's life." And through sheer obstinacy, too, he dropped the little darling in spite of warnings and protests, and then fell on top of him. Of course, he didn't do it on purpose, but... The doctor mentioned Greatorex of Manchester, the celebrated brain specialist, and Horace took Sidney to Manchester. They had to wait an hour and a quarter to see Greatorex, his well-known consulting rooms in John Dalton Street being crowded with imperfect brains, but their turn came at last, and they found themselves in Greatorex's presence. Greatorex was a fat man, with the voice of a thin man, who seemed to spend the whole of his career in the care of his fingernails. "Well, my little fellow," said Greatorex, "don't cry," for Sidney was already crying. And then to Horace, in a curt tone, "What is it?" And Horace was obliged to humiliate himself, and relate the accident in detail, together with all that had subsequently happened. "Yes, yes, yes, yes," Greatorex would punctuate the recital, and when tired of "yes," he would say, "Hum, hum, hum, hum." When he had said 72 times, he suddenly remarked that his fee was 3 guineas, and told Horace to strengthen Sidney all he could, not to work him too hard, and to bring him back in a year's time. Horace paid the money. Greatorex emitted a final hum, and then the step-brothers were whisked out by an expeditious footman. The experience cost Horace over £4 and the loss of a day's time, and the worst was that Sidney had a violent attack that very night. School being impossible for him, Sidney had intermittent instruction from professors of both sexes at home, but he learnt practically nothing except the banjo. Horace had to buy him a banjo; it cost the best part of a £10 note. Still, Horace could do no less. Sidney's stature grew rapidly. His general health certainly improved, yet not completely. He always had a fragile, interesting air. Moreover, his deafness did not disappear. There were occasions when it was extremely pronounced, and he was never quite safe from these attacks in the head. He spent a month or 6 weeks each year in the expensive, bracing atmosphere of some seaside resort, and altogether he was decidedly a heavy drain on Horace's resources. People were aware of this, and they said that Horace ought to be happy that he was in a position to spend money freely on his poor brother. Had not the doctor predicted before the catastrophe, due to Horace's culpable negligence, that Sidney would grow into a strong man, and that his deafness would leave him? The truth was, one never knew the end of those accidents in infancy. Further, was not Sidney's sad condition slowly killing his mother? It was whispered about that, since the disaster, Sidney had not been quite sound mentally. Was not the mere suspicion of this enough to kill any mother? And, as a matter of fact, Mrs. Carpole did die. She died of quinsy, doubtless aggravated by Sidney's sad condition. Not long afterwards, Horace came into a small fortune from his maternal grandfather. But poor Sidney did not come into any fortune, and people somehow illogically inferred that Horace had not behaved quite nicely in coming into a fortune, while his suffering invalid brother, whom he had so deeply harmed, came into nothing. Even Horace had compunctions due to the visitations of a similar idea. And with part of the fortune he bought a house with a large garden up at Toft End, the highest hill of the hilly Five Towns, so that Sidney might have the benefit of the air. He also engaged a housekeeper and servants. With the remainder of the fortune he obtained a partnership in the firm of earthenware manufacturers for whom he had been acting as a highly paid manager. Sidney reached the age of 18, and was most effective to look upon, his bright hair being still curly, and his eyes a wondrous blue, and his form elegant. And the question of Sidney's future arose. His health was steadily on the upgrade. The deafness had quite disappeared. He had inclinations towards art, and had already amused himself by painting some beautiful vases. So it was settled that he should enter Horace's works on the art side, with a view to becoming ultimately art director. Horace gave him £3 a week, in order that he might feel perfectly independent, and to the same end Sidney paid Horace 7 and 6 a week for board and lodging. But the change of life upset the youth's health again. After only 2 visits to the works he had a grave recurrence of the head attacks, and he was solemnly exhorted not to apply himself too closely to business. He therefore took several half holidays a week, and sometimes a whole one. And even when he put in one of his full days, he would arrive at the works 3 hours after Horace, and restore the balance by leaving an hour earlier. The entire town watched over him as a mother watches over a son. The notion that he was not quite right in the pate gradually died away, and everybody was thankful for that, though it was feared an untimely grave might be his portion. 3. She was a nice girl, the nicest girl that Horace had ever met with, because her charming niceness included a faculty of being really serious about serious things, and yet she could be deliciously gay. In short, she was a revelation to Horace, and her name was Ella, and she had come one year to spend some weeks with Mrs. Penkethman, the widowed headmistress of the Wesleyan Day School, who was her cousin. Mrs. Penkethman and Ella had been holidaying together in France. Their arrival in Bursley naturally coincided with the reopening of the school in August for the autumn term. Now at this period Horace was rather lonely in his large house and garden, for Sidney, in pursuit of health, had gone off on a 6 weeks' cruise round Holland, Finland, Norway, and Sweden, in one of those Atlantic liners which, translated like Enoch, without dying, become in their old age steam yachts, with fine names apt to lead to confusion with the private yacht of the Tsar of Russia. Horace had offered him the trip, and Horace was also paying his weekly salary as usual. So Horace, who had always been friendly with Mrs. Penkethman, grew now more than ever friendly with Mrs. Penkethman, and Mrs. Penkethman and Ella were inseparable. The few aristocrats left in Bursley in September remarked that Horace knew what he was about, as it was notorious that Ella had the most solid expectations. But, as a matter of fact, Horace did not know what he was about, and he never once thought of Ella's expectations. He was simply, as they say in Bursley, knocked silly by Ella. He honestly imagined her to be the wonderfullest woman on the earth's surface, and her dark eyes, and her expressive sympathetic gestures, and her alternations of seriousness and gaiety. It astounded him that a girl of 21 could have thought so deeply upon life as she had. The inexplicable thing was that she looked up to him. She evidently admired him. He wanted to tell her that she was quite wrong about him, much too kind in her estimate of him, that really he was a very ordinary man indeed, but another instinct prevented him from thus undeceiving her. And one Saturday afternoon, the season being late September, Horace actually got those two women up to tea in his house and garden. He had not dared to dream of such bliss. He had hesitated long before asking them to come, and in asking them he had blushed and stammered. The invitation had seemed to him to savour of audacity. But, bless you, they had accepted with apparent ecstasy. They gave him to think that they had genuinely wanted to come, and they came extra specially dressed, visions, lilies of the field. And as the day was quite warm, tea was served in the garden, and everybody admired the view, and there was no restraint, no awkwardness. In particular, Ella talked with an ease and distinction that enchanted Horace, and almost made him talk with ease and distinction too. He said to himself that, seeing he had only known her a month, he was getting on amazingly. He said to himself that his good luck passed belief. Then there was the sound of cab wheels on the other side of the garden wall, and presently Horace heard the housekeeper complimenting Sidney on his good looks, and Sidney asking the housekeeper to lend him 3 shillings to pay the cabman. The golden youth had returned without the slightest warning from his cruise. The tea trio at the lower end of the garden saw him standing in the porch, tanned, curly, graceful, and young. Horace half rose and then sat down again. Ella stared hard. "That must be your brother," she said. "Yes, that's Sid," Horace answered, and then, calling out loudly, "Come down here, Sid, and tell them to bring another cup and saucer." "Right you are, old man," Sidney shouted. "You see I'm back. What, Mrs. Penkethman, is that you?" He came down the central path of the garden like a Narcissus. "He does look delicate," said Ella under her breath to Horace. Tears came to her eyes. Naturally Ella knew all about Sidney. She enjoyed the entire confidence of Mrs. Penkethman, and what Mrs. Penkethman didn't know about the private history of the upper classes in Bursley did not amount to very much. These were nearly the last words that Ella spoke to Horace that afternoon. The introduction was made, and Sidney slipped into the party as comfortably as he slipped into everything, like a candle slipping into a socket. But nevertheless Ella talked no more. She just stared at Sidney and listened to him. Horace was proud that Sidney had made such an impression on her. He was glad that she showed no aversion to Sidney, because, in the event of Horace's marriage, where would Sidney live, if not with Horace and Horace's wife? Still, he could have wished that Ella would continue to display her conversational powers. Presently Sidney lighted a cigarette. He was one of those young men whose delicate mouths seem to have been fashioned for the nice conduct of a cigarette, and he had a way of blowing out the smoke that secretly ravished every feminine beholder. Horace still held to his boyhood's principles, but he envied Sidney a little. At the conclusion of the festivity those two women naturally could not be permitted to walk home alone, and naturally also the four could not walk abreast on the narrow pavements. Horace went first with Mrs. Penkethman. He was mad with anxiety to appropriate Ella, but he dared not. It would not have been quite correct. It would have been, as they say in Bursley, too thick. Besides, there was the question of age. Horace was over 30, and Mrs. Penkethman was also over 30, whereas Sidney was 21, and so was Ella. Hence Sidney walked behind with Ella, and the procession started in silence. Horace did not look round too often. That would not have been quite proper, but whenever he did look round, the other couple had lagged farther and farther behind, and Ella seemed perfectly to have recovered her speech. At length he looked round, and lo! they had not turned the last corner, and they arrived at Mrs. Penkethman's cottage at Hillport a quarter of an hour after their elders. 4. The wedding cost Horace a large sum of money. You see, he could not do less than behave handsomely by the bride, owing to his notorious admiration for her, and of course the bridegroom needed setting up. Horace practically furnished their home for them out of his own pocket. It was not to be expected that Sidney should have resources. Further, Sidney, as a single man, paying 7 6 a week for board and lodging, could no doubt struggle along upon £3 weekly. But Sidney as a husband, with the nicest girl in the world to take care of, and house rent to pay, could not possibly perform the same feat. Although he did no more work at the manufactory, Horace could not have been so unbrotherly as to demand it. Horace paid him £8 a week instead of 3. And the affair cost Horace a good deal besides money. But what could Horace do? He decidedly would not have wished to wreck the happiness of two young and beautiful lives, even had he possessed the power to do so. And he did not possess the power. Those two did not consult Horace before falling in love. They merely fell in love, and there was an end of it. And an end of Horace too. Horace had to suffer. He did suffer. Perhaps it was for his highest welfare that other matters came to monopolize his mind. One sorrow drives out another. If you sit on a pin, you are apt to forget that you have the toothache. The earthenware manufactory was not going well. Plenty of business was being done, but not at the right prices. Crushed between the upper and nether millstones of the McKinley tariff and German competition, Horace, in company with other manufacturers, was breathing out his life's blood in the shape of capital. The truth was that he had never had enough capital. He had heavily mortgaged the house at Toft End in order to purchase his partner's shares in the business, and have the whole undertaking to himself, and he profoundly regretted it. He needed every penny that he could collect. The strictest economy was necessary if he meant to survive the struggle. And here he was paying £8 a week to a personage purely ornamental, after having squandered hundreds in rendering that personage comfortable. The situation was dreadful. You may ask, why did he not explain the situation to Sidney? Well, partly because he was too kind, and partly because he was too proud, and partly because Sidney would not have understood. Horace fought on, keeping up a position in the town, and hoping that miracles would occur. Then Ella's expectations were realised. Sidney and she had some £20,000 to play with, and they played the most agreeable games. But not in Bursley. No, they left Horace in Bursley and went to Llandudno for a spell. Horace envied them, but he saw them off at the station as an elder brother should, and tipped the porters. Certainly he was relieved of the formality of paying £8 a week to his brother, but this did not help him much. The sad fact was that things, by which is meant fate, circumstances, credit, and so on, had gone too far. It was no longer a question of £8 a week. It was a question of final ruin. Surely he might have borrowed money from Sidney. Sidney had no money. The money was Ella's. And Horace could not have brought himself to borrow money from a woman, from Ella, from a heavenly creature who always had a soothing, sympathetic word for him. That would have been to take advantage of Ella. No, if you suggest such a thing, you do not know Horace. I stated in the beginning that he had no faults. He was, therefore, absolutely honest, and he called his creditors together while he could yet pay them 20 shillings in the pound. It was a noble act, rare enough in the Five Towns and in other parts of England. But he received no praise for it. He had only done what every man in his position ought to do. If Horace had failed for 10 times the sum that his debts actually did amount to, and then paid 2 shillings in the pound instead of 20, he would have made a stir in the world and been looked up to as no ordinary man of business. Having settled his affairs in this humdrum, idiotic manner, Horace took a third-class return to Llandudno. Sidney and Ella were staying at the Hydro with the strange Welsh name, and he found Sidney lolling on the sunshiny beach in front of the Hydro, discoursing on the banjo to himself. When asked where his wife was, Sidney replied that she was lying down, and was obliged to rest as much as possible. Horace, ashamed to trouble this domestic idyll, related his misfortunes as airily as he could, and Sidney said he was awfully sorry, and had no notion how matters stood, and could he do anything for Horace? If so, Horace might... "No," said Horace, "I'm all right. I've very fortunately got an excellent place as manager in a big new manufactory in Germany. This is how we deal with German competition in the Five Towns." "Germany!" cried Sidney. "Yes," said Horace, "and I start the day after to-morrow." "Well," said Sidney, "at any rate you'll stay the night." "Thanks," said Horace, "you're very kind. I will." So they went into the Hydro together, Sidney caressing his wonderful new pearl-inlaid banjo, and Horace talked in low tones to Ella as she lay on the sofa. He convinced Ella that his departure to Germany was the one thing he had desired all his life, because it was not good that Ella should be startled, shocked, or grieved. They dined well. But in the night Sidney had a recurrence of his old illness, a bad attack, and Horace sat up through the dark hours, fetched the doctor, and bought things at the chemist's. Towards morning Sidney was better, and Horace, standing near the bed, gazed at his step-brother, and tried in his stupid way to read the secrets beneath that curly hair. But he had no success. He caught himself calculating how much Sidney had cost him, at periods of his career when he could ill spare money, and having caught himself, he was angry with himself for such baseness. At 8 o'clock he ventured to knock at Ella's door, and explained to her that Sidney had not been quite well. She had passed a peaceful night, for he had, of course, refrained from disturbing her. He was not quite sure whether Sidney had meant him to stay at the Hydro as his guest, so he demanded a bill, paid it, said good-bye, and left for Bonn on the Rhine. He was very exhausted and sleepy. Happily, the third-class carriages on the London and North Western are pretty comfortable. Between Chester and Crewe he had quite a doze, and dreamt that he had married Ella after all, and that her £20,000 had put the earthenware business on a footing of magnificent and splendid security. 5. A few months later, Horace's house and garden at Toft End were put up to auction by arrangement with his mortgagee and his trade creditors, and Sidney was struck with the idea of buying the place. The impression was that it would go cheap. Sidney said that it would be a pity to let the abode pass out of the family. Ella said that the idea of buying it was a charming one, because in the garden it was that she had first met her Sidney. So the place was duly bought, and Sidney and Ella went to live there. Several years elapsed. Then, one day, little Horace was informed that his Uncle Horace, whom he had never seen, was coming to the house on a visit, and that he must be a good boy and polite to his uncle, and all the usual sort of thing. And in effect, Horace, the elder, did arrive in the afternoon. He found no one to meet him at the station, or at the garden gate of the pleasaunce that had once been his, or even at the front door. A pert parlour-maid told him that her master and mistress were upstairs in the nursery, and that he was requested to go up. And he went up, And to be sure, Sidney met him at the top of the stairs, banjo in hand, cigarette in mouth, smiling, easy and elegant as usual, not a trace of physical weakness in his face or form. And Horace was jocularly ushered into the nursery and introduced to his nephew. Ella had changed. She was no longer slim, and no longer gay and serious by turns. She narrowly missed being stout, and she was continuously gay, like Sidney. The child was also gay. Everybody was glad to see Horace, but nobody seemed deeply interested in Horace's affairs. As a fact, he had done rather well in Germany, and had now come back to England in order to assume a working partnership in a small potting concern in Hanbridge. He was virtually beginning life afresh. But what concerned Sidney and Ella was themselves and their offspring. They talked incessantly about the infinitesimal details of their daily existence, and the alterations which they had made, or meant to make, in the house and garden. And occasionally Sidney thrummed a tune on the banjo to amuse the infant. Horace had expected them to be curious about Germany and his life in Germany, but not a bit. He might have come in from the next street and left them only yesterday, for all the curiosity they exhibited. "Shall we go down to the drawing-room and have tea, eh?" said Ella. "Yes, let's go and kill the fatted calf," said Sidney. And strangely enough, inexplicably enough, Horace did feel like a prodigal. Sidney went off with his precious banjo, and Ella picked up sundry belongings without which he never travelled about the house. "You carry me downstairs, Unky?" the little nephew suggested, with an appealing glance at his new uncle. "No," said Horace, "I'm dashed if I do." End of The Lion's Share, by Arnold Bennett.
The Man Without a Country, by Edward Everett Hale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Roddy Delaney, Idaho, USA, September 2007. The Man Without a Country, by Edward Everett Hale. I suppose that very few casual readers of the New York Herald of August 18th observed, in an obscure corner, among the deaths, the announcement: Nolan died on board U.S. corvette Levant, latitude 2 degrees 11 minutes south, longitude 131 degrees west, on the 11th of May. Philip Nolan. I happened to observe it because I was stranded at the old mission house in Mackinac, waiting for a Lake Superior steamer which did not choose to come, and I was devouring to the very stubble all the current literature I could get hold of, even down to the deaths and marriages in the Herald. My memory for names and people is good, and the reader will see, as he goes on, that I had reason enough to remember Philip Nolan. There are hundreds of readers who would have paused at that announcement, if the officer of the Levant who reported it had chosen to make it thus: "Died, May 11th, the Man Without a Country." For it was as the Man Without a Country that poor Philip Nolan had been generally known by the officers who had had him in charge during some 50 years, as, indeed, by all the men who had sailed under them. I dare say there is many a man who has taken wine with him once a fortnight, in a 3 years' cruise, who never knew that his name was Nolan, or whether the poor wretch had any name at all. There can now be no possible harm in telling this poor creature's story. Reason enough there has been till now, ever since Madison's administration went out in 1817, for very strict secrecy, the secrecy of honor itself, among the gentlemen of the Navy who have had Nolan in successive charge, and certainly it speaks well for the esprit de corps of the profession and the personal honor of its members that to the press this man's story has been wholly unknown, and I think to the country at large also. I have reason to think, from some investigations I have made in the Naval Archives when I was attached to the Bureau of Construction, that every official report relating to him was burned when Ross burned the public buildings at Washington. One of the Tuckers, or possibly one of the Watsons, had Nolan in charge at the end of the war, and when, upon returning from his cruise, he reported at Washington to one of the Crown and Shields, who was in the Navy Department when he came home, he found that the department ignored the whole business. Whether they really knew nothing about it, or whether it was non me ricordo determined on as a piece of policy, I do not know. But this I do know, that since 1817, and possibly before, no naval officer has mentioned Nolan in his report of a cruise. But, as I say, there is no need for secrecy any longer, and now the poor creature is dead, it seems to me worth while to tell a little of his story, by way of showing young Americans of today what it is to be a man without a country. Philip Nolan was as fine a young officer as there was in the Legion of the West, as the Western Division of our army was then called. When Aaron Burr made his first dashing expedition down to Orleans in 1805 at Fort Massac, or somewhere above on the river, he met, as the devil would have it, this gay, dashing, bright young fellow at some dinner party, I think. Burr marked him, talked to him, walked with him, took a day or two's voyage on his flatboat, and, in short, fascinated him. For the next year barrack life was very tame for poor Nolan. He occasionally availed himself of the permission the great man had given him to write to him. Long, high-worded, stilted letters the poor boy wrote and rewrote and copied, but never a line did he have in reply from the gay deceiver. The other boys in the garrison sneered at him, because he sacrificed in this unrequited affection for a politician the time that they devoted to the Monongahela, Hazard, and High-Low Jack. Bourbon, euchre, and poker were still unknown, but one day Nolan had his revenge. This time Burr came down the river, not as an attorney seeking a place for his office, but as a distinguished conqueror. He had defeated I know not how many district attorneys. He had dined at I know not how many public dinners. He had been heralded in I know not how many weekly Arguses, and it was rumored that he had an army behind him and an empire before him. It was a great day, his arrival, to poor Nolan. Burr had not been at the fort an hour before he sent for him. That evening he asked Nolan to take him out in his skiff, to show him a canebrake or a cottonwood tree, as he said, really to seduce him. And by the time the sail was over, Nolan was enlisted body and soul. From that time, though he did not yet know it, he lived as a man without a country. What Burr meant to do, I know no more than you, dear reader. It is none of our business just now. Only, when the grand catastrophe came, and Jefferson and the House of Virginia of that day undertook to break on the wheel all the possible clearances of the then House of New York, by the great treason trial at Richmond, some of the lesser fry in that distant Mississippi Valley, which is farther from us than Puget Sound is today, introduced the like novelty on their provincial stage, and, to while away the monotony of the summer at Fort Adams, got up, for spectacles, a string of court-martials on the officers there. One and another of the colonels and majors was tried, and, to fill out the list, little Nolan, against whom, heaven knows, there was evidence enough that he was sick of the service, had been willing to be false to it, and would have obeyed any order to march any whither with any one who would follow him had the order been signed by command of His Excellency A. Burr. The courts dragged on. The big flies escaped, rightly for all I know. Nolan was proved guilty, as I say, yet you and I would never have heard of him, reader, but that, when the president of the court asked him at the close whether he wished to say anything to show that he had always been faithful to the United States, he cried out in a fit of frenzy, "Damn the United States! I wish I may never hear of the United States again!" I suppose he did not know how the words shocked Colonel Morgan, who was holding the court. Half of the officers who sat in it had served through the Revolution, and their lives, not to say their necks, had been risked for the very idea he so cavalierly cursed in his madness. He, on his part, had grown up in the West of those days, in the midst of the Spanish plot, Orleans plot, and all the rest. He had been educated on a plantation, where the finest company was a Spanish officer or a French merchant from Orleans. His education, such as it was, had been perfected in commercial expeditions to Vera Cruz, and I think he told me his father once hired an Englishman to be a private tutor for a winter on the plantation. He spent half his youth with an older brother hunting horses in Texas, and to him United States was scarcely a reality. Yet he had been fed by United States for all the years since he had been in the army. He had sworn on his faith as a Christian to be true to United States. It was United States which gave him the uniform he wore and the sword by his side. Nay, my poor Nolan, it was only because United States had picked you out first as one of her own confidential men of honor that A. Burr cared for you a straw more than for the flatboat men who sailed his ark for him. I do not excuse Nolan. I only explain to the reader why he damned his country, and wished he might never hear her name again. He never did hear her name but once again. From that moment, September 23rd, 1807, till the day he died, May 11th, 1863, he never heard her name again. For that half century and more he was a man without a country. Old Morgan, as I said, was terribly shocked. If Nolan had compared George Washington to Benedict Arnold, or had cried God save King George, Morgan would not have felt worse. He called the court into his private room, and returned in 15 minutes, with a face like a sheet, to say, "Prisoner, hear the sentence of the court. The court decides, subject to the approval of the President, that you never hear the name United States again." Nolan laughed, but nobody else laughed. Old Morgan was too solemn, and the whole room was hushed dead as night for a minute. Even Nolan lost his swagger in a moment. Then Morgan added, "Mr. Marshal, take the prisoner to Orleans in an armed boat, and deliver him to the naval commander there." The marshal gave his orders, and the prisoner was taken out of the court. "Mr. Marshal," continued old Morgan, "see that no one mentions the United States to the prisoner. Mr. Marshal, make my respects to Lieutenant Mitchell at Orleans, and request him to order that no one shall mention the United States to the prisoner while he is on board ship. You will receive your written orders from the officer on duty here this evening. The court is adjourned without day." I have always supposed that Colonel Morgan himself took the proceedings of the court to Washington City, and explained them to Mr. Jefferson. Certain it is that the President approved them. Certain, that is, if I may believe the men who say they have seen his signature. Before the Nautilus got round from New Orleans to the North Atlantic coast with the prisoner on board, the sentence had been approved, and he was a man without a country. The plan then adopted was substantially the same as was necessarily followed ever after. Perhaps it was suggested by the necessity of sending him by water from Fort Adams to Orleans. The Secretary of the Navy, it must have been the first Crown and Shield, though he is a man I do not remember, was requested to put Nolan on board a vessel bound on a long cruise, and to direct that he should be only so far confined there as to make it certain that he never saw or heard of the country. We had few cruises then, and the Navy was very much out of favor, and as almost all of this story is traditional, as I have explained, I do not know certainly what his first cruise was. But the commander to whom he was entrusted, perhaps it was Tingey or Shaw, though I think it was one of the younger men, we are all old enough now, regulated the etiquette and the precautions of the affair, and according to his scheme they were carried out, I suppose, till Nolan died. When I was second officer of the Intrepid, some 30 years after, I saw the original paper of instructions. I have been sorry ever since that I did not copy the whole of it. It ran, however, much in this way: Washington, with a date which have been late in 1807. Sir, you will receive from Lieutenant Neal the person of Philip Nolan, late Lieutenant of the United States Army. This person, on his trial by court-martial, expressed with an oath the wish that he might never hear of the United States again. The court has sentenced him to have his wish fulfilled. For the present, the execution of this order is entrusted by the President of this Department. You will take the prisoner on board your ship and keep him there with such precautions as shall prevent his escape. You will provide him with such quarters, rations, and clothing as would be proper for an officer of his late rank if he were a passenger on your ship on the business of his government. The gentlemen on board will make any arrangements agreeable to themselves regarding his society. He is to be exposed to no indignity of any kind, nor is he ever to unnecessarily be reminded that he is a prisoner. But under no circumstances is he ever to hear of his country, or see any information regarding it. And you will specially caution all the officers under your command to take care that, in the various indulgences which may be granted, this rule, in which his punishment is involved, shall not be broken. It is the intention of the government that he shall never again see the country which he has disowned. Before the end of your cruise you will receive orders which will give effect to this intention. Respectfully yours, W. Southard, for the Secretary of the Navy. If I had only preserved the whole of this paper, there would be no break in the beginning of my sketch of this story. For Captain Shaw, if it were he, handed it to his successor in the charge, and he to his, and I suppose the commander of the Levant has it today as his authority for keeping this man in this mild custody. The rule adopted on board the ships on which I have met the man without a country was, I think, transmitted from the beginning. No mess liked to have him permanently, because his presence cut off all talk of home, or of the prospect of return, of politics or letters, of peace or war, cut off more than half the talk men liked to have at sea. But it was always thought too hard that he should never meet the rest of us, except to touch hats, and we finally sank into one system. He was not permitted to talk to the men unless an officer was by. With officers he had unrestrained intercourse, as far as they and he chose. But he grew shy, though he had his favorites. I was one. Then the captain always asked him to dinner on Monday. Every mess in succession took up invitation in its turn. According to the size of the ship, you had him at your mess more or less often at dinner. His breakfast he ate in his own stateroom. He always had a stateroom, which was where a sentinel or somebody on watch could see the door. And whatever else he ate or drank, he ate or drank alone. Sometimes, when the marines or sailors had any special jollification, they were permitted to invite Plain Buttons, as they called him. Then Nolan was sent with some officer, and the men were forbidden to speak of home while he was there. I believe the theory that the sight of his punishment did them good. They called him Plain Buttons because, while he chose to wear a regulation army uniform, he was not permitted to wear the army button, for the reason that it bore either the initials or the insignia of the country he had disowned. I remember, soon after I joined the Navy, I was on shore with some of the older officers from our ship and from the Brandywine, which we had met at Alexandria. We had leave to make a party and go up to Cairo and the pyramids. As we jogged along (you went on donkeys then), some of the gentlemen, we called them Dons, but the phrase was long since changed, fell into talking about Nolan, and someone told the system which was adopted from the first about his books and other reading. As he was almost never permitted to go on shore, even though the vessel lay in port for months, his time at best hung heavy, and every one was permitted to lend him books, if they were not published in America and made no allusion to it. These were common enough in the old days, when people in the other hemisphere talked of the United States as little as we do of Paraguay. He had almost all the foreign newspapers that came into the ship sooner or later, only somebody must go over them first and cut out any advertisement or stray paragraph that alluded to America. This was a little cruel sometimes, when the back of what was cut out might be as innocent as Hesiod. Right in the midst of one of Napoleon's battles, or one of Canning's speeches, poor Nolan would find a great hole, because on the back of the page of that paper there had been an advertisement for a packet for New York, or a scrap from the President's message. I say this was the first time I ever heard of this plan, which afterwards I had enough and more than enough to do with. I remember it because poor Phillips, who was a part of that party, as soon as the allusion to reading was made, told a story of something which happened at the Cape of Good Hope on Nolan's first voyage, and it was the only time I knew of that voyage. They had touched at the Cape, and done the civil thing with the English admiral and the fleet, and then, leaving for a long cruise up the Indian Ocean, Phillips had borrowed a lot of English books from an officer, which, in those days, as indeed in these, was quite a windfall. Among them, as the devil would order, was the Lay of the Last Minstrel, which they had all of them heard of, but which most of them had never seen. I think it could not have been published long. Well, nobody thought there could be any risk of anything national in that, though Phillips swore old Shaw had cut out the Tempest from Shakespeare before he let Nolan have it, because he said the Bermudas ought to be ours, and, by Jove, should be one day. So Nolan was permitted to join the circle one afternoon when a lot of them sat on deck smoking and reading aloud. People do not do such things so often now, but when I was young we got rid of a great deal of time so. Well, so it happened that in his turn Nolan took the book and read to the others, and he read very well, as I know. Nobody in the circle knew a line of the poem, only it was all magic and border chivalry, and was 10,000 years ago. Poor Nolan read steadily through the fifth canto, stopped a minute and drank something, and then began, without a thought of what was coming. Breathes there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said. It seems impossible to us that anybody ever heard this for the first time, but all of these fellows did then, and poor Nolan himself went on, still unconsciously or mechanically. This is my own, my native land. Then they all saw something was to pay, but he expected to get through, I suppose, turned a little pale, but plunged on. Whose heart hath ne'er within him burned, as home his footsteps he hath turned, from wandering on a foreign strand? If such there breathe, go, mark him well. By this time the men were all beside themselves, wishing there was any way to make him turn over 2 pages. But he had not quite presence of mind for that. He gagged a little, colored crimson, and staggered on. For him no minstrel raptures swell, high though his titles, proud his name, boundless his wealth, as wish can claim. Despite these titles, power and pelf, the wretch concentrated all in self. And here the poor fellow choked, could not go on, but started up, swung the book into the sea, vanished into his stateroom. And by Jove, said Phillips, we did not see him for 2 months again, and I had to make up some beggarly story to that English surgeon why I did not return his Walter Scott to him. That story shows about the time when Nolan's braggadocio must have broken down. At first, they said, he took a very high tone, considered his imprisonment a mere farce, affected to enjoy the voyage, and all that, but Phillips said that after he came out of his stateroom he was never the same man again. He never read aloud again, unless it was the Bible or Shakespeare or something else he was sure of. But it was not that merely. He never entered in with the other young men exactly as a companion again. He was always shy afterwards, when I knew him, very seldom spoke unless he was spoken to, except to a very few friends. He lighted up occasionally. I remember late in his life hearing him fairly eloquent on something which had been suggested to him by one of the Fléchier's sermons, but generally he had the nervous, tired look of a heart-wounded man. When Captain Shaw was coming home, if, as I say, it was Shaw, rather to the surprise of everybody they made one of the Windward Islands and lay off and on for nearly a week. The boys said the officers were sick of salt junk, and meant to have turtle soup before they came home. But after several days the Warren came to the same rendezvous. They exchanged signals. She sent to Phillips and these homeward bound men letters and papers, and told them she was outward bound, perhaps to the Mediterranean, and took poor Nolan and his traps on the boat back to try his second cruise. He looked blank when he was told to get ready to join her. He had known enough of the signs of the sky to know that till that moment he was going home. But this was a distinct evidence of something that he had not thought of perhaps, that there was no going home for him, even to a prison. And this was the first of some 20 such transfers, which brought him sooner or later into half of our best vessels, but which kept him all his life at least some 100 miles from the country he had hoped he might never hear of again. It may have been on that second cruise, it was once when he was up the Mediterranean, that Mrs. Graff, the celebrated Southern beauty of those days, danced with him. They had been lying a long time in the Bay of Naples, and the officers were very intimate in the English fleet, and there had been great festivities, and our men thought they must give a great ball on board the ship. How they ever did it on board the Warren I am sure I do not know. Perhaps it was not the Warren, or perhaps ladies did not take up so much room as they do now. They wanted to use Nolan's stateroom for something, and they hated to do it without asking him to the ball. So the captain said they might ask him if they would be responsible that he did not talk to the wrong people who would give him intelligence. So the dance went on, the finest party that had ever been known, I dare say, for I have never heard of a man-of-war ball that was not. For ladies they had the family of the American consul, one or two travelers who had adventured so far, and a nice bevy of English girls and matrons, perhaps even Lady Hamilton herself. Well, different officers relieved each other in standing and talking with Nolan in a friendly way, so as to be sure that nobody else spoke to him. The dancing went on with spirit, and after a while even the fellows who took this honorary guard of Nolan ceased to fear any contretemps. Only when some English lady, Lady Hamilton as I said, perhaps, called for a set of American dances, an odd thing happened. Everybody then danced contra dances. The black band, nothing loath, conferred as to what American dances were, and started off with a Virginia reel, which they followed with Money Musk, which in its turn in those days should have been followed by the Old 13. But just as Dick, the leader, tapped his fiddles to begin, and bent forward, about to say in true negro state, "The Old 13, ladies and gentlemen," as he had said, "Virginny reel, if you please, and Money Musk, if you please," the captain's boy tapped him on the shoulder, whispered to him, and he did not announce the name of the dance. He merely bowed, began on the air, and they all fell to, the officers teaching the English girls the figure, but not telling them why it had no name. But that is not the story I started to tell. As the dancing went on, Nolan and our fellows all got at ease, as I said, so much so that it seemed quite natural for him to bow to that splendid Mrs. Graff and say, "I hope you have not forgotten me, Miss Rutledge. Shall I have the honor of dancing?" He did it so quickly that Fellows, who was with him, could not hinder him. She laughed and said, "I am not Miss Rutledge any longer, Mr. Nolan, but I will dance all the same." Just nodded to Fellows, as if to say leave Mr. Nolan to her, and led him off to the place where the dance was forming. Nolan thought he had got his chance. He had known her at Philadelphia, and at other places had met her, and this was a godsend. You could not talk in contra dances, as you do in cotillions, or even in the pauses of waltzing, but there were chances for tongues and sounds as well as eyes and blushes. He began with her travels, and Europe, and Vesuvius, and the French, and then, when they had worked down and had that long talking time at the bottom of the set, he said boldly, a little pale, she said, as she told me the story years after, "And what do you hear from home, Mrs. Graff?" And that splendid creature looked through him. Jove, how she must have looked through him! "Home, Mr. Nolan? I thought you were the man who never wanted to hear of home again." And she walked directly up the deck to her husband, and left poor Nolan alone, as he always was. He did not dance again. I cannot give any history of him in order. Nobody can now, and, indeed, I am not trying to. These are the traditions which I sort out, as I believe them, from the myths which I have been told about this man for 40 years. The lies that have been told about him are legion. The fellows used to say he was the Iron Mask, and poor George Pons went to his grave in the belief that this was the author of Junius, who was being punished for his celebrated libel on Thomas Jefferson. Pons was not very strong in the historical line. A happier story than either of these I have told is of the war. That came along soon after. I have heard this affair told in 3 or 4 ways, and, indeed, it may have happened more than once. But which ship it was on I cannot tell. However, in one at least of the great frigate duels with the English, in which our navy was really baptized, it happened that a round shot from the enemy entered one of our ports square, and took right down the officer of the gun himself, and almost every man in the gun's crew. Now you may say what you choose about courage, but that is not a nice thing to see. But as the men who were not killed picked themselves up, and as they and the surgeon's people were carrying off the bodies, there appeared Nolan, in his shirt sleeves, with a rammer in his hand, and, just as if he had been the officer, told them off with authority, who should go to the cockpit with the wounded men, who should stay with him, perfectly cheery, and with that way that makes men feel sure all is right, and is going to be right. And he finished loading the gun with his own hands, aimed it, and bade the men fire. And there he stayed, captain of the gun, keeping those fellows in spirits till the enemy struck, sitting on the carriage while the gun was cooling, though he was exposed all the time, showing them easier ways to handle heavy shot, making the raw hands laugh at their own blunders, and when the gun cooled again, getting it loaded and fired twice as often as any other gun on the ship. The captain walked forward by way of encouraging the men, and Nolan touched his hat and said, "I am showing them how we do this in the artillery, sir." And this is the part of the story where all the legends agree, and the Commodore said, "I see you do, and I thank you, sir, and I shall never forget this day, sir, and you never shall, sir." And after the whole thing was over, and he had the Englishman's sword, in the midst of the state and ceremony of the quarterdeck, he said, "Where is Mr. Nolan? Ask Mr. Nolan to come here." And when Mr. Nolan came, the captain said, "Mr. Nolan, we are very grateful to you today. You are one of us today, and you will be named in the dispatches." And then the old man took off his own sword of ceremony, and gave it to Nolan, and made him put it on. The man told me this who saw it. Nolan cried like a baby, and well he might. He had not worn a sword since that infernal day at Fort Adams. But always afterwards, on occasions of ceremony, he wore that quaint old French sword of the Commodore's. The captain did mention him in the dispatches. It was said that he asked that he might be pardoned. He wrote a special letter to the Secretary of War, but nothing ever came of it. As I said, that was about the time they began to ignore the whole transaction at Washington, and when Nolan's imprisonment began to carry itself on because there was nobody to stop it without any new orders from home. I have heard it said that he was with Porter when he took possession of the Nukahiwa Islands, not this Porter, you know, but old Porter, his father, Essex Porter, that is, the old Essex Porter, not this Essex. As an artillery officer who had seen service in the West, Nolan knew more about fortifications, embrasures, ravelins, stockades, and all that than any of them did, and he worked with a right good will in fixing that battery all right. I have always thought it was a pity Porter did not leave him in command there with Gamble. That would have settled all the questions about his punishment. We should have kept the islands, and at this moment we should have one station in the Pacific Ocean. Our French friends, too, when they wanted this little watering place, would have found it was preoccupied, but Madison and the Virginians, of course, flung it all away. All that was near 50 years ago. If Nolan was 30 then, he must have been near 80 when he died. He looked 60 when he was 40, but he never seemed to me to have changed a hair afterwards. As I imagine his life, from what I have seen and heard of it, he must have been in every sea, and yet almost never on land. He must have known, in a formal way, more officers in our service than any man living knows. He told me once, with a grave smile, that no man in the world lived so methodical a life as he. You know the boys say I am the Iron Mask, and you know how busy he was. He said it did not do for anyone to try and read all the time, more than do anything else all the time, but that he read just 5 hours a day. Then, he said, I keep up my notebooks, writing in them at such and such hours from what I have been reading. And I include in these my scrapbooks. These were very curious indeed. He had 6 or 8 of different subjects. There was one of history, one of natural science, one of which he called odds and ends. But they were not merely books of extracts from newspapers. They had bits of plants and ribbons, shells tied on, and carved scraps of bone and wood, which he had taught the men to cut for him, and they were beautifully illustrated. He drew admirably. He had some of the funniest drawings there, and some of the most pathetic I had ever seen in my life. I wonder who will have Nolan's scrapbooks. Well, he said his reading and his notes were his profession, and they took 5 hours and 2 hours respectively each day. Then, he said, every man should have a diversion as well as a profession. My natural history is my diversion. That took 2 hours a day more. The men used to bring him birds and fish, but on a long cruise he had to satisfy himself with centipedes and cockroaches and such small game. He was the only naturalist I ever met who knew anything about the habits of the housefly and the mosquito. All those people can tell you whether they are Lepidoptera or Stepidoptera, but as for telling you how to get rid of them, or how they get away from you when you strike, why, Lincius knew as little of that as John Foy the idiot did. These 9 hours made Nolan's regular daily occupation. The rest of the time he talked or walked. Till he grew very old he went aloft a great deal. He always kept up his exercise, and I never heard that he was ill. If any other man was ill, he was the kindest nurse in the world, and he knew more than half the surgeons do. Then, if anybody was sick, or died, or if the captain wanted him to, on any other occasion, he was always ready to read prayers. I have said that he read beautifully. My own acquaintance with Philip Nolan began 6 or 8 years after the war, on my first voyage after I was appointed a midshipman. It was in the first days after our slave trade treaty, while the reigning house, which was still the House of Virginia, had still a sort of sentimentalism about the suppression of the horrors of the Middle Passage, and something was sometimes done that way. We were in the South Atlantic on that business. From the time I joined, I believe I thought Nolan was a sort of a lay chaplain, a chaplain with a blue coat. I never asked about him. Everything in the ship was strange to me. I knew it was green to ask questions, and I suppose I thought there was a plain buttons on every ship. We had him to dine in our mess once a week, and the caution was given that on that day nothing was to be said about home. But if they had told us not to say anything about the planet Mars or the book of Deuteronomy, I should not have asked why. There were a great many things which seemed to me to have as little reason. I first came to understand anything about the man without a country one day when we overhauled a dirty little schooner which had slaves on board. An officer was sent to take charge of her, and after a few minutes he sent his boat back to ask that some one might be sent to him who could speak Portuguese. We were all looking over the rail when that message came, and we all wished that we could interpret when the captain asked who spoke Portuguese. But none of the officers did, and just as the captain was sending forward to ask if any of the people could, Nolan stepped out and said that he should be glad to interpret, if the captain wished, as he spoke the language. The captain thanked him, fitted out another boat with him, and in this boat it was my luck to go. When we got there, it was such a scene as you seldom see, and never want to. Nastiness beyond account, and chaos ran loose in the midst of the nastiness. There were not a great many of the negroes, but by way of making what there were understand that they were free, Vaughan had had their handcuffs and ankle cuffs knocked off, and, for convenience sake, was putting them upon the rascals of the schooner's crew. The negroes were, for the most part, out of the hold, and swarming around the dirty deck, with the central throng surrounding Vaughan and addressing him in every dialect and patois of a dialect, from the Zulu click up to the Parisian of Beledeljerad. As we came on deck, Vaughan looked down from the hogshead, on which he was mounted in desperation, and said, For God's love, is there anybody who can make these wretches understand something? The men gave them rum, and that did not quiet them. I knocked that big fellow down twice, and that did not soothe him. And then I talked Choctaw to all of them together, and I'll be hanged if they understood that as well as they understood the English. Nolan said he could speak Portuguese, and one or two of the fine looking crewmen were dragged out, who, it had been found already, had worked for the Portuguese on the coast at Fernando Po. "Tell them they are free," said Vaughan, "and tell them that these rascals are to be hanged as soon as we can get rope enough." Nolan put that into Spanish, that is, he explained it in such Portuguese as the crewmen could understand, and they in turn to such of those negroes who could understand them. Then there was such a yell of delight, clenching of fists, leaping and dancing, kissing of Nolan's feet, and a general rush made to the hogshead by way of spontaneous worship of Vaughan as the Deus ex machina of the occasion. "Tell them," Vaughan said, well pleased, "that I will take them to Cape Palmas." This did not answer so well. Cape Palmas was practically as far from the homes of most of them as New Orleans or Rio Janeiro was, that is, they would be eternally separated from their home there. And their interpreters, as we could understand, instantly said, "Ah, non Palmas," and began to propose infinite other expeditions in most voluble language. Vaughan was rather disappointed at this result of his liberality, and asked Nolan eagerly what they said. The drops stood on poor Nolan's white forehead as he hushed the men down and said: "He says not Palmas. He says, take us home, take us to our own country, take us to our own house, take us to our own pickaninnies and our own women. He says he has an old father and mother who will die if they do not see him. And this one says he left his people all sick and paddled down to Fernando to beg the white doctor to come and help them, and that these devils caught him in the bay just in sight of home, and that he has never seen anyone from home since then. And this one says," choked out Nolan, "that he has not heard a word from his home in 6 months, while he has been locked up in an infernal barracoon." Vaughan always said he grew gray himself while Nolan struggled through this interpretation. I, who did not understand anything of the passion involved in it, saw that the very elements were melting with fervent heat, and that something was to pay somewhere. Even the negroes themselves stopped howling as they saw Nolan's agony and Vaughan's almost equal agony of sympathy. As quick as he could get words, he said: "Tell them, yes, yes, yes. Tell them they shall go to the mountains of the moon if they will. If I sail the schooner through the great white desert, they shall go home." And after some fashion Nolan said so, and then they all fell to kissing him again, and wanted to rub his nose with theirs. But he could not stand it long, and getting Vaughan to say that he might go back, he beckoned me down into our boat. As we lay back in the stern sheets, and the men gave way, he said to me, "Youngster, let that show you what it is to be without a family, without a home, and without a country. And if you are ever tempted to say a word or do a thing that shall put a bar between you and your family, your home, and your country, pray God in His mercy to take you that instant home to His own heaven. Stick by your family, boy. Forget you have a self, while you do everything for them. Think of your home, boy. Write and send and talk about it. Let it be nearer and nearer to your thought the further you travel from it, and rush back to it when you are free, as that poor black slave is doing now. And for your country, boy," and the words rattled in his throat, "and for that flag," and he pointed to the ship, "never dream a dream but of serving her as she bids you, though the service carry you through 1,000 hells. No matter what happens to you, no matter who flatters you or who abuses you, never look at another flag, never let a night pass but you pray God to bless that flag. Remember, boy, that behind all these men you have to do with, behind officers and government and people even, there is the country herself, your country, and that you belong to her as you belong to your own mother. Stand by her, boy, as you would stand by your mother if those devils there got hold of her today." I was frightened to death by his calm, hard passion, but I blundered out that I would by all that was holy, and that I had never thought of doing anything else. He hardly seemed to hear me, but he did, almost in a whisper, say, "Oh, if anybody had said so to me when I was of your age!" I think it was this half confidence of his, which I never abused, for I never told this story till now, which afterward made us great friends. He was very kind to me. Often he sat up, or even got up, at night to walk the deck with me when it was my watch. He explained to me a great deal of my mathematics, and I owe to him my taste for mathematics. He lent me books and helped me about my reading. He never alluded so directly to his story again, but from one and another officer I have learned in 30 years what I am telling. When we parted from him in St. Thomas Harbor at the end of our cruise, I was more sorry than I can tell. I was very glad to meet him again in 1830, and in later life, when I thought I had some influence in Washington, I moved heaven and earth to have him discharged, but it was like getting a ghost out of prison. They pretended that there was no such man, and never was such a man. They will say so at the department now. Perhaps they do not know. It will not be the first thing in the service of which the department appears to know nothing. There is a story that Nolan met Burr once on one of our vessels, when a party of Americans came on board in the Mediterranean. But this I believe to be a lie, or rather it is a myth, ben trovato, involving a tremendous blowing up with which he sank Burr, asking him how he liked to be without a country. But it is clear from Burr's life that nothing of the sort could have happened. And I mention this only as an illustration of the stories that get a going where there is the least mystery at bottom. So poor Philip Nolan had his wish fulfilled. I know but one fate more dreadful. It is the fate reserved for those men who shall have one day to exile themselves from their country because they have attempted her ruin, and shall have at the same time to see the prosperity and honor to which she rises when she has rid herself of them and their iniquities. The wish of poor Nolan, as we learned to call him, not because his punishment was too great, but because his repentance was so clear, was precisely the wish of every Bragg and Beauregard who broke a soldier's oath 2 years ago, and every Maury and Barron who broke a sailor's. I do not know how often they have repented. I do know that they have done all that in them lay that they might have no country, that all the honors, associations, memories, and hopes which belong to country might be broken up into little shreds and distributed to the winds. I know, too, that their punishment, as they vegetate through the rest of what is left of life to them in wretched Boulons and Leicester squares, where they are destined to upbraid each other till they die, will have all the agony of Nolan's, with the added pang that every one who sees them will see them to despise and to execrate them. They will have their wish like him. For him, poor fellow, he repented his folly, and then, like a man, submitted to the fate he had asked for. He never intentionally added to the difficulty or delicacy of the charge of those who had him in hold. Accidents would happen, but they never happened from his fault. Lieutenant Truxton told me that when Texas was annexed there was a careful discussion among the officers whether they should get hold of Nolan's handsome set of maps and cut Texas out of it, from the map of the world and the map of Mexico. The United States had been cut out when the atlas was bought for him, but it was voted, rightly enough, that to do this would be virtually to reveal to him what had happened, or, as Harry Cole said, to make him think old Burr had succeeded. So it was from no fault of Nolan's that a great botch happened at my own table when, for a short time, I was in command of the George Washington corvette on the South American station. We were lying in the La Plata, and some of the officers who had been on shore and had just joined again were entertaining us with accounts of their misadventures in riding the half-wild horses of Buenos Aires. Nolan was at table, and was in an unusually bright and talkative mood. Some story of a tumble reminded him of an adventure of his own when he was catching wild horses in Texas with his adventurous cousin at a time when he must have been quite a boy. He told the story with a good deal of spirit, so much so that the silence which often follows a good story hung over the table for an instant, to be broken by Nolan himself, for he asked perfectly unconsciously, "Pray, what has become of Texas? After the Mexicans got their independence, I thought that the province of Texas would come forward very fast. It is really one of the finest regions on earth. It is the Italy of this continent. But I have not seen or heard a word of Texas for near 20 years." There were two Texan officers at the table. The reason he had never heard of Texas was that Texas and her affairs had been painfully cut out of the newspapers since Austin began his settlements, so that, while he read of Honduras and Tamaulipas, and till quite lately of California, this virgin province in which his brother had travelled so far and, I believe, had died, had ceased to be to him. Waters and Williams, the two Texas men, looked grimly at each other and tried not to laugh. Edward Morris had his attention attracted by the third link in the chain of the captain's chandelier. Watrous was seized by a convulsion of sneezing. Nolan himself saw that something was to pay, he did not know what, and I, as master of the feast, had to say: "Texas is out of the map, Mr. Nolan. Have you seen Captain Back's curious account of Sir Thomas Roe's welcome?" After that cruise I never saw Nolan again. I wrote to him at least twice a year, for in that voyage we became even confidentially intimate, but he never wrote to me. The other men tell me that in those 15 years he aged very fast, as well he might indeed, but that he was still the same gentle, uncomplaining, silent sufferer that he ever was, bearing as best he could his self-appointed punishment. Rather less social, perhaps, with new men whom he did not know, but more anxious, apparently, than ever to serve and befriend and teach the boys, some of whom fairly seemed to worship him. And now it seems the dear old fellow is dead. He has found a home at last, and a country. Since writing this, and while considering whether or not I would print it as a warning to young Nolans and Vlandinghams and Tatnalls of today of what it is to throw away a country, I have received from Danforth, who is on board the Levitt, a letter which gives an account of Nolan's last hours. To understand the first words of the letter, the non-professional reader should remember that after 1817 the position of every officer who had Nolan in charge was one of the greatest delicacy. The government had failed to renew the order of 1807 regarding him. What was a man to do? Should he let him go? What then if he were called to account by the department for violating the order of 1807? Should he keep him? What then if Nolan should be liberated some day, and should bring an action for false imprisonment or kidnapping against every man who had had him in charge? I urged and pressed this upon Southard, and I have reason to think that other officers did the same thing. But the secretary always said, as they so often do at Washington, that there were no special orders to give, that we must act on our own judgment. That means, if you succeed you will be sustained, if you fail you will be disavowed. Well, as Danforth says, all that is over now, though I do not know but I expose myself to a criminal prosecution on the evidence of the very revelation I am making. Here is the letter. Levant, 2 degrees 2 minutes south at 131 degrees west. Dear Fred, I try to find heart and life to tell you that it is all over with dear old Nolan. I have been with him on this voyage more than I ever was, and I can understand wholly now the way in which you used to speak of the dear old fellow. I could see that he was not strong, but I had no idea the end was so near. The doctor has been watching him very carefully, and yesterday morning came to me and told me that Nolan was not so well, and had not left his stateroom, a thing I never remember before. He had let the doctor come and see him as he lay there, the first time the doctor had been in the stateroom, and he said he should like to see me. Oh dear, do you remember the mysteries we boys used to invent about his room in the old intrepid days? Well, I went in, and there, to be sure, the poor fellow lay in his berth, smiling pleasantly as he gave me his hand, but looking very frail. I could not help a glance around, which showed me a little shrine he had made of the box he was lying in. The stars and stripes were triced up above and around a picture of Washington, and he had painted a majestic eagle with lightnings blazing from his beak and his foot just clasping the whole globe, which his wings overshadowed. The dear boy saw my glance and said with a sad smile, "Here, you see, I have a country." And then he pointed to the foot of his bed, where I had not seen before a great map of the United States, as he had drawn it from memory, and which he had there to look upon as he lay. Quaint, queer old names were on it in large letters: Indian Territory, Mississippi Territory, Louisiana Territory, as I suppose our fathers learned such things. But the old fellow had patched in Texas too, and had carried his western boundary all the way to the Pacific, but on that shore he defined nothing. "Oh, Danforth," he said, "I know I am dying. I cannot get home. Surely you will tell me something now. Stop, stop! Do not speak till I say what I am sure you know, that there is not in this ship, that there is not in America, God bless her, a more loyal man than I. There cannot be a man who loves the old flag as I do, or prays for it as I do, or hopes for it as I do. There are 34 stars in it now, Danforth. I thank God for that, though I do not know what their names are. There has never been one taken away. I thank God for that. I know by that there has never been a successful Burr." "Oh, Danforth, Danforth," he sighed out, "how like a wretched night's dream a boy's idea of personal fame or a separate sovereignty seems when one looks back on it after a life such as mine. But tell me something, tell me everything, Danforth, before I die." "Ingham, I swear to you that I felt like a monster, that I had not told him everything before. Danger or no danger, delicacy or no delicacy, who was I that I should have been acting the tyrant all this time over this dear, sainted old man, who had years ago expiated in his whole manhood's life the madness of a boy's treason? "Mr. Nolan," I said, "I will tell you everything you ask about. Only where shall I begin?" Oh, the blessed smile that crept over his white face! And he pressed my hand and said, "God bless you." "Tell me their names," he said. He pointed to the stars on the flag. "The last I know is Ohio. My father lived in Kentucky. But I have guessed Michigan and Indiana and Mississippi. That was where Fort Adams is. They make 20. But where are your other 14? You have not cut up any of the old ones, I hope." Well, that was not a bad text, and I told him the names in as good order as I could, and he bade me take down his beautiful map and draw them in as best I could with my pencil. He was wild with delight about Texas. He told me how his cousin died there. He had marked a gold cross near where he supposed his grave was, and he had guessed at Texas. Then he was delighted as he saw California and Oregon. That, he said, he had suspected partly because he had never been permitted to land on that shore, though the ships were there so much. And the men, he said, brought off a good deal besides furs. Then he went back, heaven knows how far, to ask about the Chesapeake, and what was done to Barron for surrendering her to the Leopard, and whether Burr ever tried again. And he ground his teeth with the only passion he showed. But in a moment that was over, and he said, "God forgive me, for I am sure I forgive him." Then he asked about the old war, told me the true story of his serving the gun the day we took the Java, asked about dear old David Porter, as he called him, then settled down more quietly and very happily to hear me tell in an hour the history of 50 years. How I wished it had been somebody who knew something! But I did as well as I could. I told him of the English war. I told him about Fulton and the steamboat beginning. I told him about old Scott and Jackson, told him all I could think of about the Mississippi and New Orleans and Texas and his old Kentucky. And do you think he asked who was in command of the Legion of the West? I told him it was a very gallant officer named Grant, and that, by our last news, he was about to establish headquarters at Vicksburg. Then, where was Vicksburg? I worked it out on the map. It was about 100 miles, more or less, above his old Fort Adams. And I thought Fort Adams must be a ruin now. "It must be at old Vic's plantation at Walnut Hills," he said. "Well, that is a change." I tell you, Ingham, it was a hard thing to condense the history of a half century into that talk with a sick man. And I do not now know what I told him of immigration and the means of it, of steamboats and railroads and telegraphs, of inventions and books and literature, of the colleges and West Point and the Naval School, but with the queerest interpretations that ever you heard. You see, it was Robinson Crusoe asking all the accumulated questions of 56 years. I remember he asked all of a sudden who was president now, and when I told him, he asked if old Abe was General Benjamin Lincoln's son. He said he had met old General Lincoln when he was quite a boy himself at some Indian territory. I said no, that old Abe was a Kentuckian like himself, but I could not tell him of what family. He had worked up from the ranks. "Good for him!" cried Nolan. "I am glad of that. As I have brooded and wondered, I have thought our danger was in keeping up those regular successions in the first families." Then I got talking about my visit to Washington. I told him of meeting the Oregon Congressman Harding. I told him about the Smithsonian and the exploring expedition. I told him about the Capitol and the statues for the pediment, and Crawford's library and Greenhouse, Washington. Ingham, I told him everything I could think of that would show the grandeur of his country and its prosperity. But I could not make my mouth tell him a word about this infernal rebellion. And he drank it in, and enjoyed it as I cannot tell you. He grew more and more silent, yet I never thought he was tired or faint. I gave him a glass of water, but he just wet his lips and told me not to go away. Then he asked me to bring the Presbyterian Book of Public Prayer which lay there, and said, with a smile, that it would open at the right place, and so it did. There was a double red mark down the page, and I knelt down and read, and he repeated with me, "For ourselves and our country, O gracious God, we thank Thee, that, notwithstanding our manifold transgressions of Thy holy laws, Thou hast continued to us Thy marvelous kindness." And so to the end of that thanksgiving. Then he turned to the end of the same book, and I read the words more familiar to me. "Most heartily we beseech Thee with Thy favor to behold and bless Thy servant, the President of the United States, and all others in authority, and the rest of the Episcopal collect." "Danforth," he said, "I have repeated those prayers night and morning. It is now 55 years." And then he said he would go to sleep. He bent me down over him and kissed me, and said, "Look in my Bible, Danforth, when I am gone," and I went away. But I had no thought it was the end. I thought he was tired and would sleep. I knew he was happy, and I wanted him to be alone. But in an hour, when the doctor went in gently, he found Nolan had breathed his life away with a smile. He had something pressed close to his lips. It was his father's badge of the Order of the Cincinnati. We looked in his Bible, and there was a slip of paper at the place where he had marked the text. "They desire a country, even a heavenly, wherefore God is not ashamed to be called their God, for He hath prepared for them a city." On the slip of paper he had written, "Bury me in the sea. It has been my home, and I love it. But will not someone set up a stone for my memory at Fort Adams or at Orleans, that my disgrace may not be more than I ought to bear? Say on it, 'In memory of Philip Nolan, Lieutenant in the Army of the United States. He loved his country as no other man has loved her, but no man deserved less at her hands.'" End of The Man Without a Country by Edward Everett Hale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Rowdy Delaney, Idaho, USA, September 2007. The New Sun by J. S. Fletcher. From the time he had taken up the study of astronomy as a pleasant means of spending his newly acquired leisure, and had built himself a small, well equipped observatory as an adjunct to his house, which stood on one of the highest slopes of Leith Hill, Mequillen had formed the habit of rising from his bed every 2 or 3 hours of a cloudy night to see if the sky had cleared. To some men such a habit would have been highly inconvenient, for many obvious reasons. But Mequillen was in a lucky position. He was unmarried. He possessed much more than ample means. He had therefore no business or profession to attend to, and accordingly no train to catch in the morning to keep office hours. He could sleep at any time of the day he chose. And if he jumped out of bed at 2 o'clock in the morning to find the sky was still cloudy, he could jump back and go to sleep again on the instant. And he was, moreover, an enthusiast of the first order. On a certain night in February of 1920, Mequillen, who had gone to bed at 10 o'clock, suddenly awoke, switched on the electric light at the side of his bed, and, seeing that it was 10 minutes past 12, sprang out, shuffled himself into a thickly padded dressing gown, and hurried up the winding stairs which led to the observatory. One glance into the night showed him a perfectly clear sky. From the vast dome of heaven, wondrously blue, the stars shone out like points of fire. And Mequillen, with a sigh of satisfaction, began his work at the telescope, comparing the sky, field by field, with his star chart, on the chance of finding new variable stars. After his usual fashion, he was immediately absorbed, and the sky remaining clear, he went on working, unconscious of the time, until a deep toned clock in the room beneath struck the hour of 3. Then Mequillen started, and realized that he had been so absorbed that he had not noticed the striking of 1 or 2, and leaned back from the telescope in a suddenly assumed attitude of relaxation, stretching his arms and casting his eyes to the still clear vault above him. The next instant he became rigid. The next he began to tremble with excitement. The next he could have shouted for joy. For there, in the constellation which astronomers have named Andromeda, Mequillen detected a new star. He knew as he gazed and gazed, intoxicated with the delight and wonder of his discovery, that the burning and glittering object at which he was looking had never shown its light to man before. There was no need to turn to his star charts. Mequillen, being a rich man, was always equipped with the latest information from the greatest observatories in the world. That star, burning with such magnificence, was on no chart. Nay, he himself had taken a photograph of that particular field in the heavens only 24 hours previously, wherein were stars to the 12th magnitude, but the star at which he gazed was not amongst them. It had suddenly blazed up, and as he watched he saw it visibly, plainly, increase in brightness and magnitude. "A new star," he murmured mechanically. "A new star. I wonder who else has seen it." Mequillen continued to watch until, as the February dawn drew near, the clouds spread great curtains between him and the heavens, and the sky and the stars were blotted out. Then he went to his bed, and, in spite of his excitement, he slept soundly until 10 o'clock in the morning. When Mequillen woke and looked out across the Surrey hills and vales, the entire landscape was being rapidly blotted out by a curious mist or fog which seemed to come from nowhere. A vast, mighty blanket of yellow seemed to drop between him and everything as he looked. At one moment he saw the summit of a hill many miles away; the next he could not even see his own garden beneath his windows. And when he went downstairs, half an hour later, the fog had become of the color of gray ash, and the house was full of it, and the electric light was turned on everywhere, and to little effect. Mequillen's sister Adela, who kept house for him, with the assistance of a housekeeper and several female servants, came to him in his study, looking scared. "Dan," she said, "isn't there something queer about this fog? It's getting worse." Mequillen laid down a bundle of letters which he had just taken up, and walked out to the front door and into the garden. He looked around him, and he sniffed. "It certainly does seem queer, Addie," he said. "We've certainly never seen a fog like this in these parts since we knew them." The girl sniffed too. "Dan," she said, "it's like as if it were the very finest dust. And look there!" She had been wiping her hand with a tiny wisp of a handkerchief as she spoke, and now she held the handkerchief out to Mequillen. "Look," she repeated. McQuillan looked down and saw a curious stain, a species of smudge or smear of a faint grey colour. Without making any remark, he ran the tip of his finger over the nearest object, an espalier. The same smudge or smear appeared on his finger. "It's on everything," whispered the girl. "See, it's on my cheek. It's some sort of dust, Dan. What's the matter?" But McQuillan made no answer. He asked for breakfast, and they went in together. By that time the interior of the house was as full of the fog as the exterior was hidden by it, and everything that they touched, plate, china, linen, gave off the grey smear. And by noon everything was wrapped in an ashen grey atmosphere, and the electrical lights had no power beyond a very limited compass. "This is vexatious," said McQuillan. "I was going to have the motor out and take you across to Greenwich. I wanted to make an inquiry at the observatory. Do you know, Addie, I found a new star last night." "A new star," she said wonderingly. "But you won't go, Dan?" "Won't go?" he said, laughing. "I should like to see anybody go anywhere in this, though it may be only local. By George, weren't the Cockerlynes coming out to dine and sleep tonight?" Addie nodded. "Well, I hope they won't run into this," continued McQuillan. "Ah, I'll ring Dick Cockerlyne up and ask him what the weather's like in town, and then I'll ring up the observatory." He went off to the small room in which the telephone was placed. His sister followed him, and as they passed beneath the cluster of lights in the hall, McQuillan saw the girl's face was drawn and pallid. He stopped sharply. "Why, Addie," he said. "Frightened?" She laid her hand on his arm, and he felt it trembling. "Dan," she whispered, "I'm horribly frightened. What is this? You know, there's never been anything like this before, in our time. What's happened?" McQuillan laughed and patted the hand that lay on his arm. "Come, Addie," he said soothingly. "This isn't like you. I think this fog is uncommon, and I can't account for it. But I've no doubt it can be accounted for. Now, let me ring up Cockerlyne. I've a notion we shall hear they've got a bright morning there in London." The girl shook her head, made as if she would follow him to the telephone, and then suddenly turned away. In the silence a woman's scream rang out. "That's cook in hysterics," said Addie. "I shall have to be brave for the sake of the servants, Dan. They're all as frightened as I am." Nearly an hour later McQuillan came out of the little room, and he called his sister into the study. He closed the door and beckoned her into the arc of the electric light. "This is queer," he said in a whisper. "I've been talking to Cockerlyne, and to the observatory. Dick says this fog struck London at 10 o'clock. It's just as it is here, and everything's at a standstill. Dick hasn't the remotest notion how he's going to get away from the city. But that's nothing. Addie, it's all over Europe." The girl made a little inarticulate sound of horror in her throat, and her face whitened. "All over Europe, so they say at Greenwich," continued McQuillan. "From Lisbon to Moscow, and from Inverness to Constantinople. Land and sea, it's everywhere. It's something unexplainable. Such a thing has never been known before. But it's no use getting frightened, Addie. You must be brave. It's no doubt some natural phenomenon that will be accounted for. And phew, how very hot this room is." The girl went close to her brother and laid her hand on his arm. "Dan," she said, "it isn't the room. See, the fire's very low, and the ventilating fan's working. It's the same everywhere. Come into the garden." McQuillan followed her out of the house, knitting his brows, and snapping his fingers after his wont when he was puzzled. For several days the weather had been unusually cold for the time of year. Released now from the preoccupation of the last few hours, he suddenly realized that the day was as hot as a July day should be under normal conditions. He turned to the outdoor thermometer. "Why," he exclaimed, "it's over 70 now. 70 in February? Addie, something's happened to this old world of ours, that's certain. Look there." As they watched, the mercury rose, 1, 2, 3 figures. The brother and sister stared at each other, and McQuillan suddenly dropped his hand with a gesture of helplessness. "Well," he said, "there's nothing to be done but to wait. I don't understand it." They went back into the house together, and into McQuillan's study. only to stand and stare at each other in silence. Then Addie made a sudden effort at conversation. "Tell me about the new star, Dan," she said. McQuillan started. "The new star!" he exclaimed. "The new star! My God, I wonder if that has anything to do with this? If The parlour maid, white and scared, came noiselessly into the circle of light within which the brother and sister were standing. "You are wanted on the telephone, sir," she said. McQuillan went off. In a few minutes he came back, shaking his head. "That was the observatory," he said quietly. "This fog, or whatever it is all over the world. Over South Africa, North and South America, India, Australia, anyway. And the heat's increasing." "And the reason?" whispered Addie. McQuillan sat down and dropped his head in his hands. "There's no man can tell the reason," he answered. "He can't even make a guess at it. Something's happened, that's all. We have to wait." And he took up the letters which remained unopened on his desk, and began to sort them out and to read them. "Let's go on with our ordinary routine," he said. "That will be best." The girl left the room, jangling a bunch of keys, but within half an hour she was back, accompanied by the housekeeper. "Dan," she said quietly, "the servants want to go. They think the end of the world's come, and they want to get to their homes." "How do they propose to reach them?" asked McQuillan. "They can't see a yard before them." "I told them that, Mr. McQuillan," said the housekeeper, "but it was of no use. You see, sir, they all live pretty close to here, and they say they can find their way blindfolded. They'd better go, sir, or we shall have more hysterics." "Give me some money for them, Dan," said Addie. McQuillan rose, and unlocking a drawer, handed a cash box to his sister. "I don't see what good money will do them if the world's coming to an end," he said with a laugh. "Well, let them do what they like." When the two women had left him, McQuillan went outside again, and looked at the thermometer hanging on the wall. "My God," he said, "80 already! What can it mean?" And then, standing there in the strange all wrapping fog in his quiet garden on the slope of the peaceful Surrey hills, McQuillan's thoughts turned to the great city lying only a few miles away. What was happening in London? He saw, with a small exercise of imagination, the congested traffic, the discomfort, the inconvenience, the upsetting of all arrangement and order in an ordinary fog. What, then, must be the effect of this extraordinary one? For McQuillan was sufficiently versed in science to know that the world had never at any rate since historical records of it had begun, known such a day as this. And supposing it lasted, supposing... And then he interrupted his train of thought to glance once more at the thermometer. Yes, yes, he muttered to himself. Yes, but supposing the heat goes on increasing as it's increased during the last few hours. My God, it's awful to contemplate. The house was very quiet when the frightened servants had left it. McQuillan and his sister made some attempt to eat the lunch which the housekeeper had prepared, but the attempt was a farce, and presently they found themselves pacing up and down, from room to room, from house to garden, waiting for they knew not what. There was no change in the atmosphere, so far as the fog was concerned, but the thermometer rose steadily, until at 6 o'clock at night it was 90, and they were feeling as if they must soon gasp for breath. And, unknown to Addie, McQuillan went to the telephone and eventually got into communications with Dick Cockerlyne, who was still at his city office. "Dick," he said as steadily as he could, "are you still there?" "I am," came back the answer, in tones that McQuillan could scarcely recognize. "And how is it with you there?" One word came along. McQuillan felt it to be the only word that could come. "Hell." McQuillan shivered, and again spoke. "Dick, what is happening? What..." And then he was sharply rung off. From that moment he had no further communication with the outer world. Once, twice, thrice he tried the telephone again before midnight. No response was given. All around the house a silence reigned which was like the silence of a deserted ocean. Nothing but the fog was there. Not a voice, even of fear or terror, came up from the valley. And the heat went on steadily increasing. There was no sleep for McQuillan or his sister or the housekeeper that night. They had all changed into the lightest summer garments they could find. By the middle of the night The two women were laying prostrate with exhaustion, and the thermometer was a long way over 100 degrees. McQuillan did all that knowledge could suggest to him to obtain relief and coolness for them, but there was no air. The atmosphere was still, lifeless, leaden. And when the morning came the all enveloping fog was still there, and the heat was still increasing. How they got through that second day McQuillan never knew. He had visions of what might be going on in places where the water supply was bad. He, fortunately, was in command of a splendid and probably inexhaustible supply. He had, too, a well stocked larder, and a well provided cellar of good wine. Only just able to crawl about, he looked to the two women. The housekeeper, a woman of full habit, was more than once on the verge of collapse. Addie's wiriness and excellent physique kept her going. But as it grew to the second midnight, they were all gasping for breath, and McQuillan, making brave efforts to keep the women alive, knew that before many hours were over all would be over for them too. And then, as he lay stretched out in a lounging chair, anxiously watching his sister who lay on a sofa close by, the door pushed open, and Dick Cockerlyne, reeling like a drunken man, staggered in and dropped headlong at McQuillan's side. II. The Refuge. McQuillan summoned up what strength remained in him, and set himself with clenched teeth and fierce resolution to bring Cockerlyne round. Cockerlyne was a big man, a fellow of brawn and muscle, that in ordinary times would have thought nothing of walking 50 miles on end if need arose. Now, looking at his great limbs, scarcely hidden by the thin silk shirt and flannel trousers which clothed them, McQuillan saw that he was wasted as if he had undergone starvation. His face had aged 10 years, and there was a look of horror in its lines and in his half open eyes which told of human fear and terror, and once more McQuillan wondered what was going on in London. He poured liquid, a weak mixture of brandy and seltzer, down the fallen man's throat. McQuillan glanced at his sister. She had paid no attention whatever to Cockerlyne's entrance. She lay motionless, her hands clasped across her bosom, slowly and regularly gasping for breath. But McQuillan knew what would rouse her, for she and Cockerlyne had been engaged for the past 6 months, and were about to be married, and one great source of her anxiety during the past 2 days had been in her fears for his safety. And as he saw Cockerlyne returning to consciousness, he turned to her. "Addie," he whispered, "here is Dick." The girl slowly opened her eyes and turned her head, and a faint flush came to her white cheeks. McQuillan reached across and handed her a glass, out of which he had been giving her liquid food at intervals during the past hour. "Drink that, and then get up and help me with him," he said. Cockerlyne opened his eyes to the full at last, and saw the brother and sister, and he struggled up from the floor. "I got through anyway," he said. "I thought if we are all going to die, I'd see Addie first. Have I been fainting, Dan?" "Lie down again, Addie, this instant," commanded McQuillan sharply. "Now then, Dick, drink the rest of that brandy and seltzer, and then you shall have some of this concentrated meat extract. No nonsense, now. What we all have to do is keep up strength till this passes. I'm off to our housekeeper. I forbid you two to move or to speak until I come back." When he returned, McQuillan found his sister staring at Cockerlyne, and Cockerlyne staring at her, as if they were looking their last at each other. "Come, come," he said, with the best imitation of a laugh that he could raise. "We are not at that stage yet. Now then, obey your doctor." And he fed them both as if they were children, and presently had the gratification of seeing the colour come back to Cockerlyne's face, and a new light into his eyes. The big man suddenly rose, and shook his limbs, and smiled grimly. There were sandwiches on the table, and he reached over and took one in each hand, and began to eat voraciously. "Chuck the nursing, Dan," he growled. "I'm all right. I said I'd get it done, and I've done it. I'm here." McQuillan saw with thankfulness that Cockerlyne was going to be something to stand by. He nodded with assumed coolness. "All right, old chap," he said. "And how did you get here?" Cockerlyne moistened his tongue. "Fought through it," he said grimly. "I've been 30 hours at it. 30 hours. Yes, said McQuillan. You know, continued Cockerlyne, you know when you telephoned me at 6 last night? After that I think I went mad for a while. Then I got out of the office, and somehow got to the Bank station of the South London. The tube trains ran now and then. I don't know how I did it, but I travelled that way as far as the trains ran, Clapham or somewhere, and then, well, I just made along this way. Of course I knew every bit of the road. It was like sleep walking." McQuillan nodded, and picking up a fan, resumed his occupation of trying to agitate the air about his sister's face. "Well, you're here, Dick," he said. "But London?" Cockerell shivered. "London is oh, I don't know what London is," he answered. "I think half the people are dead, and the other half are mad. Once or twice I went out into the streets. One man you met was on his knees, praying aloud. The next was oh, I don't know. It seemed that hell was let loose, and yet the churches were crammed to the doors, and people were fighting for the liquor in the dram shops and the public houses. I don't seem to remember much. Perhaps I am mad myself now. How long will it be, Dan?" "How long will it be?" asked McQuillan. "The end. I expect this is the end, isn't it?" said Cockerlyne. "What else can it be?" "Don't talk rot," McQuillan said sharply. "I thought you'd come round again. Here, pour some of the stuff out of that bottle into that glass, and carry it to the housekeeper in the next room. Pull yourself together, man." "Sorry," said Cockerlyne, and rose to carry out McQuillan's commands. I'm light-headed, perhaps. Don't ask me any more about what I saw. It sends me off." He went away to the housekeeper, and McQuillan heard him speaking to her in the dry, croaking tones in which they all spoke. And presently Cockerlyne came hurriedly back, and standing at the open door, beckoned him with a shaking hand. McQuillan rose and shambled across to him, looking an interrogation. "Come out in the garden," whispered Cockerlyne, and led the way to the front door. "Listen," he said. "I caught the sound in there. Listen." McQuillan grasped one of the pillars on the porch, and strained his ears. And somewhere, so far off that it might have been 1,000 miles away, he heard what he knew to be the coming of a mighty wind, and instinctively he tightened his grip on the pillar. "It's a cyclone coming, Cockerlyne," he shouted, though all around them was still and quiet. "It'll sweep away all before it, house, everything. Quick, the two women!" But before either man could turn to open the door, the great fog was swept away before their eyes, as if it had been literally snatched from them by some gigantic hand from heaven, and where it had been was a burning and a dazzling light of such power that in an instant they were grovelling on the ground before it, with their eyes pressed instinctively in the crooks of their quivering elbows. Part 3. Out of the Illimitable. Of the two men, McQuillan was the first to comprehend what had happened, and out of his comprehension came coolness and resource. Never had he thought so quickly in his life. "Dick," he whispered, "keep your eyes shut tightly, and turn and creep back into the hall. I'm doing the same thing. You know the little room on the left? Don't open your eyes until you get there. Now then," he continued with a gasp, as the two men reached the room and stood upright, "you can open them here, for the shutters are up. Ah, and yet, you see, although this room should be quite dark, it's almost as light as a normal winter morning." Cockerlyne stared stupidly about him. "For God's sake, Dan, what's happened?" he exclaimed. McQuillan was fumbling in a drawer. He brought out two silk mufflers and passed one to his friend. "I have a very good idea as to what's happened," he answered gravely, "and I'll tell you in a few minutes. But first muffle your eyes. There, you'll see through two thicknesses of the silk. Now for the women. Fortunately, the curtains are closely drawn in both rooms, or I should have feared for their eyesight in that sudden rush of light. Light, Dick, such as the globe has never seen before. Dick, we've got to blindfold them, and then get them into the darkest place in the house. There's an underground room, not a cellar, which I've sometimes used for experiments. We must get them downstairs." It was easy to see, in spite of the mufflers, that the light in the hall was blinding, and in the curtained study as bright as on an open sea on a cloudless day in summer. and Addie was lying on the sofa with her arms crossed over her forehead and eyes, obviously surprised and distressed by the sudden glare. "Don't move your arms!" exclaimed McClellan sharply. "Keep your eyes shut as tight as you can." "What is it?" she asked. "Has the fog gone and the sun come?" "The fog has gone and a sun has come," replied McClellan, "and its light is unbearable just yet. Now, Addie, I'm going to blindfold you and take you and Mrs. Jepson down to the underground room. We will all have to get used to the light by degrees. Do just what I tell you, and Dick and I will make you comfortable." But when the two women were safely disposed into a room into which scarcely any light ever penetrated in an ordinary way, but which was then as light as noontide, Mequillen drew Cockerlyne into the study, and groping his way to the windows, closed the shutters and drew the curtains over them. "Now you can take off your muffler," he said quietly. "There, you see, it's light enough even now to read print and to see the time, and you perceive the time? 12:30, midnight." Cockerlyne's face blanched. He swallowed something and straightened himself. "What is this, Mequillen?" he asked quietly. "Do you know?" Mequillen shook his head. "Not with certainty," he answered, "but I think I know. 48 hours ago I discovered a new star, which increased in magnitude at a surprising rate even while I watched it. Now I think that it is a new sun." "A new sun!" exclaimed Cockerlyne. "Impossible!" "Call it what you will," said Mequillen. "It is, I am certain, at any rate, a vast heavenly body of fire, which was travelling towards this part of space at an inconceivable rate when I first saw it, and is, probably at this moment, nearer to us than our own sun is. Do you feel the heat is increasing?" "Yes," replied Cockerlyne, "but it is different in character." "It is different in character because the wrapping of infinitely fine dust which has been round us has been drawn away," said Mequillen. "But it will increase in intensity." Cockerlyne gripped the table. "And," he whispered, "in an hour or two we shall be shriveled up, consumed, like shreds of wool thrown into a furnace," answered Mequillen. Cockerlyne straightened himself. "All right, Dan," he said quietly. "I'm glad I came here. What's to be done now?" Mequillen had turned to a nest of drawers in one of the recesses of his study. He brought out some spectacles fitted with lenses of very dark glass, and handed one to Cockerlyne. "We will make an attempt to see this new sun," he said. "Put these spectacles on, and for the present fold that muffler about your eyes again once. You'll see through the muffler and the spectacles. And now come up to the observatory." In the observatory Cockerlyne understood little or nothing of the preparations which McClellan made. Conscious only of the terrible heat, he stood waiting and thinking of the terrible fate which was about to befall them, and suddenly a terrible impatience seized him. If there was but an hour or so to live, his place was with the woman he loved. "Look here, Dan," he exclaimed, "I'm going down. If the end's coming, then—" But Mequillen laid a hand on his arm and drew him forward, at the same time removing the muffler from his head. "We will go down soon, Cockerlyne," he said. "We must, for we shall have to tell them. But first, look! You can look with safety now." And then Cockerlyne, following his friend's instructions, looked, and saw wide spread above him the dome of the heavens. But never before had he so seen it in all his life. From north to south, from east to west, it glowed with the effulgence of shining brass, and in the northeast hung a great globe of fiery red, vaster in dimension than the sun which the world had known till then, and, even when seen through the protections which Mequillen had prepared, coruscating and glittering with darting and leaping flames. "My God!" said Cockerlyne in a hushed voice. "My God! Dan, is that it?" "That is it," answered Mequillen quietly. "It is now nearly twice the magnitude of our sun, and it is coming nearer. This is no time to make calculations or even speculations, but I believe it is, at any rate, as near to us as our sun is. Come away, Cockerlyne. I want to look out on the world. Hold my hand and follow me." And he dragged Cockerlyne away, through a trap door, into a dark passage, and then into a darker room. "Keep your hands over your spectacles for a while, and get accustomed to the light by degrees," he said. "I am going to open an observation shutter here, through which we can see a vast stretch of country to the north. It will be a surprise to me if much of it is not already in flames. Now, if you are ready." Cockerlyne covered his eyes as he heard the click of the observation shutter. Even then, and through the thick black glasses which he was wearing, he felt the extraordinary glare of the light which entered. Presently Mequillen touched his arm. "You can look now," he said. "See, it's just as I thought. The land's on fire." Cockerlyne looked out upon the great sweep of hill and valley, wood and common, which stretches across the fairest part of Surrey, from the heights above Shere and Albury to those beyond Reigate. He saw little villages, with their spires and towers and red roofs and tall grey gables. He saw the isolated farms, the stretches of wood, the hillside coppices, the patches of heath and the expanse of green which indicated land untouched by spade or plough. It was a scene with which he had been familiar from boyhood. Of late he had explored every nook and corner of it with Addie Mequillen, and at all times of the year it had seemed beautiful to him. But under the glare and brilliance of this extraordinary light everything seemed changed. And over that vast prospect great pillars of smoke and flame were rising to the sky. From the valley beneath them came the shrieks and cries of men and women, and as the two men watched they saw the evergreens in Mequillen's garden suddenly turn to the whiteness of paper, and shrivel and disappear in fine ashes. "Look there," whispered Mequillen, pointing a shaking finger. "There, Dorking's on fire, and yonder, Reigate too." Cockerlyne tried to speak, but his tongue rattled in his mouth like a dry pea in a drier pod. He touched Mequillen's arm and pointed downward, and Mequillen nodded. "Yes," he said, "we had better go down to them. They've got to know." He took Cockerlyne by the hand and led him back to the observatory, which, in spite of the fact that all the shutters were drawn, was full of light. As they stepped into it, a spark of white flame suddenly appeared in the woodwork, and ran like lightning around the rim of the dome. "On fire," Mequillen said quietly. "It's no good, Cockerlyne. We can't do anything. The end's come. Oh, my God, what's this? What is this? Cockerlyne! Cockerlyne, where are you?" For just as suddenly as they had seen the greyness of the great fog snatched away from the earth, so now they saw the extraordinary light which had succeeded it snatched away. It was gone in the flash of an eye, with the speed of lightning, and as it went they felt the earth move and shudder, and all around them fell a blackness such as they had never known. And as the two men gripped each other in their terror, there suddenly burst upon the dome of the observatory a storm of what seemed like bullets, fierce, insistent, incessant. The serpent-like tail of the fire in the woodwork quivered once and died out, and Mequillen, trembling in every limb, released his hold on Cockerlyne and staggered against the nearest wall. "Rain!" he said. "Rain!" In the darkness Mequillen heard Cockerlyne first stumble about, and then fall heavily. Then he knew that Cockerlyne had fainted, and he made his way to a switch and turned on the electric light, and got water to bring him round. But when he came round, Cockerlyne for some minutes croaked and gabbled incessantly, and it was not until Mequillen had hurried down to the dining room for brandy for him that he regained his senses and was able to sit up, gasping and staring about him. He pointed a shaking finger to the aperture in the dome, through which the rain was pouring, unheeded by Mequillen, in a ceaseless cascade. "Where is it?" he gasped. "What's come of it?" Mequillen shook him to his feet and made him swallow more brandy. "Pull yourself together, Cockerlyne," he said. "This is no time to talk science. This is a time to act. Come down, man. We must see to the women. We've just escaped fire. Now we're likely to meet our deaths by water. Listen to that rain. Here, help me close that shutter. Now, downstairs. It's lucky we're on a hillside, Cockerlyne. But the people in the valleys. Come on!" And leaving Cockerlyne to follow him, Mequillen ran down through the house, to find his sister and the housekeeper in the hall. As he saw them, he knew that they had realized what he now had time to realize, that the terrible heat was dying away, and that it was becoming easier and easier to breathe. As he passed it, he glanced at the hanging thermometer, and saw the mercury falling in a steady, swift descent. McQuillan caught his sister in his arms and pressed her to him. She looked anxiously into his face. "Dick," she said. "He's safe. He's coming," said McQuillan. Addie suddenly collapsed and hid her face in her hands. The housekeeper was already in a heap in the nearest chair, sobbing and moaning. As Cockerlyne came slowly down the stairs, McQuillan saw that, strong man as he was, his nerves had been shaken so much that he was trembling like a leaf. Once more McQuillan had to summon all his energies together in the task of bringing his companions round, and as he moved about from one to the other, his quick ear heard the never ceasing rattle of rain, which was heavier than any tropical rain that ever fell. And presently he caught the sound of newly forming cascades and waterfalls, cutting new ways from the hilltops to the level lands of the valleys. Now the normal coolness of middle winter was coming back. The women picked up the wraps they had thrown aside. The men hurried into greatcoats. And as February dawn came gray and slow across the hills, McQuillan and Cockerlyne went up to the observatory and into the little lookout turret, from which they had seen the spires of smoke and flame rising from the land only a few hours before. The rain was still falling, but with no more violence than that of a tropical rainstorm. But the air was throbbing, pulsating, humming with the noise of falling waters. 100 yards away from the house, a churning and seething mass of yellow foam was tearing a path wide and deep through a copse of young pine. Down in the valley, immediately beneath them, lay a newly formed lake. In the valleys on every side, as far as the eye could reach, lay patches of silvery hue which they knew to be great sheets of water. And now the air was cool, and the hitherto tortured lungs could breathe in comfort. "McQuillan," said Cockerlyne after a long silence, "what happened?" But McQuillan shook his head. "I am as a child standing at the edge of a great ocean," he answered. "I cannot say definitely. I think that the great star which we saw rushing upon us was suddenly arrested, split into fragments when that darkness fell, and that we were saved. Once more, Cockerlyne, the old world, a speck of space, will move on. For look there!" And Cockerlyne turned as McQuillan pointed, and saw, slowly rising over the Surrey hills, the kindly sun of a gray February morning. End of The New Sun, by J.S. Fletcher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Rowdy Delaney, Idaho, USA. A World is Born, by Lee Brackett. Mel Gray flung down his hoe with a sudden tigerish fierceness and stood erect. Tom Ward, working beside him, glanced at Gray's Indianesque profile, the youth of it hardened by war and the hells of the Eros prison blocks. A quick flash of satisfaction crossed Ward's dark eyes, then he grinned and said mockingly, "Hell of a place to spend the rest of your life, ain't it?" Mel Gray stared with slitted blue eyes down the valley. The huge sun of Mercury seared his naked body. Sweat channeled the dust on his skin. His throat ached with thirst, and the bitter landscape mocked him more than Ward's face. "The rest of my life," he repeated softly. "The rest of my life." He was 28. Ward spat in the damp black earth. "You ought to be glad. Helping the unfortunate. Building a haven for derelict—" "Shut up!" Fury rose in Gray, hotter than the boiling springs that ran from Sunside to water the valleys. He hated Mercury. He hated John Moulton and his daughter Jill, who had conceived this plan of building a new world for the destitute and desperate veterans of the Second Interplanetary War. "I've had enough unselfish service," he whispered. "I'm serving myself from now on." Escape. That was all he wanted. Escape from these stifling valleys, from the snarl of the wind in the barren crags that towered higher than Everest into airless space. Escape from the surveillance of the 20 guards, the forced companionship of 99 other veteran convicts. Ward poked at the furrows between the sturdy hybrid tubers. "It ain't possible, kid. Not even for Duke Gray, the light fingered genius who held the Interstellar Police at a standstill for 5 years," he laughed. "I read your publicity." Gray stroked slow, earth stained fingers over his sleek cap of yellow hair. "You think so?" he asked softly. Dio the Martian came down the furrow, his lean, wiry figure silhouetted against the upper panorama of the valley, the neat rows of vegetables and the green riot of Venusian wheat dotted with toiling men and their friendly guards. Dio's green, narrowed eyes studied Gray's hard face. "What's the matter, Gray? Trying to start something?" "Suppose I were?" asked Gray silkily. Dio was the unofficial leader of the convict veterans. There was about his thin body some of the grim determination that made the Martians cling to their dying world and bring life to it again. "You volunteered like the rest of us," said the Martian. "Haven't you the guts to stick it?" "The hell I volunteered. The IPA sent me. And what's it to you?" "Only this." Dio's green eyes were slitted and ugly. "You've only been here a month. The rest of us came nearly a year ago, because we wanted to. We've worked like slaves, because we wanted to. In 3 weeks the crops will be in. The Moulton Project will be self supporting. Moulton will get his permanent charter, and we'll be on our way. There are 99 of us, Gray, who want the Moulton Project to succeed. We know that louse Caron of Mars doesn't want it to, since pitchblende was discovered. We don't know whether you're working for him or not, but you're a troublemaker." "There isn't to be any trouble, Gray. We're not giving the Interplanetary Prison Authority any excuse to revoke its decision and give Caron of Mars a free hand here. We'll see to anyone who tries it. Understand?" Mel Gray took one slow step forward, but Ward's sharp "Stow it, a guard," stopped him. The Martian worked back up the furrow. The guard, reassured, strolled back up the valley, squinting at the jagged streak of pale gray sky that was going black as low clouds formed only a few hundred feet above the copper cables that ran from cliff to cliff high over their heads. "Another storm," growled Ward. "It gets worse as Mercury enters perihelion. Lovely world, ain't it?" "Why did you volunteer?" asked Gray, picking up his hoe. Ward shrugged. "I had my reasons." Gray voiced the question that had troubled him since his transfer. "There were hundreds on the waiting list to replace the man who died. Why did they send me instead?" "Some fool blundered," said Ward carelessly. And then, in the same casual tone, "You mean it about escaping?" Gray stared at him. "What's it to you?" Ward moved closer. "I can help you." A stab of mingled hope and weary suspicion transfixed Gray's heart. Ward's dark face grinned briefly into his, with a flash of secretive black eyes, and Gray was conscious of distrust. "What do you mean, help me?" Dio was working closer, watching them. The first growl of thunder rattled against the cliff faces. It was dark now, the pink flames of the dark side aurora visible beyond the valley mouth. "I've got connections," returned Ward cryptically. "Interested?" Gray hesitated. There was too much he couldn't understand. Moreover, he was a lone wolf. Had been since the Second Interplanetary War wrenched him from the quiet backwater of his country home an eternity of 8 years before, and hammered him into hardness, a cynic who trusted nobody and nothing but Mel Duke Gray. "If you have connections," he said slowly, "why don't you use 'em yourself?" "I got my reasons." Again that secretive grin. "But it's no hide off you, is it? All you want is to get away." That was true. It would do no harm to hear what Ward had to say. Lightning burst overhead, streaking down to be caught and grounded by the copper cables. The livid flare showed Dio's face, hard with worry and determination. Gray nodded. "Tonight, then," whispered Ward. "In the barracks." Out from the cleft where Mel Gray worked, across the flat plain of rock stripped naked by the wind that raved across it, lay the deep valley that sheltered the heart of the Moulton project. Hot springs joined to form a steaming river. Vegetation grew savagely under the huge sun. The air, kept at almost a constant temperature by the blanketing effect of the hot springs, was stagnant and heavy. But up above, high over the copper cables that crossed every valley where men ventured, the eternal wind of Mercury screamed and snarled between the naked cliffs. 3 concrete domes crouched on the valley floor, housing barracks, tool shops, kitchens, storehouses, and executive quarters, connected by underground passages. Beside the smallest dome, joined to it by a heavily barred tunnel, was an insulated hangar containing the only spaceship on Mercury. In the small dome, John Moulton leaned back from a pile of reports, took a pinch of Martian snuff, sneezed lustily, and said, "Jill, I think we've done it." The gray-eyed, black-haired young woman turned from the quartzite window through which she had been watching the gathering storm overhead. The thunder from other valleys reached them as a dim barrage which, at this time of Mercury's year, was never still. "I don't know," she said. "It seems that nothing can happen now, and yet it's been too easy." "Easy?" snorted Moulton. "We've broken our backs fighting these valleys, and our nerves fighting time. But we've licked them." He rose, shaggy gray hair tousled, gray eyes alight. "I told the IPA those men weren't criminals, and I was right. They can't deny me the charter now, no matter how much Caron of Mars would like to get his claws on this radium." He took Jill by the shoulders and shook her, laughing. "3 weeks, girl, that's all. First crops ready for harvest, first pay ore coming out of the mines. In 3 weeks my permanent charter will have to be granted, according to agreement, and then Jill," he added solemnly, "we're seeing the birth of a world." "That's what frightens me." Jill glanced upward as the first flare of lightning struck down, followed by a crash of thunder that shook the dome. "So much can happen at a birth. I wish the 3 weeks were over." "Nonsense, girl. What could possibly happen?" She looked at the copper cables, burning with the electricity running along them, and thought of the 122 souls in that narrow twilight belt, with the fierce heat of the sun side before them, and the spatial cold of the shadow side at their backs, fighting against wind and storm and heat to build a world to replace the ones the war had taken from them. "So much could happen," she whispered. "An accident, an escape." The interdome telescreen buzzed its signal. Jill, caught in a queer mood of premonition, went to it. The face of Dio the Martian appeared on the screen, still wet and dirty from the storm-soaked fields, disheveled from his battle across the plain in the chaotic winds. "I want to see you, Miss Moulton," he said. "There's something funny I think you ought to know." "Of course," said Jill, and met her father's eyes. "I think we'll see, now, which one of us is right." The barracks were quiet, except for the mutter of distant thunder and the heavy breathing of exhausted men. Tom Ward crouched in the darkness by Mel Gray's bunk. "You ain't going to go soft at the last minute, are you?" he whispered. "Because I can't afford to take chances." "Don't worry," Gray returned. "What's your proposition?" "I can give you the combination lock of the hangar passage. All you have to do is get into Moulton's office, where the passage door is, and go to it. The ship's a 2-seater. You can get her out of the valley easy." Gray's eyes narrowed in the dark. "What's the catch?" "There ain't none. I swear it. Look, Ward, I'm no fool. Who's behind this, and why?" "That don't make no difference. All you want Oh!" Gray's fingers fastened like steel claws on his wrist. "I get it now," Gray said slowly. "That's why I was sent here. Somebody wanted me to make trouble for Moulton." His fingers tightened agonizingly. His voice sank to a slow drawl. "I don't like being a pawn in somebody else's chess game." Okay. It ain't my fault. Let me go." Ward rubbed his bruised wrist. "Sure, somebody, I ain't saying who, sent you here, knowing you'd want to escape. I'm here to help you. You get free, I get paid. The big boy gets what he wants, okay?" Gray was silent, scowling in the darkness. Then he said, "All right, I'll take a chance." "Then listen. You tell Moulton you have a complaint. I'll—" Light flooded the dark as the door clanged open. Ward leapt like a startled rabbit, but the light speared him, held him. Ward felt a pulse of excitement beat up in him. The long, ominous shadows of the guards raised elongated guns. The barracks stirred and muttered like a vast aviary waking. "Warden Gray," said one of the guards, "Moulton wants you." Gray rose from his bunk with the lithe, delicate grace of a cat. The monotony of sleep and labor was ended. Something had broken. Life was once again a moving thing. John Moulton sat behind the untidy desk. Dio the Martian sat grimly against the wall. There was a guard beside him, watching. Mel Gray noted all this as he and Ward came in, but his cynical blue eyes went beyond, to the door with the ponderous combination lock. Then they were attracted by something else, the tall, slim figure standing against the black quartz panes of the far wall. It was the first time he had seen Jill Moulton. She looked the perfect, sober apostle of righteousness he'd learned to mock. And then he saw the soft cluster of black curls, the curve of her throat above the dark dress, the red lips that balanced her determined jaw and direct gray eyes. Moulton spoke, his shaggy head hunched between his shoulders. "Dio tells me that you, Gray, are not a volunteer." "Tattletale," Gray said. He was gauging the distance to the hangar door, the positions of the guards, the time it would take to spin out the combination, and he knew he couldn't do it. "What were you and Ward up to when the guards came?" "I couldn't sleep," said Gray amiably, "and he was telling me bedtime stories. Jill Moulton was lovely. He couldn't deny that. Lovely but not soft. She gave him an idea." Moulton's jaw clamped. "Cut the comedy, Gray. Are you working for Caron of Mars?" Caron of Mars, chairman of the board of the Interplanetary Prison Authority. Dio had mentioned him. Gray smiled in understanding. Caron of Mars had sent him, Gray, to Mercury. Caron of Mars was helping him through Ward to escape. Caron of Mars wanted Mercury for his own purposes, and he could have it. "In a manner of speaking, Mr. Moulton," he said gravely, "Caron of Mars is working for me." He caught Ward's sharp hiss of remonstrance. Then Jill Moulton stepped forward. "Perhaps he doesn't understand what he's doing, Father." Her eyes met Gray's. "You do want to escape, don't you?" Gray studied her, grinning as the slow rose flushed her skin. The corners of her mouth tightened with anger. "Go on," he said. "You have a nice voice." Her eyes narrowed, but she held her temper. "You must know what that would mean, Gray. There are thousands of veterans in prisons now. Their offenses are mostly trivial, but the prison authority can't let them go, because they have no jobs, no homes, no money. The valleys here are fertile. The mines are rich in copper and pitchblende. The men have a chance for a home and a job, a part in building a new world. We hope to make Mercury an independent, self-governing member of the League of Worlds." "With the Moultons as rulers, of course," Gray murmured. "If they want us," Jill answered, deliberately missing the point. "Do you think you have the right to destroy all we've worked for?" Gray was silent. Rather grimly she went on. "Caron of Mars would like to see us defeated. He didn't care about Mercury before radium was discovered. But now he'd like to turn it into a prison mining community, with convict labor, leasing mine grants to corporations and cleaning up big fortunes for himself and his associates. Any trouble here will give him an excuse to say that we've failed, that the project is a menace to the solar system. If you try to escape, you wreck everything we've done. If you don't tell the truth, you may cost thousands of men their futures. Do you understand?" Gray said evenly, "I'm my own keeper now. My brother will have to take care of himself." It was ridiculously easy. She was so earnest, so close to him. He had a brief kaleidoscope of impressions: Ward's sullen bewilderment, Moulton's angry roar, Dio's jerky rise to his feet as the guards grabbed for their guns. Then he had his hands around her slim, firm throat. her body pressed close to his, serving as a shield against bullets. "Don't be rash," he told them all quietly. "I can break her neck quite easily if I have to. Ward, unlock that door." In utter silence Ward darted over and began to spin the dial. At last he said, "Okay, come on." Gray realized that he was sweating. Jill was like warm, rigid marble in his hands. And he had another idea. "I'm going to take the girl as a hostage," he announced. "If I get safely away, she'll be turned loose, her health and her virtue still intact. Good night." The clang of the heavy door had a comforting sound behind them. The ship was a commercial job, fairly slow but sturdy. Gray strapped Jill Moulton into one of the bucket seats in the control room, and then checked the fuel and air gauges. The tanks were full. "What about you?" he said to Ward. "You can't go back." "Nah, I'll have to go with you. Warm her up, Duke, while I open the dome." He darted out. Gray set the atmosphere motors idling. The dome slid open, showing the flicker of the auroras, where areas of intense heat and cold set up atmospheric tensions by rapid fluctuation of joining air masses. Mercury, cutting the vast magnetic field of the sun in an eccentric orbit, tortured by daily change from blistering heat to freezing cold in the thin atmosphere, was a powerful generator of electricity. Ward didn't come back. Swearing under his breath, tense for the sound of pursuit in spite of the girl, Gray went to look. Out beyond the hangar he saw a figure running hard up into the narrow cleft of the valley, where natural galleries in the rock of Mercury led to the places where the copper cables were anchored, and farther, into the unexplored mystery of the caves. Gray scowled, his arrogant Roman profile hard against the flickering aurora. Then he slammed the lock shut. The ship roared out into the tearing winds of the plain. Gray cut his rockets and blasted up into the airless dark among the high peaks. Jill Moulton hadn't moved or spoken. Gray snapped on the space radio, leaving his own screen dark. Presently he picked up signals in a code he didn't know. "Listen," he said. "I knew there was some reason for Ward's running out on me." His Indianesque face hardened. "So that's the game. They want to make trouble for you by letting me escape, and then make themselves heroes by bringing me in, preferably dead. They've got ships waiting to get me as soon as I clear Mercury, and they're getting standby instructions from somebody on the ground, the somebody that Ward was making for." Jill's breath made a small hiss. "Somebody's near the project." Gray snapped on his transmitter. "Duke Gray, calling all ships off Mercury. Will the flagship of your reception committee please come in?" His screen flickered to life. A man's face appeared. The middle-aged, soft-fleshed, almost stickily innocent face of one of the solar system's greatest crusaders against vice and crime. Jill Moulton gasped. "Caron of Mars." "Ward gave the game away," said Gray gently. "Too bad." The face of Caron of Mars never changed expression, but behind those flesh-lidded eyes was a cunning brain working at top speed. "I have a passenger," Gray went on. "Miss Jill Moulton. I'm responsible for her safety, and I'd hate to have her inconvenienced." The tip of a pale tongue flicked across Caron's pale lips. "That is a pity," he said, with the intonation of a preaching minister, "but I cannot stop the machinery set in motion." "And besides," finished Gray acidly, "you think that if Jill Moulton dies with me, it'll break John Moulton so he won't fight you at all." His lean hand poised on the switch. "All right, you putrid flesh tub, try and catch us." The screen went dead. Gray hunched over the controls. If he could get past them, lose them in the glare of the sun. He looked aside at the stony-faced girl beside him. She was studying him contemptuously out of hard gray eyes. "How," she said slowly, "can you be such a callous swine?" "Callous?" He controlled the quite unreasonable anger that rose in him. "Not at all. The war taught me that if I didn't look out for myself, no one would." "And yet you must have started out as a human being." He laughed. The ship burst into searing sunlight. The sunside of Mercury blazed below them. Out toward the velvet dark of space, the side of a waiting ship flashed burning silver. Even as he watched, The flare of its rockets arced against the blackness. They had been sighted. Gray's practiced eye gauged the stranger's speed against his own, and he cursed softly. Abruptly he wheeled the ship and started down again, cutting his rockets as the shadows swallowed them. The ship was eerily silent, dropping with a rising scream as the atmosphere touched the hull. "What are you going to do?" asked Jill almost too quietly. He didn't answer. Maneuvering the ship on velocity between those stupendous pinnacles took all his attention. Caron, at least, couldn't follow him in the dark without exhaust flares as guides. They swept across the wind-torn plain into the mouth of the valley where Gray had worked, braking hard to a stop under the cables. "You might have got past him," said Jill. "One chance in 100." Her mouth twisted. "Afraid to take it?" He smiled harshly. "I haven't yet reached the stage where I kill women. You'll be safe here. The men will find you in the morning. I'm going back alone." "Safe?" she said bitterly. "For what? No matter what happens, the project is ruined." "Don't worry," he told her brutally. "You'll find some other way to make a living." Her eyes blazed. "You think that's all it means to us? Just money and power?" She whispered, "I hope they kill you, Duke Gray." He rose lazily and opened the airlock, then turned and freed her. And sharply the valley was bathed in a burst of light. "Damn!" Gray picked up the sound of air motors overhead. "They must have had infrared search beams. Well, that does it. We'll have to run for it, since this Airbus isn't armed." With an eerie irrelevancy, the teleradio buzzed. At this time of night, after the evening storms, some communication was possible. Gray had a hunch. He opened the switch and the face of John Moulton appeared on the screen. It was white and oddly still. "Our guards saw your ship cross the plain," said Moulton quietly. "The men of the project, led by Dio, are coming for you. I sent them because I have decided that the life of my daughter is less important than the lives of many thousands of people. I appeal to you, Gray. Let her go. Her life won't save you, and it's very precious to me." Caron's ship went over low above the cables, and the grinding concussion of the bomb lifted the ship, hurled it down with the stern twisted and useless. The screen went dead. Gray caught the half-stunned girl. "I wish to heaven I could get rid of you," he grated. "And I don't know why I don't." But she was with him when he set out down the valley, making for the cliff caves, up where the copper cables were anchored. Caron's ship, a fast, small fighter, wheeled between the cliffs and turned back. Gray dropped flat, holding the girl down. Bombs pelted them with dirt and uprooted vegetables, started fires in the wheat. The pilot found a big enough break in the cables and came in for a landing. Gray was up and running again. He knew the way into the explored galleries. From there on, it was anybody's guess. Caron was brazen enough about it. The subtle way had failed. Now he was going all out. And he was really quite safe. With the broken cables to act as conductors, the first thunderstorms would obliterate all proof of his activities in the valley. Mercury, because of its high electrical potential, was cut off from communications with other worlds. Moulton, even if he had knowledge of what went on, could not send for help. Gray wondered briefly what Caron intended to do in case he, Gray, made good his escape. That outpost in the main valley, for which Ward had been heading, wasn't kept there for fun. Besides, Caron was too smart to have only one string in his bow. Shouts, the splatter of shots around them. The narrow trail loomed above. Gray sent the girl scrambling up. The sun burst over the high peaks, leaving the black shadow of the valley still untouched. Caron's ship roared off, but 6 of its crew came after Gray and Jill Moulton. The chill dark of the tunnel mouth swallowed them. Keeping right to avoid the great copper posts that held the cables, strung through the holes drilled in the solid rock of the gallery's outer wall, Gray urged the girl along. The cleft his hand was searching for opened. Drawing the girl inside, around a jutting shoulder, he stopped, listening. Footsteps echoed outside, grew louder, swept by. There was no light, but the steps were too sure to have been made in the dark. Infrared torches and goggles, Gray said tersely. You see, but your quarry doesn't. Useful gadget. Come on. But where? What are you going to do? Escape, girl. Remember? They smashed my ship, but there must be another one on Mercury. I'm going to find it. I don't understand. You probably never will. Here's where I leave you. That Martian Galahad will be along in a minute. He'll take you home. Her voice came soft and puzzled through the dark. I don't understand you, Gray. You wouldn't risk my life, yet you're turning me loose, knowing that I might save you, knowing that I'll hunt you down if I can. I thought you were a hardened cynic. What makes you think I'm not? If you were, you would have kicked me out the waste tubes of the ship and gone on. You'd never have turned back. I told you, he said roughly, I don't kill women. He turned away, but her harsh chuckle followed him. You're a fool, Gray. You've lost truth, and you aren't even true to your lie. He paused in swift anger. Voices, the sound of running men, came up from the path. He broke into silent run, following the dying echoes of Caron's men. Run, Gray, cried Jill, because we're coming after you. Mercury, with the rising of the Titanic mountains, sprawled in a labyrinthine network through those same vast peaks. Only the galleries lying next to the valleys had been explored. Man's habitation on Mercury had been too short. Gray could hear Caron's men circling about through connecting tunnels, searching. It proved what he had already guessed. He was taking a desperate chance. But the way back was closed, and he was used to taking chances. The geography of the district was clear in his mind. The valley he had just left and the main valley, forming an obtuse triangle at the apex of the wind-torn plain, and a double range of mountains lying out between the sides of the triangle. Somewhere there was a passage through the peaks. Somewhere there was a landing place, and 10 to 1 there was a ship on it. Caron would never have left his men stranded on the off chance that they might be discovered and used as evidence against him. The men hunting him now knew their way through the tunnels, probably with the aid of markings that fluoresced under infrared light. They were going to take him through, too. They were coming closer. He waited far up the main gallery, in the mouth of a side tunnel. Now, behind them, he could hear Dio's men. The noise of Caron's outfits stopped. They began again, softly. Gray smiled. His sense of humor pleased him. He tensed, waiting. The rustle of cloth, the fruitive creak of leather, the clink of metal equipment, heavy breathing. Someone whispered, "Who the hell's back there?" "Must be men from the project. We'd better hurry." "We've got to find that damn Gray first," snapped the first voice grimly. "Caron'll burn us if we don't." Gray counted 6 separate footsteps, trying to allow for the echoes. When he was sure the last man was by, he stepped out. The noise of Dio's hunt was growing. There must be a good many of them. Covered by their own echoes, he stole up on the men ahead. His groping hand brushed gently against the clothing of the last man in the group. Gauging his distance swiftly, he went into action. One hand fastened over the fellow's mouth. The other, holding a good-sized rock, struck down behind the ear. Gray eased the body down with scarcely a sound. Their uniforms, he had noticed, were not too different from the prison garb. In a second he had stripped goggles, cap, and gun belt from the body, and was striding after the others. They moved like 5 eerie shadows now, in the queer light of the leader's lamp. Small fluorescent markings guided them. The last man grunted over his shoulder. "What happened to you?" "Stumbled," whispered Gray tersely, keeping his head down. A whisper is a good disguise for the voice. The other nodded. The leader broke in. "We'll circle again. Be careful of that project bunch. They'll be using ordinary light. And be quiet." They went, through connecting passages. The noise of Dio's party grew ominously loud. Abruptly the leader swore. "Caron or no Caron, he's gone, and we'd better go too." He turned off, down a different tunnel. Gray heaved a sigh of relief, remembering the body he'd left in the open. For a time the noise of their pursuers grew remote, and then, suddenly, there was an echoing clamor of footsteps, and the glare of torches on the wall of a cross passage. Voices came to Gray, distorted by the rock vaults. "I'm sure I heard them just then." It was Jill's voice. "Yeah, that was Dio. The trouble is, where?" The footsteps halted. Then, "Let's try this passage. We don't want to get too far into this maze." Caron's leader blasphemed softly and dodged into a side tunnel. The man next to Gray stumbled and cried out with pain as he struck the wall, and a shout rose behind them. The leader broke into a run, twisting, turning, diving into the maze of smaller tunnels. The sounds of pursuit faded, were lost in the tomb-like silence of the caves. One of the men laughed. "We sure lost 'em." "Yeah," said the leader. "We lost 'em all right." Gray caught a note of panic in his voice. "We lost the markers, too." "You mean?" "Yeah. Turning off like that did it. Unless we can find the marked tunnel, we're sunk." Gray, silent in the shadows, laughed a bitter, ironic laugh. They went on, stumbling down endless black halls, losing all track of branching corridors, straining to catch the first glint of saving light. Once or twice they caught the echoes of Dio's party, and knew that they, too, were lost and wandering. Then, quite suddenly, they came into a vast gallery, running like a subway tube straight to left and right. A wind tore down it, hot as a draft from the burning gates of hell. It was a moment before anyone grasped the significance of that wind. Then someone shouted, "We're saved! All we have to do is walk against it." They turned left, almost running into the teeth of that searing blast, and Gray began to notice a peculiar thing. The air was charged with electricity. His clothing stiffened and crackled. His hair crawled on his head. He could see the faint discharges of sparks from his companions. Whether it was the effect of the charged air or the reaction from the nervous strain of the past hours, Mel Gray began to be afraid. Wearied to exhaustion, they struggled on against the burning wind, and then they blundered into a cave, huge as a cathedral, lighted by a queer, uncertain bluish light. Gray caught the sharp smell of ozone. His whole body tingled with electric tension. The bluish light seemed to be in indeterminate lumps scattered over the rocky floor. The rush of the wind under that tremendous vault was terrifying. They stopped, Gray keeping to the background. Now was the time to evade his unconscious helpers. The moment they reached daylight, he'd be discovered. Soft-footed as a cat, he was already hidden among the heavy shadows of the fluted walls when he heard voices. They came from off to the right, a confused shout of men under fearful strain, growing louder and louder, underscored with the tramp of footsteps. Lights blazed suddenly in the cathedral dark, and from the mouth of the great tunnel, some 100 yards away, the men of the project poured into the cave. And then, sharp and high and unexpected, a man screamed. The lumps of blue light were moving, and a man died. He lay on a rock, his flesh blackened jelly, with a rope of glowing light running from the metal of his gun butt to the metal buttons on his cap. All across the vast floor of the cavern, the slow, eerie ripple of motion grew. The scattered lumps melted and flowed together, converging in wavelets of blue flame upon the men. The answer came to Gray. Those things were some form of energy life, born of the tremendous electric tensions of mercury. Like all electricity, they were attracted to metal. In a frenzy of motion, he ripped off his metal-framed goggles, his cap and gun belt. The moltens forbade metal because of the danger of lightning, and his boots were made of rubber, so he felt reasonably safe, but a tense fear ran in prickling waves across his skin. Guns began to bark, their feeble thunder all but drowned in the vast rush of the wind. Bullets struck the oncoming waves of light with no more effect than an eruption of a shower of sparks. Gray's attention somehow was riveted on Jill, standing with Dio at the head of her men. She wore ordinary light slippers, having been dressed only for indoors, and there were silver ornaments at her waist and throat. He might have escaped then, quite unnoticed. Instead, for a reason he couldn't understand, he ran for Jill Moulton. The first ripples of blue fire touched the ranks of Dio's men. Bolts of it leapt upward to fasten upon gun butts and the buckles of cartridge belts. Men screamed, fell, and died. One arm of the fire licked out, driving in behind Dio and the girl. The guns of Caron's 4 remaining men were silent now. Gray leapt over that hissing electric surf, running toward Jill. A hungry worm of light reared up, searching for Dio's gun. Gray's hand swept it down, to be instantly buried in the mass of glowing ropes. Dio's hatchet face snarled at him in startled anger. Jill cried out as Gray tore the silver ornaments from her dress. "Throw down the guns!" he yelled. "It's metal they want!" He heard his name shouted by men torn momentarily from their own terror. Dio cried, "Shoot him!" A few bullets whined past, but their immediate fear spoiled both aim and attention. Gray caught up Jill and began to run toward the tube from which the wind howled in the cave. Behind him, grimly, Dio followed. The electric beast didn't notice him. His insulated feet trampled through them, buried to the ankle in living flame, feeling queer, tenuous bodies break and reform. The wind met them like a physical barrier at the tunnel mouth. Gray put Jill down. The wind strangled him. He tore off his coat and wrapped it over the girl's head, using his shirt over his own. Jill, her black curls whipped straight, tried to fight back past him, and he saw Dio coming, bent double against the wind. He saw something else, something that made him grab Jill and point, his flesh crawling with swift, cold dread. The electric beasts had finished their pleasures. The dead were cinders on the rock. The living had run back into the tunnels, and now the blue sea of fire was flowing again, straight towards the place where they stood. It was flowing fast, and Gray sensed an urgency, an impersonal haste, as though a command had been laid upon those living ropes of flame. The first dim rumble of thunder rolled down the wind. Gripping Jill, Gray turned up the tunnel. The wind, compressed in that narrow throat of rock, beat them blind and breathless, beat them to their bellies to crawl. How long it took them, they never knew. But Gray caught glimpses of Dio the Martian crawling behind them, and behind him again the relentless flow of the fire things. They floundered out onto a rocky slope, fell beneath the suck of the wind, and lay still, gasping. It was hot. Thunder crashed abruptly, and lightning flared between the cliffs. Gray felt a contracting of the heart. There were no cables. Then he saw it, the small, fast fighter flying below on the flat plateau. A cave mouth beside it had been closed with a plastic door. The ship was the one that had followed him. He guessed at another behind the protecting door. Raking the tumbled blonde hair out of his eyes, Gray got up. Jill was still sitting, her black curls bowed between her hands. There wasn't much time, but Gray yielded to impulse. Pulling her head back by the silken hair, he kissed her. "If you ever get tired of virtue, sweetheart, look me up." But somehow he wasn't grinning, and he ran down the slope. He was almost to the open lock of the ship when things began to happen. Dio staggered out of the wind tunnel and sagged down beside Jill. Then abruptly the big door opened. 5 men came out, one in a pilot's costume, 2 in nondescript apparel, 1 in expensive business clothes, and a 5th in drab prison garb. Gray recognized the last 2, Caron of Mars and the errant Ward. They were evidently on the verge of leaving, but they looked cheerful. Caron's sickly sweet face all but oozed honey, and Ward was grinning his rat's grin. Thunder banged and rolled among the rocks. Lightning flared in the cloudy murk. Gray saw the hull of the second ship beyond the door. Then the newcomers had seen him and the 2 on the slope. Guns were ripped out of holsters. Gray's heart began to pound slowly. He and Jill and Dio were caught on that naked slope with the flood of electric death at their backs. His Indianesque face hardened. Bullets whined around him as he turned back up the slope, but he ran doubled over, putting all his hope in the tricky, uncertain light. Jill and the Martian crouched stiffly, not knowing where to turn. A flare of lightning showed Gray the first of the fire things, flowing out onto the ledge, hidden from the men below. "Back into the cave!" he yelled. His urgent hand fairly lifted Dio. The Martian glared at him, then obeyed. Bullets snarled against the rock. The light was too bad for accurate shooting, but luck couldn't stay with them forever. Gray glanced over his shoulder as they scrambled up on the ledge. Caron waited by his ship. Ward and the others were charging the slope. Gray's teeth gleamed in a cruel grin. Sweeping Jill into his arms, he stepped into the lapping flow of fire. Dio swore viciously, but he followed. They started toward the cave mouth, staggering in the rush of the wind. "For God's sake, don't fall!" snapped Gray. "Here they come!" The pilot and one of the nondescript men were the first over. They were into the river of fire before they knew it, and then it was too late. One collapsed and was buried. The pilot fell backward, and then the other man died under his body of a broken neck. Ward stopped. Gray could see his face, dark and hard and calculating. He studied Gray and Dio and the dead men. He turned and looked back at Caron. Then, deliberately, he stripped off his gun belt, threw down his gun, and waded into the river. Gray remembered then that Ward too wore rubber boots and had no metal on him. Ward came on, the glowing rope sliding surf-like around his boots. Very carefully, Gray handed Jill to Dio. "If I die too," he said, "there's only Caron down there. He's too fat to stop you." Jill spoke, but he turned his back. He was suddenly confused, and it was almost pleasant to be able to lose his confusion in fighting. He tensed, watchfully. The rat's grin was set on Ward's face. The cord licked out, but it caught Gray's throat instead of his ankle. Ward laughed and braced himself. Cursing, Gray caught at the rope. But friction held it, and Ward pulled hard. His face purpling, Gray could still commend Ward's strategy. In taking Gray off guard, he more than made up what he lost in point of leverage. Letting his body go with the pull, Gray flung himself at Ward. Blood blinded him. His heart was pounding, but he thought he foresaw Ward's next move. He let himself be pulled almost within striking distance. Then, as Ward stepped aside, jerking the rope and thrusting out a tripping foot, Gray made a cat-like shift of balance and bent over. His hands almost touched that weird flowing surf as he clasped Ward's boot. Throwing all his strength into the lift, he hurled Ward backward. Ward screamed once and disappeared into the blue fire. Gray clawed the rope from his neck, and then, suddenly, the world began to sway under him. He knew he was falling. Someone's hand caught him, held him up. Fighting down his vertigo as his breath came back, he saw that it was Jill. "Why?" he gasped, but her answer was lost in a titanic roar of thunder. Lightning blasted down. Dio's voice reached him, thin and distant through the clamor. "We'll be killed! These things will attract the bolts!" It was true. All his work had been for nothing. Looking up into that low, angry sky, Gray knew he was going to die. Quite irrelevantly, Jill's words in the tunnel came back to him. "You're a fool. Lost truth. Not true to lie." Now, in this moment, she couldn't lie to him. He caught her shoulders cruelly, trying to read her eyes. Very faintly through the uproar, he heard her. "I'm sorry for you, Gray. Good man gone to waste." Dio stifled a scream. Thunder crashed between the sounding boards of the cliffs. Gray looked up. A titanic bolt of lightning shot down straight for them. The burning blue surf was agitated, sending up pseudopods uncannily like worshipping arms. The bolt struck. The air reeked of ozone, but Gray felt no shock. There was a hiss, a vast stirring of creatures around him. The blue light glowed, purpled. Another bolt struck down, and another, and still they were not dead. The fire things had become a writhing, joyous tangle of tenuous bodies, glowing bright and brighter. Stunned, incredulous, the three humans stood. The light was now an eye-searing violet. Static electricity tingled through them in eerie waves, but they were not burned. "My God," Gray whispered, "they eat it! They eat the lightning!" Not daring to move, They stood watching that miracle of alien life, the feeding of living things on raw current. And when the last bolt had struck, the tide turned and rolled back down the wind tunnel, a blinding river of living light. Silently the three humans went down the rocky slope where Cairn of Mars cowered in the silver ship. No bolt had come near it, and now Cairn came to meet them. His face was pasty with fear, but the old cunning still lurked in his eyes. "Gray," he said, "I have an offer to make." "Well?" "You killed my pilot," said Cairn suavely. "I can't fly myself. Take me off and I'll pay you anything you want." "In bullets?" retorted Gray. "You won't want witnesses to this. Circumstances force me. Physically, you have the advantage." Jill's fingers caught his arm. "Don't, Gray. The project—" Cairn faced her. "The project is doomed in any case. My men carried out my secondary instructions. All the cables in your valley have been cut. There is a storm now ready to break. In 15 minutes or so, everything will be destroyed, except the domes. Regrettable, but—" He shrugged. Jill's temper blazed, choking her so that she could hardly speak. "Look at him, Gray," she whispered. "That's what you're so proud of being? A cynic who believes in nothing but himself? Look at him!" He turned on her. "Damn you!" he grated. "Do you expect me to believe you, with a world full of hypocrites like him?" Her eyes stopped him. He remembered Moulton pleading for her life. He remembered how she looked back there in the tunnel when they had been sure of death. Some of his assurance was shaken. "Listen," he said harshly. "I can save your valley. There's a chance in a million of coming out alive. Will you die for what you believe in?" She hesitated, just for a second. Then she looked at Dio and said, "Yes." Gray turned. Almost lazily his fist snapped up and took Cairn on his flabby jaw. "Take care of him, Dio," he grunted. Then he entered the ship, herding the white-faced girl before him. The ship hurtled up into airless space, where the blinding sunlight lay in sharp shadows on the rock, over the ridge and down again, with the project hidden under a surf of storm clouds. Cutting in the air motors, Gray dropped. Black, billowing darkness swallowed them. Then he saw the valley, with the copper cables fallen, and the wheat already on fire in several places. Flying with every bit of his skill, he sought the narrowest part of the valley and flipped over in a racking loop. The stern tubes hit rock. The nose slammed down on the opposite wall, wedging the ship by sheer weight. Lightning gathered in a vast javelin and flamed down upon them. Jill flinched and caught her breath. The flame hissed along the hull and vanished into seared and blackened rock. "Still willing to die for principle?" Gray asked brutally. She glared at him. "Yes," she snapped, "but I hate having to die in your company." She looked down at the valley. Lightning struck with monotonous regularity on the hull, but the valley was untouched. Jill smiled, though her face was white, her body rigid with waiting. It was the smile that did it. Gray looked at her tousled black curls, the lithe young curves of her throat and breast. He leaned back in his seat, scowling out at the storm. "Relax," he said. "You aren't going to die." She turned on him, not daring to speak. He went on, slowly. "The only chance you took was in the landing. We're acting as a lightning rod for the whole valley, being the highest and best conductor. But as a man named Faraday proved, the charge resides on the surface of the conductor. We're perfectly safe." "How dared you?" she whispered. He faced her, almost angrily. "You knocked the props out from under my philosophy. I've had enough hypocritical eyewash. I had to prove you. Well, I have." She was quiet for a time, and then she said, "I understand, Duke. I'm glad. And now what? For you?" He shrugged wryly. "I don't know. I can still take Cairn's other ship and escape, but I don't think I want to. I think I'll stick around and give virtue another whirl." Smoothing back his sleek fair hair, he shot her a sparkling look from under his hands. "I won't even mind going to Sunday school," he added softly, "if you were the teacher." End of A World is Born by Lee Brackett.